Chapter 351 Take-off. White smoke and flames flickered on the battlefield. 8-1 Chinese. Text equals. Another charge of cavalry fell in front of the soldiers of the King's army. At this time Gu Duo finally understood the despair that Xiao Ha faced on the battlefield. After a fierce battle day and night, his light cavalry suffered heavy losses in the fierce battle with Jin Yue. Both they and the Forbidden Army were constantly throwing troops into the fight for the food road. But now this balance has been broken, and the King's army has appeared here with that kind of fire-breathing weapon. The exhausted barbarian cavalry was no longer able to defeat them, and the barbarian cavalry continued to fall down after rounds of charges. Tell Bishantaji about the situation here. Gu Duo was covered in blood, and the barbarian cavalry would not retreat until he was ordered to retreat. Although these King's troops were terrible, they were not as fast as cavalry after all. As long as they were not close to these soldiers, they would not be in danger. As soon as his words fell, he saw the cavalry wearing silver breastplates rushing over. These cuirassiers maintained a tight formation. No matter how harassed by the riding and shooting, there was no confusion. The cavalry in front fell, and the cavalry behind would make up. It is always like a torrent of steel. It was these cavalrymen who kept attacking forward that caused them heavy losses. They had never seen such an attack method. Restricting the reins and galloping away, Gu Duo immediately avoided his sharp edge. At this moment, he saw Jin Yue, under the protection of the King's army, gathered the grain and grass and headed to the garrison of the Forbidden Army. At this time, it was Qi Guanyi who was gathering Jin Yue to the grain and grass again. When the barbarians attacked the grain road, the rhyming grain and grass folks surrounded the city in a circle, and the folks hid behind the carriages. During this period of time, Jin Yue and the barbarian cavalry were basically fighting. Although the people also suffered casualties, the casualties were not large. Now that the barbarian cavalry who attacked Liangdao has been defeated, it is not too late to transport the grain and grass to Jin Yue camp. Under the of the King's army, the chaotic grain and grass team began to advance slowly. Gu Duo watched this scene anxiously, but he had no choice but to wait for reinforcements to come. Just when Qi Guanyi led the musketeers and the cuirassiers to fight, behind an empty wood, Zhang Xingqing was 500 musketeers and 1,000 cavalry to help Liang Yubin and He Cheng heat up the hot air balloon. This is a map. Now we are probably at this location. Zhizu City is 30 miles away from the north and 20 miles northeast of Fanqing. The first thing you are going to go to is to get in touch with the new Ben Duda in the city. The Imperial Army is now distributed and told him. Zhang Xingqing carefully instructed Qi Guanyi. Now the war is stalemate. Although both sides are in a stalemate, it will turn into a big battle at any time. Now the communication of news is extremely important. Liang Yubin nodded. Now that the hot air balloon heating has been completed, he and He Cheng boarded the hot air balloon. At this time, the soldier holding the hot air balloon released his hand, and the hot air balloon slowly rose into the sky. The weather in Zhizu was severely dry, and the weather was cloudless, and the wind was very small. After the hot air balloon took off, it began to move slowly northward. Zhang Xingqing looked at the slow-moving hot air balloon a little helplessly. He always doubted the role of this kind of hot air balloon on the battlefield. Sending the hot air balloon to the sky, Zhang Xingqing said to the surrounding soldiers, "You immediately help the Forbidden Army deliver food and grass, and the barbarian cavalry will come again later." This time the barbarians were very cunning, cutting off the grain and grass 6 miles away from the camp of the Forbidden Army, which made the Forbidden Army only watch the forage and grass being broken and unable to rush to help in time. Because the front formation is in chaos, the barbarians will inevitably attack by a large army, and then they will lose all the games. Just after Zhang Xingqing gave the order, people on the entire battlefield saw a huge object slowly rising from the water forest. In addition to the King's army, the Imperial Army and the barbarians looked at the big ball floating in the sky with horror, so that many people forgot to fight. At this time, the hot air balloon stayed at a distance of 300 meters. This position was not high, but it was enough to ensure that no weapon could damage the hot air balloon. At the same time, Such a close distance allows the two to clearly observe the ground. "You savage dogs, come and hit me, come hit me!" He Cheng yelled in the hot air balloon, and their voices couldn't reach the ground at a distance of 300 meters, but this couldn't stop the two of them from being excited at this time. As a Qingzhou native, who doesn't hate the barbarians? While venting, the two kept adjusting their heights to find the right wind direction and heading towards Fenching. "Brother Liang, it's better to throw a gunpowder can." He Cheng picked up a gunpowder can with a smile on his mouth. "This can't be littered," Your Royal Highness said. "This powder can be thrown in a crowded place," Liang Yubin said. He Cheng reluctantly put down the gunpowder cans, when they suddenly felt a gust of wind blowing, but the direction of the wind was blowing due north. "Found a wind layer." Liang Yubin smiled. "When we go north, look for the wind direction to the west." He Cheng nodded, and the two of them controlled the hot air balloon to continuously adjust the height, constantly up and down, floating around. In the Forbidden Army camp, the Forbidden Army was killed and injured in the fierce battle yesterday, and the barbarian cavalry also left thousands of corpses. It was not until the evening that the two sides stopped fighting and each had a rest and dinner. However, in order to prevent the barbarian cavalry from attacking, they can only take turns to eat, and always maintain the battle line to defend the barbarian cavalry. After the day, they continued to stand in a stalemate. At this moment, Liu Ohong saw a strange thing floating from the sky, which had been floating towards the barbarian camp. Sugatai also saw this thing floating in the sky. He was a little confused, and even more afraid. It's just that when this thing floated over their heads, suddenly a black thing fell from above. Boom! Before they could react, suddenly a violent explosion sounded tens of meters in Sugatai. There was a sound from far away, and a piece of cavalry fell into the fire immediately. Sugatai was shocked. He saw clearly that it was a gunpowder canister of the Qingzhou army. This thing flying in the sky was throwing gunpowder cans at them, and a chill suddenly formed behind Sugatai. What is this strange thing? It's just that this strange thing doesn't seem to be staying and drifting northward along the wind. That is where Beshantaji's silver account is. Thinking of this, he was shocked and immediately sent someone to inform Bishantaji about the matter. On the hot air balloon, Liang Yubin laughed. Passing by the barbarian soldiers, they lost a few gunpowder cans, but they could only throw a few, because the wind kept the hot air balloon moving. They could not keep throwing them. As Wang Qi said, their most important task is to detect and pass on information. The throwing of the gunpowder can is only a deterrent to the barbarians. It would be best if it can scare them out. To be continued. Chapter 352 Airdrop Intelligence. The white clouds are long and the blue sky is thousands of miles away. Bei Zongwin equals. In the clear sky, the grey hot air balloon floated slowly towards Jizhou City. After dropping the 3 gunpowder cans, Liang Yubin and He Cheng laughed all the way, but after they continued flying for a few miles, they discovered a very serious problem. It's a bit troublesome. So far, the wind layer we have stayed in has been southerly. It seems that we have to go a long way forward. Liang Yubin is worried. If this is the case, they can only continue to drift north. Although they brought a lot of tung oil this time, they must fall down once the oil is burned out. According to their observations, this is a barbarian camp all the way to the north. If this falls, the barbarian will definitely be caught. He Cheng also looked nervous. He said, "There is no way, we can only continue to fly, for fear that we will delay the fighter." Liang Yubin nodded, his expression serious. This time they got such a heavy task. Naturally they wanted to complete it. Not only for the title, they also knew that once Jizhou was defeated, not only the Qingzhou army but also the Forbidden Army would suffer heavy losses. This will lead to the further decline of the royal family in Great Chongqing. Gradually calmed down, the two continued to raise and lower the hot air balloon to look for the wind layer. They have also encountered this situation in Qingzhou. It may have a single wind direction in a small area, and it may take a long time to find other wind layers. While the two were flying the hot air balloon slowly, the barbarians sent cavalry to follow the hot air balloon closely. A barbarian scout rushed to Bshan's silver tent. Looking at the barbarian cavalry who were running faster than themselves, The two were helpless. Today's wind and sunshine are really not the right time. In the silver account, Bshan quickly got news from Shugotai. King Zuami arrived, the monster flying in the sky. Bshan asked angrily. The King Zuami was holding a fire-breathing weapon, and all the soldiers who charged were killed by this weapon. The scout lowered his head in an urgent voice. Bshan's eyes were moving back and forth, looking at the map hung in the silver tent. Now of the 150,000 cavalrymen, 80,000 have been left in Fenching. Now the 30,000 King Zuami in Fenching and the Forbidden Army outside the city echo each other. If the cavalry support is deployed at this time, I am afraid that the King Zuami and the Forbidden Army will be difficult at the same time. He is not worried about the Imperial Army, only the King Zuami with weird weapons. The remaining 70,000 cavalrymen, led by Shugotai, were blocking reinforcements from the Forbidden Army. In order to fight for the food road, Shugotai has sent 30,000 cavalry troops, and now these 30,000 cavalry troops are suppressed by the Forbidden Army and King Zuami reinforcements. If Shugotai was asked to mobilize cavalry again at this time, Shugotai might not be able to stop the Forbidden Army infantry from moving to Jizu. What's more, there are 120,000 army of King Yong in this Jizu city. Looking at the map of Jizu and Fenching, Bshan's eyes narrowed. King Yong in Jizu city shouldn't be afraid. In his opinion, King Yong would not send troops to rescue him even if he and the Forbidden Army were in a diplomatic battle in the city. Now Dayu Kingdom is torn apart, and each vassal is seeking their own interests, and the same is true for the Yongwang. Only this King of Qi is an alternative, who caught them Golden Horde and bite it hard. It was the same with King Kang before, but now he has become a Lois. Let Shugotai lead the cavalry to retreat in this place and wait for orders. Here we first eliminate the Forbidden Army. Bshan pointed to a place 10 miles south of Jizu, which was also flat yellow land. After a pause, he said, let the artillery be prepared. Once the Forbidden Army rushes to help, the slaves will rush into the formation, and the artillery will fire. Once the Forbidden Army is in disorder and the heavy cavalry will charge head-on, they must be eliminated here. Yes, a group of barbarian generals in the camp led out. At this time, Bshan also walked out of the camp. He raised his head and looked at the blue sky, then looked at the artillery in the camp. Gently stroking these bronze artillery pieces, Bshan's mouth showed a cruel smile. He has not forgotten the shame that Kangzhou city was bombarded by King Zuami artillery and could not fight back. Now he is back with 250 artillery pieces. He wants to make the Imperial Army and King Zuami history in the artillery fire and iron hoof of the Golden Horde. Great Yu country, your land will belong to me, and your wealth and women will also belong to me. At this moment, Bshan's ambitions swelled. These artillery pieces were named mighty cannons by him. He saw the power of these artillery pieces with his own eyes, and believed that the Forbidden Army would disperse under the bombardment of artillery. Moreover, according to Shugotai's observations, the Forbidden Army did not seem to have come with artillery. Only after a little thought, he understood the mystery. Now the peace-seekers in the country of Diau are still powerful. They have been dissatisfied with Liu Oquane for a long time. This time they must be among them. Thinking of this, Bshan couldn't help but sneer. In his eyes, these peace-seeking officials are all cowards, but these cowards are indeed more useful to him than 100,000 army. Look! As he was thinking, the barracks suddenly became noisy, and the barbarian soldiers looked towards the sky. Bshan raised his head, his face changed drastically, and saw a big grey ball floating in the camp. On the big ball he could vaguely see two figures at home. If it weren't for Shugotai's claim that this strange thing flew on the battlefield, it was something of the King Zuami, many soldiers would probably worship it as a god. What is that? God is coming from the sky. While Bshan was watching this weird thing vigilantly, many of the barbarian cavalry began to panic, and he immediately shouted, "They are from the King Zuami. So calm down for me." Hearing Bshan's voice, many people calmed down, but the soldiers in the camp still stared at the thing not far from the camp. On the hot air balloon, Liang Yubin and He Cheng were a little depressed. It would be fine if they were a little closer. Drop a few gunpowder cans and kill some. Following the wind, They could only go straight to the north. Soon they met the barbarian camp in Jizu, but unfortunately there was no wind blowing them towards the barbarian camp. Liang Yubin was holding the binoculars. He pointed to one of the silver tents and said, "Look at that silver tent. It must be the tent of the barbarian Ji. It's a pity. If we can drop a bomb down there, the two of us may be able to see the county prince." He Cheng's eyes straightened as soon as he heard it, and then he sighed. Unfortunately, the maneuverability of the hot air balloon is so poor that it is impossible to control the wind direction freely. The two eagerly missed the barbarian camp. When they flew over the city of Jizu, they saw that Jizu city was crowded with a large number of troops around the wall where these troops were concentrated. At this time Liang Yubin tied a prepared paper ball to the stone, and while flying over the city wall, he threw the paper ball down. To be continued. Chapter 353 Hot Air Balloon Chase at Jizu City, Yongwang Mansion. (8) 1 Chinese Chen Xinren raised his head and looked at the strange thing slowly drifting from outside Jizu City. Like him, now the entire Jizu City people have noticed this thing. The most important thing is that this thing also dropped a stone with a note tied to it. When the Jizu garrison opened the note, he immediately found him. "General Chen, Your Highness is drunk, you should come back tomorrow." In front of the gate of the Emperor Yong's mansion, the housekeeper of the palace blocked Chen Xinren outside. Since Jizu City was besieged, King Yong was drunk almost daily. Although other generals complained a lot, no one dared to persuade them because of King Yong's violence. Chen Xinren was annoyed when he learned that King Yong was drunk again. "The last time I gave grain and grass to the barbarians, not only did not exchange for the barbarians to march eastward, but the more the barbarians looked down on them. The forage barbarians accepted it, but they were only mocked by the barbarians as fools." Shagatai was gone, but the barbarians led by Bishan succeeded him and continued to besiege Jizu City. Only then did they realize that they had been fooled by the barbarians, and Bishan wanted Jizu City, not a trivial piece of food. Seeing that the barbarians did not retreat and the reinforcements were late, King Yong began to drink heavily every day, often punishing and flogging people. The subordinates in the palace are very difficult to survive this time. Looking at the whip marks on the face of the palace steward, Chen Xinren blocked the gate of the palace that was about to close with one hand. He said loudly, "Today I must see King Yong." Now the King's army and the Forbidden Army are outside the city. If you want to lift the siege of Jizu, you must cooperate inside and outside. After all, he slammed the door open and walked inside regardless of the impediment of the palace guards. Chen Xinren is quite prestigious in the Jizu army, and is also the brother-in-law of Princess Yong. He is so hard, but the guards of the palace dare not stop him. Before reaching the main hall, a burst of singing came into Chen Xinren's ears, accompanied by the sound of bells, drums and piano. Frowning, Chen Xinren quickly arrived at the main hall, only to see King Yongzheng drinking red in the main hall. At this time, the two singers were lying in the arms of King Yong and laughing. "Your Highness!" Standing outside the main hall, Chen Xinren shouted. This sudden shout stopped the singing and dancing in the main hall. King Yong took a drunk look at Chen Xinren and smiled. "Why are you here? Did the barbarians come in?" "Ha ha ha, this king is just waiting for them to come in." "Come. Take a sword for this king." The city was besieged and there was no reinforcements. King Yong was a bit self-defeating. He then shouted, "What are you waiting for? Go and flee." Chen Xinren frowned, and he said loudly, "His Royal Highness, the Forbidden Army and the King's Army are now fighting the barbarians outside the city. This is a message from the King's Army, asking us to observe the battlefield situation and to attack the barbarians at any time." "Nonsense. Are you really drunk? When you are the king? Jizu City is under siege. How did the King's army pass the news? Can they still fly in?" Chen Xinren muttered in his heart. This King's army really flew in. He said, "His Royal Highness, although this matter is weird, it is indeed a message from the King's army. If you don't believe that your Highness and the Admiral will go outside, the strange thing is still in the sky." King Yong laughed loudly. "Okay. I will go out with you to have a look. If you dare to deceive the king, be careful." Shaking around, King Yong followed Chen Xinren outside. Because the speed of the hot air balloon is very slow, the hot air balloon has just arrived over the Yongwang mansion. Looking up at the things above his head, King Yong suddenly woke up most of his drunkenness. He rubbed his eyes and looked at the strange thing and said, "Did things come down from here?" "It's true, please see, your lord, there seems to be people on it." Chen Xinren pointed to the hot air balloon and said. King Yong took the letter from Chen Xinren's hand and glanced at him, falling into silence. "How did this thing fly in the sky?" King Yong muttered. Chen Xinren was also confused, and he shook his head. "Since there are people on it, does it mean that this thing can take this king out of Jizu City?" King Yong said in surprise. He said, "You immediately let them come down and take this king away." When Chen Xinren heard the words, he slashed the heart of King Yong with a knife. "The enemy is now, and the coach wants to escape alone regardless of the life and death of the people in a city," he said. "At the end I don't know how to get them down." King Yong lived in fear these days. He ignored Chen Xinren and asked his servants to prepare horses, and he chased him by himself. As a result, all the people in Jizu City saw King Yong chasing the things in the sky. But from the south gate to the north gate, although King Yong yelled, the strange things flying in the sky still did not fall. Chen Xinren followed King Yong and looked at King Yong, who was scared to go crazy by the barbarians. At this time he asked again, "His Royal Highness, the King's army and the Jizu army are outside the city. What should I do now?" King Yong looked angrily at the strange things that were gradually disappearing. He said, "Sitting on the mountain and watching the tigers fight, no one can send troops at will." After chasing for so long, King Yong completely sobered up. At this time, he felt a little more settled, but at the same time began to calculate his own gains and losses. On the official road 30 miles away, the grain and grass of the Forbidden Army entered the area where the Forbidden Army was stationed. After the grain arrived, Luo Hong heaved a sigh of relief. Casualties are not terrible, the most terrifying thing is that there is no grain. The one in front is Luo Hong. General Luo. Zhang Xingcheng came with King Zhu soldiers. After the truce last night, the auxiliary soldiers built the camp overnight, and now the camp has some scale. Exactly. Excuse me, are you? Luo Hong held a fist to Zhang Xingcheng. His heart was joyful. The barbarian cavalry in front of him stared at him, and the barbarian cavalry looted the food and grass in the back. If it weren't for the King's army to arrive in time, their food and grass would have a major problem, so he was very grateful to the King's army. Moreover, the strong have always respected the strong. Luo Hong looks down on the weak generals of the Great Yu country, but only respects the King's army. Now the combat power of the King's army once again made him admire. Prosperity in the Xie King's provincial government history exhibition. Luo Hong was pleasantly surprised when he heard the words, "long admiring for a long time." It turns out that you are the exhibition governor. This time I thank him for the exhibition, otherwise the Forbidden Army will be over. General Luo doesn't have to be polite. The barbarian enemy is now and should be facing the enemy together. He continued, "I don't know what General Luo Hong plans next." Luo Hong was stunned, and said that the King's army was really quick to talk. He did not take the Chang'an officialdom, and said to Zhang Xingcheng, "I was going to go directly to Jizu, but I was blocked by the barbarian cavalry. Now that you have come here and our combat power has doubled, we might as well take the opportunity to force the barbarians to retreat and attack Jizu to relieve the pressure on Fanqing." Zhang Xingcheng nodded, and said lightly, "It's just that the general knows that the barbarians came with artillery this time." To be continued. Chapter 354 Meet Up Artillery. Luo Hong's heart jumped. August 1st. Chinese, opening parenthesis closing parenthesis. Zhang Xingcheng nodded. "According to the information we have received, this time the barbarians brought at least 200 artillery pieces. At this time, the artillery of the barbarians should be destroyed by artillery. According to His Royal Highness, the artillery sold to Chang'an has the longest range. Far away, it may be able to suppress the barbarian artillery, I don't know how many doors the general brought. No one. Liu Hong almost bit and said, his face suddenly becoming gloomy. Why is this? His Royal Highness has sent 300 artillery to Chang'an. Zhang Xingqiang glanced, and sure enough, no trace of the artillery could be seen in the camp. Liu Hong sipped. It's not the timid dog officials of the Zhou faction. They said that this artillery was used to protect the capital of the capital, the land of Jizou, and the artillery of the King's Zhou army was enough. Humphrey, in fact, they just want seeing that we'd better die in Jizou. Hearing the words, Zhang Xingqiang sighed slightly, and felt fortunate that he had made up his mind to come to King Zhou. He said, it turns out that this is the case. I have wronged the two generals this time. We also recognize the grievances, but our Luo family has been loyal to the country for generations of military merits, but now we are jealous of the officials in the DPRK. Hey, let's not talk about it. Liu Hong seemed to be scrupulous and did not continue. Zhang Xingqiang is proficient in tactics, and he immediately understood Liu Hong's meaning. I am afraid that it is not only the suspicion of the officials, but also Xiao Wenxuan's suspicion of Liu Quan. During this expedition to Jizou, the only Jinyuai army of 500,000 imprisoned troops came. It was said that Jinyuai was extremely powerful. It is better to say that Manchu civil and military forces, including Xiao Wenxuan, wanted to weaken Jinyuai. It is precisely because of this that Liu Hong could have this emotion. He persuaded, the ministers are strong and the master is suspicious. This is an unchangeable thing in the past dynasties. If your majesty does not send Jinyuai to the two generals in Jizou, it is really dangerous. Your majesty at least remembers the benefits of the generals. Liu Hong was a soldier, and he had always been going straight, when he was on demand by Zhang Xingqiang and suddenly realized. But he still couldn't accept it in his heart. He said, it's just a pity that our soldiers, since it is to defend the home and the country, the soldiers of His Royal Highness King Qi can sacrifice, why can't the soldiers of the general sacrifice? Zhang Xingqiang is unhappy, Jizou is in danger, and only the imperial court and the king of Qi will resolve the crisis this time. Nowadays, many vassal kings are probably watching from the sidelines, waiting for the royal and barbarians to fight both sides. So they are waiting for the fishermen to gain. What's more, the imperial family is also not united, and Wang Wei's heart is needless to say, and Wang Yong is even more afraid of fighting in Jizou City. Now Liu Hong's words are even more annoying to him, who doesn't feel sorry for his soldiers, who is willing to work on an expedition. When Liu Hong heard that he was hit hard, he looked ashamed, and said, the lesson of the exhibition is that he is loyal to defend the country and how to hide selfishness. After a pause, he said, I don't know what plans are there to develop the history of the governor. Zhang Xingqiang calmed down for a while. The erosion of the Great Yu country made him sad, and he secretly hated him, thinking that one day he would smash the heads of the southern kings so that they would understand what the word loyalty is. He was about to say, suddenly a woo voice came. Hearing this voice, Liu Hongyai was overjoyed. He said, at this moment, the horn of the barbarian retreat. It seems that the barbarian cavalry is about to withdraw. We got news that this time it was Bshan who led the Blood Wolf tribe to Rashli. The barbarians did not come from the whole country. Therefore, Bshan's soldiers and horses were not enough. All the cavalry who hijacked the grain road were killed. Bshan will definitely use artillery to defeat them. Your formation, heavy cavalry oppressing the formation, will wipe you out in one fell swoop. If other generals are naturally unable to understand the threat of artillery to the infantry battlefield, but their King's Zhou generals knew this very well. With artillery and barbarian heavy cavalry, Liu Hong might not be able to sustain a round of attack. Then he asked, how many soldiers do you have to mobilize? We also suffered heavy losses in order to fight for food. Now I only have hundreds of cavalry in my hand, and there are only more than 70,000 infantry available. Many soldiers were injured by the attack of cavalry and shooting. Zhang Xingqiang calculated that this time Liu Hong and Liu Quan each sent 10,000 cavalry to rush to help, and there were not many 20,000 people left. And now the one led by Liu Hong has also suffered losses under the harassment of the barbarians. In other words, now they basically only have infantry left. and they are at a disadvantage to use infantry against cavalry on a flat and open ground. Infantry can only reduce losses if they form a tight battle formation, and even so, they can only defend passively and cannot attack. After all, two legs cannot run four legs. So he said, now the barbarian retreat is the right time to get closer to the general. Don't move to Jizu City alone, or I'm afraid that few of these 70,000 soldiers will be able to go back alive. Liu Hong nodded. Zhang Xingcheng's vision was very poisonous. Without the protection of the cavalry, it would be very dangerous for them to go deep alone. He said, in this case, I will now gather my soldiers to Fenching to join my father. Well, it shouldn't be too late. The army gathers, echoes inside and outside, and the battle will be determined. We must not let Bishan's artillery give an advantage. At this time, only the King's army artillery can suppress the barbaric fire. These words made Liu Hong firmer in his determination to move to Fenching. He immediately ordered the whole army to gather and march towards Fenching, and at the same time he assembled the remaining cavalry and King's cuirassiers to guard the two wings. Although it was divided into two places, it was only 20 miles away from Fenching. Liu Hong and Zhang Xingcheng asked the soldiers to march in a hurry, and they arrived outside Fenching in the evening. Father, seeing Liu Quain, Liu Hong felt at ease, as if only Liu Quain would not collapse on this day. In the round of the two armies, Liu Quain was also happy. He patted Liu Hong on the shoulder, and then looked at Zhang Xingcheng. At this time, Liu Hong took the initiative to introduce Liu Quain to. After learning that Zhang Xingcheng had come with the King's army, he burst into laughter and said, "Thank you Zhang Shishi, otherwise my father and son will lead the army is about to be divided into two places. It's just a small effort." The general who came to rescue the King's army was to admire Zhang in his heart. Zhang Xingcheng said, holding a telescope to observe the barbarian camp. Liu Hong was a little envious. Along the way, the generals of the King's army almost had binoculars in their hands, and the real Jin Yui was no more than Liu Quain alone. After observing, Zhang Xingcheng said to Liu Quain, "General, it's too late and it's not suitable for attacking now. Otherwise, I'm afraid that when the inside and outside strikes together, the knight can't see clearly and hurt him, and the hot air balloon has not returned yet. Wait for them. Come back. We are not too late to attack." Hot air balloon? Liu Quain was confused. Liu Hong realized it. He said to Liu Quain, "Father, Your Highness is really amazing. He actually made something that can fly." To be continued. Chapter 355 Battlefield Application of Hot Air Balloon. PS. The fourth update is over. In order not to live broadcast, we will add Chapter 5 later. In addition, I would like to thank the leader of the Lonely Falling Star Book Friend for the reward. Tomorrow, I will continue to add updates for the leader, and thank you for serving the snail every day. Book friends who subscribe, vote for recommendations, and rewards, thank you snail. The night gradually enveloped the earth. Opening parenthesis closing parenthesis. Opening parenthesis closing parenthesis. Opening parenthesis closing parenthesis opening parenthesis closing parenthesis opening parenthesis closing parenthesis. After the Jinyue army gathered, they began to cook in the pot. After Zhang Xingcheng and Liu Quain explained the hot air balloon, Liu Quain was almost shocked from ear to ear. This hot air balloon is so magical. Wouldn't the 10,000 army be able to rescue people from it if it had it? Liu Quain said. Zhang Xingcheng gave a wry smile. It's not the case. This hot air balloon still has many restrictions and is not so easy to manipulate. This time King Qi is also a dangerous move. If Liang Yubin and two of them can deliver the news in time, it would be good. But if they can't, they can only attack the city by force. While the two were talking, Liu Hong suddenly pointed to the sky not far away and said, "Look, the hot air balloon is back." After hearing the words, Zhang Xingcheng looked in the direction Liu Hong was pointing, and as expected, a black spot was floating in the sky, and it was towards them. At this time, Zhang Xingcheng did not know when. It seems that the wind direction has changed. In the morning, the wind was blowing from the south, but now it is from the north. Also, the season is about to enter autumn, And now it's time for the north wind to blow. God bless, Zhang Xingqiang said with joy. Liu Quan and Liu Hong couldn't help themselves. At this time, Liang Yubin and He Cheng had just arrived in Fenching in a hot air balloon. Just like in Jizu City, they lost the news in Fenching. At the same time, they saw the Imperial Army stationed outside Fenching. They could see far away when they climbed high, and they could see the layout of the battlefield clearly. Liang Yubin is manipulating the hot air balloon, while He Cheng is busy drawing a map of the barbarian forces. The north wind became stronger and stronger, and they quickly left from the sky above Fenching to the camp of the Forbidden Army. They returned with difficulty this time, but they believed that if they gave themselves another chance, they might not be so lucky. The hot air balloon drifted slowly towards the camp. When approaching the camp, Liang Yubin said, "Hurry up and throw the rope down, or we will fly away again." At this moment, they are still some distance away from the camp, because they can't be controlled accurately. In fact, they are at least 1 mile away from the camp. It can be said that if they continued to fly, the camp will pass by. He Cheng put away the drawings and began to prepare the rope. Hopefully, the history of the governor is here, otherwise these imperial soldiers don't know how to hold us. He Cheng muttered. As soon as his voice fell, he suddenly saw a smoke rising from the camp, and at the same time 100 cavalry galloping towards them. Seeing this scene, the two were overjoyed, which showed that the King's army had arrived at the camp, and they immediately lowered the rope. Suddenly, a rope dropped from each of the 4 directions of the hanging basket. When the cavalry saw this, they chased the rope. When they were chasing under the hot air balloon, a cavalry suddenly grabbed the rope of the hot air balloon, but the strength of the hot air balloon was so great that he was suddenly pulled up. The other cavalry were shocked and grabbed the other ropes one after another, and others grabbed the cavalry who was about to be dragged away. After grabbing the rope, the cavalry jumped off their horses one by one, and 100 people pulled the rope to the camp. Someone pulled the hot air balloon and moved towards the camp. At this time, the barbarians who were observing once again confirmed that this strange thing belonged to the King's army. When they arrived at the camp, Chen Yubin and He Cheng began to extinguish the flame in the burner, and the hot air balloon descended slowly. The soldiers and generals of the entire Jinwei camp were stunned. This hot air balloon was too shocking for them. They couldn't even think of things like God. Zhang Jishi, we have passed the news. Chen Yubin jumped out of the hot air balloon and said to Zhang Xingqiang, "Very well, this battle is over. I will definitely ask your highness for credit." Zhang Xingqiang said excitedly. The news the two of them passed was very simple. The news told New Ben that they used the beacon outside the city as their name. If 3 beacon fires were raised, it was time to attack. Liu Quan and a group of Jinwei surrounded the hot air balloon after Liang Yubin got down, and they couldn't help pointing. He Cheng stopped the person trying to touch the hot air balloon and said, "This can't be touched randomly. I will take off to observe the battlefield for you tomorrow." "Observe the battlefield? What is going on?" Liu Quan asked. Zhang Xingqiang explained, "As the saying goes, the role of the hot air balloon is not only to transmit information." Before the battle, a semaphore was sent to board the hot air balloon and let him observe the layout of the battlefield, so that the barbarians can be deployed. The formation is clear. After all, tomorrow will be a melee of hundreds of thousands of troops. It is very important to predict the enemy first. Finding the position of the barbarian artillery can also suppress it in time. "It's okay." Liu Quan was overjoyed. "This is much more powerful than a telescope," he excitedly said. "Can I go up, so that I can command the army in time?" The telescope still has limitations, and it is impossible to observe when encountering obstacles. So Liu Quan can be so excited. Let me go. This hot air balloon is dangerous. I'm afraid the hot air balloon will fall off in an accident," Zhang Xingqiang said. Liu Quan suddenly became a little unhappy. "You are not afraid of danger." "Would I be afraid of danger? Wang Jun has been through it." "What have I feared?" Liu Quan. "Besides, if I lose a battle and lose all games, how can Liu Quan save my life?" "Father, or I will go." Liu Hong took the initiative to ask Ying. "Go aside." Liu Quan blew his beard and stared. "What? You all look down on my old bone, don't you?" Zhang Xingqiang pondered for a moment. Although the hot air balloon is dangerous, this time the hot air balloon is pulled by soldiers and will not fly away. By then, there will be nothing wrong with putting thick straw under the hot air balloon. So he said, "If this is the case, I will ask the general to board the hot air balloon to direct the battle tomorrow. The food and grass in Fenching will not last long, and the war cannot continue to be dragged on for a battle." The next day, when the sky was getting bright, Jinhuai camp became busy. The soldiers look very serious. They know that today is going to be a big battle. Zhang Xingqiang looked at the methodical Jinhuai and nodded frequently. This was indeed a good soldier. According to Liu Oxin, this elite soldier was trained by Liu Oquane, and he often rushed to the border to fight against the barbarians. He was a veteran army with 100 battles. After discussing with Liu Oquane last night, he prepared to lead the musketeers and cuirassiers as the Chinese army to attack the south gate. At the same time, the King's army in the city broke through from the south gate to join them. Jinhuai is their flank. In his opinion, whether the war can be won depends on whether the King's army can maximize its firepower. After all, the strength of the barbarians still dominates. Although King Yong's army can suppress the barbarians in number, as Xiaoming said, the only thing he can believe in the entire Great Yu Kingdom is the imperial army led by himself and Liu Oquane. It was fortunate that the other vassals did not stab a knife in the back. To be continued. Chapter 356 Intergeneration Communication. The north wind howls, which indicates that the seasons of the year will change again. (8) 1 Chinese? Opening parenthesis closing parenthesis. In the camp, Shan wore armor and a knife, frowning. How many cattle and sheep will freeze to death in the Golden Horde this year, and when will the leaders of those tribes understand that the bitter cold places in the north are no longer suitable for survival? With a sigh, he walked out of the camp. Yesterday he asked Sugatai to withdraw troops deliberately to lure the Forbidden Army to go to support Jizu City, but his plan failed. Instead of coming, the Forbidden Army joined forces with the Forbidden Army in Fenching. But in his opinion, it is nothing, it just needs to waste more time. Their military strength still dominates. This time, once and for all, the King's army and the Jinwu guards of the Great Yu State will be wiped out. From then on, no one in the Great Yu State can pose a threat to him. For this reason, he would not hesitate to lose the entire Blood Wolf tribe. In the camp, the generals of the Blood Wolf tribe are deploying soldiers. Now that the army of Dayu is merged, there will probably be a big battle today. Looking at the opposite side, Shan looked at Fenching. At this time, 250 cannons were divided into 4 gates. The muzzles of these artillery were aimed at the gate of the city. As long as the King's army rushed out of the gate, they would be fired by artillery. Confident in his setup, Shan then deployed the cavalry. Hundreds of thousands of troops gathered on the broad yellow ground must be formed before the war can begin. This is a rule that any general who understands the art of war will follow, and being able to fight in a large army is also a sign of judging the level of a general. He didn't dare to take it lightly. Opposite him was General Liu Oquane of Dau country. This name often appeared in this further Khan's golden tent. Under his command, the slave soldiers, heavy cavalry, light cavalry, cavalry and shooting formed a square formation outside Fenching. At the same time, the scouts brought news that the Forbidden Army and King's army were also arranging troops. The strange thing in the Forbidden Army has risen again, and there are people on it, a scout reported. Shan frowned. Just as he didn't know what the King's army's fire-breathing weapon was, he also didn't know what the thing was flying in the sky, so that he was always worried. Now that this thing appeared again in front of the Forbidden Army, he had to worry. Staring at that thing, Shan had no other choice. At this time, the strange thing in the mouth of the barbarian scout has risen into the sky, and it is flying higher and higher. On the hot air balloon stood 4 people, Liang Yubin, He Cheng, Liu Oquane and a semaphore. Higher, higher. Liu Oquane kept ordering. Liang Yubin heated the hot air balloon from time to time and raised the height of the hot air balloon according to the command of the general. Below the hot air balloon, 100 soldiers pulled the rope like a tug of war to prevent the hot air balloon from floating away. Once the order is given, they will also pull the hot air balloon to move, or loosen the rope in their hands to make the hot air balloon higher. Ha ha ha. This hot air balloon is simply a weapon of magic weapon. Now the arrangement of the barbarians can't escape the eyes of the old man. Liu Quinn laughed while holding the telescope. At this time, at an altitude of 70 meters, Liu Quinn carefully observed the situation of the barbarian army with a telescope. Today's weather is clear, cloudless, and the vision is extremely clear. At this time, the two armies are no more than 5 miles apart. Looking down from 100 meters, the barbarian army has a panoramic view. With the telescope, he could even see clearly what the soldiers were doing in the barbarian barracks. There are artillery at the gate of this city. This Bshan is really sinister. Liu Quinn frowned. At the same time, he saw about 2,000 cavalry placed at the forefront of the Chinese army, followed by heavy cavalry, followed by slave soldiers with swords. Seeing this, he said to the semaphore player, "Spread the semaphore towards Fenching and tell them about the artillery at the gate of the city." The semaphore nodded when he heard the words, and kept playing semaphores in the direction of Fenching. At this time, Liu Quinn shouted to the following, "Tell Zhang Xingchen the barbarian formation." While listening, Zhang Xingchen drew the barbarians' layout on top, and Jin Yu's generals surrounded both sides. Knowing the formation of the barbarians, they can also respond at any time. Exhibiting the history of the government, the barbarian Chinese army has deployed 2,000 cavalry, and there are heavy cavalry behind it. Wouldn't it be dangerous if the King Zhu army was placed in the Chinese army? Zhang Xingchen frowned. Generally, the soldiers placed in the Chinese army are the most elite, because once the Chinese army is broken, the war is won by half. After thinking for a while, he said, "Truly the barbarians are arranged like this, and our King Zhu bureau cannot withdraw. It is strange that these 2,000 cavalrymen came out alone. Based on our understanding of the barbarians, these 2,000 cavalrymen are probably dead." Liu Hong nodded, deeply agreeing. "I will send another 5,000 pikemen. How about 2,000 archers and crossbowmen?" Zhang Xingchen has not been so enthusiastic that he can deal with such an arrangement of the barbarians with his own strength. Now that the barbarian has placed such a Chinese army, he can only strengthen his offense and defense, and he has no opinion on Liu Hong's arrangement. While the Forbidden Army was discussing how to fight, Nu Ben in Fenching was looking at the hot air balloon in the sky with a telescope. In his field of vision, the flag kept playing semaphores, and these semaphores clearly expressed the arrangement and strength of the barbarians. Bshan actually put an artillery at the door. Liu Xin also had a telescope in his hand. He put away the telescope and Liu Xingxi said, "The governor, we can destroy the barbarian artillery by surprise." "You talk about how to destroy it?" Nu Ben said. At this time, he was observing the semaphore on the hot air balloon, and at the same time he felt that Xiaoming was really a genius, so that he could think of a way to convey the message. Now the barbarians have no idea that they are communicating with each other. The semaphore said, "The artillery is located directly opposite the city gate, but we have the final say when the door is opened. As long as we shoot at the moment the door is opened, we will have the advantage and we will surely be able to knock out part of their artillery." Nu Ben nodded. "It makes sense, so I will arrange it according to this method later." After finishing the semaphore on the hot air balloon, Nu Ben began to draw the arrangement of the barbarians outside the city on the ground. Luff and other generals gathered together, prepared to discuss how to attack, and passed the plan back in semaphores, and the two sides cooperated with each other. Now the heavy soldiers of the barbarians are preparing for a frontal battle with the Imperial Army at the North Gate, and at the same time 100 artillery is besieged at the gate. "We can't go here, otherwise there will be heavy casualties." "Just don't go to the North Gate. How do you fit inside and outside?" Luff said. Liu Quinn found the place of Bshan's silver tent, captured the thieves and the king. "We went to the West Gate, and directly killed Bshan's silver tent." In this way, the barbarian soldiers knew that the coach was in danger, and the army would be in a state of confusion. "You can seize the fighter." The other generals suddenly understood. Standing up, Nu Ben said, "If the whole army is assembled, can we relieve the danger of Jizu?" This is the battle. To be continued. Chapter 357 Decisive Battle. The north wind was stern. Liu Oquan on the hot air balloon gave a panoramic view of everything on the battlefield. Bei Middle School. Wenwang ======. The semaphore kept changing the semaphore and communicated with the King's army in Fenching, and learned that Nu Ben was going to attack Xiamen Liu Oquan and decided to violently attack the north gate to attract most of the barbarians. Go ahead. With an order, the entire battle formation composed of Jin Yui began to advance, and rumbling footsteps resounded throughout the battlefield. According to the arrangement of the barbarian cavalry, Liu Oquan chooses the corresponding formation. This time the barbarians concentrated their heavy forces on the Chinese army. They definitely wanted to break through the Chinese army with superior forces, and the two-winged cavalry carried out the encirclement tactics. Therefore, he also placed two 10,000 cavalry formations on both sides to protect the flanks, while the Chinese army was mainly King's army. But just in case, he sent another 10,000 cavalry to suppress the formation. On the side of the barbarians, 60,000 cavalry and 60,000 slave soldiers were assembled at this time. Because of the need to guard against the Jizu army and the King's army in Fenching, Shan had to deploy some troops to guard. As soon as Jin Yue moved, the barbarian army immediately pushed forward. The two sides approached step by step on the wide battlefield, and finally when the distance between the two sides was 300 meters, following the horn of the barbarian cavalry suddenly moved. In the Chinese army, 2,000 barbarian cavalry rushed to the neatly arranged King's musketeers. These 2,000 cavalry were the barbarian cavalry who returned from the defeat in Yanzhou City. Shigatai gave them another opportunity to charge their lives to break the center of the Dayu team. The 2,000 cavalrymen were already ready to move when they saw that the Chinese army were soldiers from King's. For them, they could die, but they could not lose their honor. Kill. 2,000 cavalry urged their horses to rush towards the King's army frantically. The musketeers calmly watched the cavalry rushing by the barbarian. They were all veterans on the battlefield. The strict training allowed them to withstand any test on the battlefield. Ready. With an order from the team, the musketeers picked up their muskets. Just as the barbarian cavalry rushed into the 80-step range, the musketeer pulled the trigger. Boom! White smoke and flames spouted from the muzzle, and the 2,000 cavalry who charged instantly turned on their horses and overturned 100 people. Then the guns in the second row pulled the trigger again, and 100 people fell again, and then the third row shot. Retreat. After the 3 rounds of shooting were completed, Zhu Sanxi immediately ordered the musketeers to retreat. This time it was he who led the 3,000 musketeers. At the same time, King O's pikemen stepped forward. They knelt on the ground, their spears leaning out. The distance of 80 steps came in an instant, and the musketeers had no time for the 4th round of shooting, so they could only stop the cavalry from colliding with the musketeers. Zhang Xingqing observed these strange cavalry. At this time, these cavalry were still charging, and then a scene that shocked him appeared. At this moment, the barbarian cavalry who charged suddenly took out a black cloth and blindfolded their horse. Liu Ohong also saw this situation, and said with a pale face, "This is a group of dead men." Zhang Xingqing looked solemn, and the horses would instinctively stop when they saw sharp objects. This is why there is no way for the infantry to form a tight formation and cavalry. Now that the barbarians are blindfolded, the horses will run rampant without seeing what is in front of them. This is a suicide attack. The soldiers in the gun array were equally astonished when they saw this scene. Some soldiers were shaking slightly, but instead of backing up, they closed their eyes. In Jinyue, Liu Oquan is their belief, and they will not forget that behind them is their homeland and their relatives. Boom! The full forward cavalry slammed into the gun formation, and the huge impact directly knocked the infantry ahead. But the pikeman's spear also pierced the barbarian's horse. Suddenly, the screams of war horses and the slaying of soldiers resounded throughout the battlefield, and none of the soldiers in the front row survived under the self-killing impact of the barbarian cavalry. Kill. When the soldiers in the back row saw the death of their comrades, their eyes were red, and they raised their spears to stab the barbarian cavalry that fell to the ground. The barbarian soldier got scared when he rolled around, showing a ferocious look, picked up his playing knife and slashed at the surrounding spearmen. The two sides immediately fought together. At this moment, after all the barbarian cavalry were in battle, Zusansi saw the slave soldiers following the barbarian cavalry, and they were charging here intensively. Zusansi was very anxious. At this time, the gun formation had already been disrupted. If the slave soldiers stepped forward, the melee would inevitably lead to total chaos. And this is the strategy of the barbarians, because then the heavy cavalry behind will appear. Bayonet formation. Kill. Zusansi shouted. The musketeers immediately picked up their muskets and charged forward. The trapped barbarians turned their heads and saw the musketeers rushing towards them in a tight formation. Some barbarians were stabbed in the heart with bayonets without even reacting. Quickly clear the barbarian cavalry in the formation. Zusansi immediately commanded the musketeers to reorganize the formation. Ready to fire. Boom. The musket shot flames, and the slave soldiers charged forward fell in rows. Liu Quinn got on the hot air balloon and looked at the whole situation. At this moment, his heart was tugging. The 2,000 dead men of the barbarian race led to the tragic death of thousands of gunmen. At this time, soldiers in other places were also in a scuffle with the barbarian soldiers. Screams, blood flying, people screaming. The entire battlefield is like a of cultivation, and the battlefield stretches for miles where soldiers from both sides are fighting each other. However, the barbarian cavalry was stronger than the Great Yu country. After all, on the battlefield, the barbarian cavalry rushed and many soldiers died tragically under their horses. Woo! The loud horn sounded again. At this time, Liu Quinn looked at the barbarian formation and his complexion changed drastically. The cavalry rushed all the way in the direction of Jizu. It was obvious that Bashan had invested in the cavalry again. Originally, the two armies were evenly matched, but these cavalrymen had no chance of winning again. Seeing this, Liu Quinn felt a chill behind him. Boom! When he was anxious, the barbarian artillery began to fire at the places where the soldiers of the Great Yu Kingdom were densely packed, and he became more anxious to see this. Boom! A louder artillery sound came out. Liu Quinn looked towards Fenching and was overjoyed. Nu Ben had begun to attack westward. Nu Ben, I will count on you next. Liu Quinn's heart was bleeding, and every soldier would feel pain in his heart when he fell. West Gate of Fenching. When the city gate was opened by the King's Zhu army, Liu Xin concentrated his artillery and fired violently at the front. The barbarian artillery of Ximen saw this scene and immediately prepared to ignite, but the King's Zhu army in the city prepared earlier. They hadn't reacted yet, and 10 shells rushed straight towards them. What? There were screams. The shells hit the artillery, and the barbarian artillery was slammed to the ground. Some soldiers hit by the shells flew out directly and loaded them into a row of people behind. At the moment of artillery suppression, 3,000 cavalrymen, led by Luf, rushed straight to the barbarian artillery position. To be continued. Chapter 358. The cannonball is flying. The smoke filled with gunpowder, and there were bursts of killing. Opening parenthesis closing parenthesis. 3,000 cavalry swept everything like a torrent of steel. At this time, Stone Battle and the musketeers came out of the city together, quickly using the gaps that the cavalry rushed out to establish a car-array defense. At the same time, the musketeers began shooting at the defensive barbarian behind the stone chariot to cover Luf's cavalry. Rushing straight to the barbarian artillery position, facing the barbarians' 50 artillery, Luf immediately shouted, "Crucify me!" The artillery. Under his order, some cavalry immediately dismounted and rushed in front of the artillery, took out the iron nails and stuffed them into the orchestra holes of the barbarian artillery, and used the hilt to smash the iron nails into the fire hole. Because of the sudden attack by the King's Zhu army, the Ximen cavalry had just reacted, and they immediately rushed towards Luf. More than 10,000 cavalry soldiers are fierce. Ha ha ha. Come on, "You savage dogs!" Luffy laughed. All the cavalry who went down at this time mounted their horses, and Luffy immediately led the cavalry to retreat. At this time, the chariot formation was completed. As they retreated backwards, the chariots opened the chains and they hid in the formation. The barbarian cavalry who rushed over only saw a piece of white smoke floating, and then the sky began to spin, gradually turning black, before the battle formed by the stone chariots. The barbarian cavalry instantly lost their advantage, facing the king's army's artillery and muskets. In just a short time, the barbarian cavalry who rushed over suffered heavy casualties. Facing this kind of fortress battlefield with copper walls and iron walls, they finally thought of the artillery, but when they came to the artillery position, they found that all the fire holes of the artillery were useless. "Wow!" A barbarian man jumped angrily. "Damn King's army, go and bring the other artillery over, I must kill them." As soon as his voice fell, I saw that the musketeers who had been hiding in the battlefield rushed out of the car and appeared in front. The chariots rigged their horses, and the entire chariot array kept moving forward, moving the soldiers of the king's army and shooting. Nu Ben in the car ordered the movement of the car array. This is the power of his and Xiaomingming's car formation. The car formation can protect the musketeers, and the musketeers can also protect the car formation when the car formation is moving. Flush, flush. Seeing the king's army attacking all the way to the west, the barbarian generals were anxious. At that time, Beshantaji's silver tent, if the silver tent was broken, it would be a great shame. Like the military flag of Dayu, the silver tent is also a symbol of the Golden Horde. Under the urging of the barbarian cavalry, the slave soldiers continued to charge. But the king's army's rounds of musket shooting were like cutting leeks. These slave soldiers did not have the power of a cavalry and did not have high-quality armor. Several bursts were completely suicidal. Moreover, the weapons of the king's army made them terrified, and soon the slave soldiers were no longer willing to charge. Continued to attack. Nu Ben issued an order, and they were going to attack Huanglong and completely disrupt the arrangement of the barbarians. He saw Liu Oquane's semaphore. At this time, the frontal battlefield was very harsh. If he couldn't bring the barbarians into chaos in time, I'm afraid Jin Yui would be more fortunate. So he didn't dare to stay but ordered the king's army to attack west. Barbarian silver account. Bshan soon got the news that the king's army had rushed out of the west gate. His expression changed drastically, and he concluded that the King's Army Association and Jin Yui should fight out from the north gate, so he was seriously ill at the north gate. At this time, Xiamen was broken within 3 miles from his barbaric account. At this time, the army in King's was like a broken bamboo, as if entering an uninhabited state. "Asshole, you trash!" He was overseeing the battle in the north of the city. At this time, the barbarian camp was empty. If the king's army seized the silver account and destroyed the camp, it would have cut off their food and grass supplies. More importantly, the barbarian silver tent symbolizes his status in the Golden Horde. The Golden Horde attaches great importance to honor. The shame of being seized of the silver tent will give him no chance to ascend to the position of the Heavenly Khan. Thinking of this, he couldn't help being confused, and shouted, "Sugatai, come with me and stop them for me." Sugatai, who was preparing to attack Jin Yui, immediately led 20,000 cavalry to the king's army, while the slave soldiers pushed the artillery and moved towards the west gate. On the hot air balloon, he saw the movement of the king's army and Liu Oquane was full of blood. It is worthwhile for him to fight the barbarians head-on this time. In his eyes, the king's army led by Nu Ben sometimes stopped shooting cavalry, and sometimes the infantry and chariots coordinated to rush forward, and the distance from Bishan's silver account became more and more near. Battle drum! Liu Oquane roared, and the 20,000 barbarian cavalry withdrew, and he finally saw the hope of victory. The flag bearer immediately played the flag. Boom! The sound of war drums resounded across the battlefield. Hearing this voice, Jin Yui's soldiers were confident, which meant that they had gained an advantage now and couldn't help getting brave. At the moment when the barbarian cavalry rushed over, a sword and shieldman suddenly jumped up to the cavalry on the horse, and the two rolled into a ball. but other places are full of soldiers of the Great Yu Kingdom and soldiers of the barbarians fighting. Simon. The more Nu Ben moved forward, the more resistance he felt, and the barbarian cavalry rushed over like crazy, killing him. They had to stop and arrange the car formation to eliminate the surrounding barbarian soldiers in order to move forward. General, the artillery at the north gate has moved here, and there are also 20,000 barbarian cavalry. The semaphore has been in charge of observing the semaphore on the hot air balloon, said at this time. Nodded, he said to Liu Oxin, whether it is the barbarian artillery or our artillery that depends on this battle. I still believe in our highness. With a smile, Liu Oxin immediately ordered the artillery to be moved to the north. Faced with the desperate charge of the barbarian cavalry in front, Nu Ben had to defend on the spot. After a stake of incense, suddenly the barbarian cavalry to the north stepped out of the road. At this time, they saw the barbarian artillery aiming at the car formation. Boom! The barbarian artillery fired at the car formation instantly, and at the same time, Liu Oxin's artillery began to fire back. Boom! A shell hit the tank, and the whole tank was hit by the shell and rolled over. In the cracks of the chariot, the King's artillery was unharmed, but the barbarian artillery was not so lucky, because there was no shelter. The entire barbarian artillery was exposed to Liu Oxin's artillery. Let it go! Liu Oxin roared. Boom! The artillery shells instantly covered the barbarian artillery. The barbarian artillery, who completed a round of firing and prepared to reload, was suddenly plunged into chaos by the shelling. The training time of the gunners of the King's army is far longer than that of the barbarians. The installation of sights allows them to accurately attack each other. The barbarian shells flew around just now. Although the firepower was not weak, it was not targeted. Now the King's army was unable to fight back after such suppression, disrupting the barbarians' artillery loading. The King's army artillery immediately reloaded and continued to suppress and fire the barbarians' artillery. After another round of shooting, seeing that the barbarian artillery was unable to fight back, Liu Oxin commanded the artillery to target the barbarian cavalry, who came to the rescue. Boom! 50 artillery pieces were all together, and the shells penetrated the barbarian cavalry one by one like a string of candied haws on the battlefield. One of the shells flew up with the barbarian cavalry after hitting the last cavalry, and slammed into Bshan, who had just arrived to take command. Bshan Taiji Shigatai was shocked. To be continued. Chapter 339 Retreat Wu. When the horns of different syllables sounded, Liu Oquan seemed to be in a dream. Bei Middle School. Wen Wang. The barbarian soldiers who were in the fierce battle began to disintegrate after hearing this horn. This disintegration began to spread from the vicinity of Fenching to the center of the battlefield. This is the retreat horn of the barbarians. Liu Oquan was surprised in his surprise. The current battlefield situation is clearly superior. How could the barbarians withdraw their troops at this time? But this is the fact. The barbarian cavalry left the slave soldiers on the battlefield at this time and retreated desperately. The soldiers on the battlefield also showed a confused look, and the fierce barbarian soldiers began to run back. Out of caution, Liu Oquan did not immediately order the soldiers to take advantage of the victory, because the barbarians still have the advantage. This retreat is likely to be a trap. But when he saw that the barbarian soldiers were dismantling the silver tent, he finally determined that the barbarian had really withdrawn. He stood up and shouted to the following, "Beat the drums, let the cavalry chase." Boom! The drum of war sounded again, and the Jinwu guards and King Zuqiu Irasias rode horses to chase down the defeated soldiers, and some barbarian slave soldiers dropped their weapons and chose to surrender. At the West City Gate, Nu Ben didn't know exactly what happened. The barbarian retreat horn suddenly came, and the barbarian cavalry in front of them retreated immediately after the first wave of impact. "Captain, what's the matter?" Luffy scratched his head with a puzzled look. He thought that this war would last for several months, but he didn't expect that the barbarians would choose to retreat now, which is really incredible. Break with static and see what tricks the barbarians are playing. Nu Ben and Liu Oquan are both cautious people. After observing for a while, Nu Ben frowned. The barbarian soldiers' evacuation was out of order. It must have happened in the barbarian He said, "Luf, I'm afraid the barbarians have really withdrawn. They will pursue them immediately and expand their results." Luf nodded and led the cavalry from the chariot to kill the cavalry who fled to the barbarian. At this time in Jizu City, Chen Xinran also noticed the abnormal movement of the barbarians. The barbarian cavalry and slave soldiers outside the city were retreating backwards. The former close encirclement disappeared due to the retreat of the barbarian soldiers. An hour later, all the barbarian soldiers outside Jizu City evacuated northward. At this time, the flag of the Great Yu State appeared in his vision. Chen Xinran trembled with excitement. The barbarians have withdrawn. King Qi and the Forbidden Army have won. A thought rose uncontrollably in his mind. After the Qi military flag appeared, and then Jin Yuai's banner appeared again. At this time Chen Xinran again did not suspect him. He immediately went to the Yongwang mansion. Outside the city of Jizu, at this time Liu Ben, Liu Oquan and Zhang Xingqing met together. Now they confirmed that the barbarians really retreated. Because of this, they rushed to Jizu City at this time, and the barbarians in Jizu City also retreated. What happened? Why did the barbarians withdraw, Liu Oquan? Didn't you see it when you stood so high? Liu Ben asked. Liu Oquan shook his head. The battlefield is so chaotic, how can I see everything clearly? But this seems to be your credit. It doesn't matter whether you are credited or not. The most important thing now is to figure out what's going on. Liu Ben frowned. The two were talking. Suddenly Lif came back. Two cavalrymen followed them. One of them immediately helped a slave soldier. The governor, I figured it out. Shan was accidentally wounded by our shells, and he did not live or die because of this barbaric race. Luf said. Our shells. Liu Oxin followed Liu Ben, and he screamed when he heard that. It's your cannonball. Luf seldom did not bury Tai Liu Oxin this time. Now your artillery has a long face. Liu Oquan looked at Liu Oxin with a deep smile in his eyes, but his face remained serious, and said, in this case, the defeat of the barbarian clan makes sense. Shan is Taiji, who was hit by a shell. Either death or injury, there are no dragons, and the barbarians can't fight anymore. Liu Ben nodded, and said to Luf, you accept your highness to come to Jizu City to discuss matters afterwards. This time Shan was injured. It was just when we took advantage of the victory to pursue and say that we could not retake Shanhai Aiguan in one fell swoop. Shanhai Aiguan. Liu Oquan's body trembled. This Xungwan was once the gateway to the north of the country. Once Shanhai Aiguan is retaken, it means that the northern rivers and mountains will no longer have to face the threat of the iron hoof of the barbarians. Liu Ben laughed when he saw Liu Oquan's expression. He and Liu Oquan hadn't seen each other for 5 years, but the friendship between the two was still the same as before. He said, His Royal Highness had a plan for the northern expedition in the fall, but he didn't expect the Jizu rebellion. Shan took the opportunity to go south, and if the results are outstanding, he should expand the results in time. Not surprisingly, His Royal Highness Qi will let the King's army command north to take Shanhai Aiguan. But I don't know if Jin Yuai can take down Shanhai Aiguan with us. Liu Oquan's excited smile was suddenly mingled with a hint of helplessness. He said, I'm afraid this is impossible. Your Majesty has an order. Our task is to lift the siege of Jizu. Now that the barbarians are defeated, we have completed the imperial life. North Korea is. Seeing that Liu Oquan's expression was wrong, Liu Ben asked, I'm afraid it's not a matter of the Emperor's fate. Is it right now that your Majesty has become suspicious and starts to jealous of you? Liu Ben was jealous of Xiao Wenxuan in those days, and then he was exiled to the mines. His mood that day was the same as Liu Oquan today. A companion is like a tiger. Those of us who are courtiers can only be cautious. This time Jin Yuai has lost more than half of it. I am afraid that your Majesty and courtiers will be at ease. Liu Oquan's voice was bitter when he said this. I'm really mad at me. I said it's better to vote for His Royal Highness Qi like me. As long as those who traitor to the country are killed, what can those of us who are loyal to the country have? Good end. Liu Oquan said nervously, this can't be nonsense. You are now representing His Royal Highness Qi. If this is spread to Qing'an, it might be detrimental to His Highness. Liu Ben was startled, with a cold sweat from his back. He looked at the people around him, and he was a little relieved, but he didn't dare to mention this time again. After sighing, Nu Ben said, "Don't mention it, you know this trick better than I do, and you can't say that you can't turn dangers to bargaining. Now let's talk about how to divide the spoils. I don't want these things to be occupied by King Y and King Yong." Cheap. When he mentioned this, Liu Oquindon widened his eyes, and he nodded and said, "Yes, this trophy is when our two families are evenly divided. We must not make these two faint kings cheaper." The two said that. All the King's Zoo generals and the Forbidden Army generals all smiled. The defeat of the barbarians left a large number of unowned boar horses in the Jizu area of Fenching, which is a real wealth. To be continued. Chapter 340 Sway North. P.S. There is one more chapter coming later. 8. 1 Chinese, opening parenthesis closing parenthesis. In Yanzhou City, Xiaoming looked at He who was kneeling before him. At noon today, He tried to forcefully break into the city and was arrested by the guards of Yanzhou City. After the defeat of the Shanxi battalion, some deserters 6 from the Shanxi battalion continued to Yanzhou City, but not many soldiers returned. Compared with the 30,000 Shanxi battalion, only more than 3,000 returned. Most of the soldiers of the Shanxi battalion lost their way after the collapse, and no one knew where they went. "King Qi, what do you want to do? I belong to King Y, what do you dare to do to me?" At this time, He was held by 2 soldiers, and he kept twisting his body to try to break free. Xiaoming looked at He white and fat, with thin skin and tender meat. He is obviously not a person who has suffered. It seems that the colorful world in the south is indeed nourishing. "Let me go, you are not afraid of King Y." A silver light flashed, and He words suddenly stopped. The sharp accessory came out of the sheath, and a trace of redness remained on the blade. He looked at Xiaoming incredulously while clutching his neck. He couldn't believe that Xiaoming dared to kill him. "Throw it into the wilderness to feed the dog." Xiaoming's cold voice came. Not to mention the small mountain camp generals, even if Wang Wei is in front of him, he dared to draw his sword. This time the grain and grass were hijacked. He was angry and a little self-blame in his heart, regretting that Shanxi should not let Shanxi operate to send grain and grass, but the war was urgent at the time, and he had no other way. Now he naturally hates Shanxi. At this time, He dared to come back. "Is it true that the sword in his hand is not sharp enough?" 2 soldiers dragged He's body and walked out. At this time, a scout suddenly reined in front of him, dismounted and knelt on one knee and said, "Your Highness, the barbarians have retreated. We have lifted the siege of Jizu. The barbarians have retired." Xiaoming was overjoyed when he heard the words, and he continued to ask, "Speak carefully." The scout was obviously excited too, so he told Xiaoming about the situation of the battle in detail. Knowing the cause and effect, Xiaoming's mouth almost couldn't close together. It turned out to be hit by a cannonball. God bless me, ha ha ha. After that, he suddenly laughed. Then he said to Zhao Long and Zhao Hu, "Clean up, and we will immediately go to Jizu City." This time Bishan is reluctant to live or die, and the Blood Wolf tribe must be in a mess, so we should take the opportunity to seize Shanhai Aiguan. Zhao Long and Zhao Hu nodded and immediately went to pack things. Early the next morning, Xiaoming went to Jizu under the Yanzhou army. On the way, he finally saw the terrible drought in Jizu. The land was dry and cracked, everything that could be eaten was eaten, and the lost victims were everywhere on the road. The corpses of some victims were decomposed and smelly, and crows hovered in the sky. It was a sight of the end. Looking at these victims, Xiaoming thought of the Azure Dragon King. Now that the barbarians are defeated, the next step is to clean up the Azure Dragon King. He wants to make this account clear to the Azure Dragon King. At noon the next day, the group hurried to Jizu. When passing Fenching, Xiaoming saw the soldiers burying the corpses. The densely packed corpses made his scalp numb. This is the cruel war in ancient times. Your Highness. In the camp where the King's army was stationed, Xiaoming saw Nu Ben, Zhang Xingcheng and Luf and other generals. Because the scout had informed him of his arrival in advance, they had been outside to meet him before Xiaoming arrived. Everyone, You have worked hard in this battle." Xiaoming smiled. This time he was firmly in the rear, and the generals who all depended on him were desperately killing the enemy here, so he was very pleased with these generals. Nu Ben said, "His Royal Highness, this is our duty. Your Highness is welcome." While talking, a group of people entered the camp. At this time, Nu Ben told Xiaoming in detail about the battle, and finally said, "His Royal Highness, this time Shan didn't know his life or death. Kulongwu is the time to take advantage of the victory and pursue. The king is thinking about this along the way. I have sent someone to inform the soldiers from Kangzhou to enter Shanhai Aiguan. It should not be too late. You can join forces to attack Shanhai Aiguan tomorrow." After a pause, Xiaoming said, "The Kangzhou army brought 100 artillery this time. You have 50 artillery pieces. 150 artillery pieces are enough for us to win Shanhai Aiguan. If this battle is over, the barbarians we are locked in the bitter cold of the north." Nu Ben and others looked excited when they heard this. Outside the city of Kangzhou is the barbarians, which makes them always worried. Always worrying that the barbarians will fight over. Not to mention that Shanhai Aiguan is more majestic than Kangzhou city. This distance is also very far, so they have enough time to prepare. "Yes, Your Majesty. The general will rectify the army now and prepare for tomorrow." Nu Ben said, "Yes, Your Highness. This time we have also captured 250 barbarian cannons. Would you like to take a look?" "Really? How about this barbarian artillery?" Nu Ben took Xiaoming out of the camp to a clearing at this time, and 250 artillery pieces were neatly placed on the clearing. These artillery pieces are all made of bronze. The artillery is not as good as the Kingzhou army's artillery in terms of caliber and length. It is a light artillery. His Royal Highness, this is gunpowder used by the barbarians. Liu Oxin came over with a handful of gunpowder. "This is the most primitive black gunpowder." Seeing this, Xiaoming nodded. It seems that the artillery level of the Ottoman Empire is average, and there are no sights and sights on the artillery. This artillery is at most the level of the mid-17th century. His Royal Highness, we have tested it, and the artillery of this barbaric clan is similar to our export-type artillery, and it is too far behind us to shoot them. Liu Oxin was very energetic, and their artillery battalion made a great contribution this time. Novel.com. Xiaoming laughed, and he was relieved. Then he said to Liu Oxin, "Your artillery did a good job this time and made great contributions. It seems that the king will give you a good commendation after returning." Hearing this, Liu Oxin opened his eyes with joy, but he replied, "By the way, King Yong came to the barracks several times to ask us for artillery, saying that this is a trophy and deserves his share. What should I do?" During the Battle of Jizhu, Xiaoming was a bit annoyed by King Wei and King Yong. He said, "This matter has my own king," and he said that this time, the labor and the mobilization of the people, the cost is huge. It is all because of him. Not to remove his skin. This king will not leave Jizhu so easily. As soon as his words fell, all the generals smiled. This is indeed the true color of King Qi. The group was talking, and suddenly there was a loud noise outside. A rough voice came, "Isn't that kid Qi Wang coming? Let him come out to see me." To be continued. Chapter 341. Population trading. Outside the Kingzhou camp, King Yong is wearing armor and sword on his waist, acting like a battlefield warrior. Bei Middle School. Wenwang. Chen Xinren was rather helpless standing behind King Yong. The barbarians retreated. King Yong was naturally overjoyed, but immediately he thought of how to get the most benefit in this big victory. One of the benefits is naturally military merit, and the second is the spoils on the battlefield. This time the barbarians dropped a large number of war horses and at the same time 200 artillery pieces. It's just that Jin Yue and King Zhu army didn't seem to be willing to share these trophies with King Yong, and he naturally knew why. When King Yong was clamoring, Xiaoming walked out of the camp at this moment. At this time, Xiaoming looked majestic, without a smile on his face. When King Yong saw this, a chill suddenly rose behind his back, and he immediately put away his domineering appearance. It's just that he is used to being overbearing and domineering in the fief, and he is also Xiaoming's elder. With this status, he still said to Xiaoming, King Qi, what does it mean that your king's army dominates artillery? Do you want to eat alone? Don't forget this, but this king's fief. Xiaoming glanced at King Yong lightly. The two have not seen each other for 5 or 6 years, and the relationship between them was not good before. He said, 4 emperors, please respect yourself. Isn't the 4th emperor of Jizu unclear why? How did the uncles of the 4 emperors face the battle after the war? Do you need to tell the nephew to the uncles of the 4 emperors? Or the uncle of the 4 emperors want your nephew to tell the emperor? When King Yong heard this, his expression suddenly changed, and he angrily said, Xiaoming, what do you mean by this? Don't think that the king didn't know that you were taking the refugees in the king's fief. If this matter is stabbed, you can't please. Ha ha ha. Xiaoming laughed after hearing this. This time, due to military merits, this disaster victim's affairs are at best scolded by his father. What I am afraid of, it is the emperor who resells disaster relief food and grass, which leads to ineffective disaster relief. When the soldiers arrived, the emperor couldn't defend it. I don't know if the two things combined are enough to cut off the emperor's word. Wangju. In Dayu, the title of honor of the king of one character is higher, such as King Yong and King of Wei, and the status of king of 2 characters is relatively lower, such as King Huainan. The king made a big mistake, and the court can lower the title of the king to show punishment. From then on, the king of 2 characters needs to pay courtesy when he sees the king of 1 character. King Yong had a guilty conscience, and Xiaoming was so tough that he was scared. It's hard to say that Liu Oquane was hindered by King Yong's status. Now that Xiaoming doesn't eat hard or soft, he naturally has no tricks. As his eyes rolled, King Yong suddenly squeezed out a smile. My nephew, you and I are both royals. Don't you let outsiders make jokes when you tear each other apart? That's all. I don't want this artillery, but this war horse give me some. Nor, this time my nephew worked hard and consumed a lot of food and grass, and it was to save the emperor. I heard that the emperor has never done business at a loss, and my nephew will not do it either. Xiaoming said every word. What happened in Jizu this time was so sudden that he could only forcefully support it. However, in order to lift the siege of Jizu, the soldiers were killed or injured, but the grain, artillery shells, gunpowder and other materials consumed a lot of silver. Although more than 200,000 refugees had moved to the fief, but this was still not enough to satisfy him. King Yong had a hot temper. Xiaoming couldn't do this or that, he said impatiently, neither is this nor that. Sage nephew, don't make the emperor be rude. Don't forget, this is mine. Manner. So what? Uncle Huang still has to fight with me? Xiaoming sneered. After expelling the barbarians on the grassland and accepting Shanhai Aiguan, he didn't need King Yong to guard the western gateway for himself. Moreover, once he occupied Shanhai Aiguan, the passage for the barbarians to enter and exit the central plains was in his hands. These vassals should pay protection fees to themselves, so Xiaoming was kind to King Yong. He was to vent his anger, and to let these people understand that Xiaoming was not something anyone could handle, but also to show later. Without prestige to King Yong, how could he take advantage of King Yong's fief? What else did King Yong want to say? At this time, Chen Xinren suddenly stopped King Yong. He said, His Royal Highness has misunderstood. The King's army is extremely powerful. How can we be opponents? Then Chen Xinren pulled King Yong to the side and said softly, His Royal Highness, this is not the time to offend King Qi, not to mention the artillery. Now the King's army has added muskets and hot air balloons, but now we are begging him. After all, in this battle, the Jizu army was seriously damaged. Without firing the cannon, King Liang on the edge will be riding on top of our heads. King Yong's eyes rolled, he nodded slowly, and said, But what can you do? You also saw King Qi's face, it's so rude. Chen Xinren said at this time, His Royal Highness, King Qi has actually made it very clear. What he wants is compensation for this troop dispatch. As long as this is satisfied, I believe King Qi will still be flexible. King Yong nodded when he heard the words, and said to Xiaoming, My nephew, thank you for coming to Jizu for rescue this time. The emperor understands that my nephew's fief is a waste of land and is very tired. I am willing to exchange this artillery. I don't know. Does the nephew need food or? Having said this, Xiaoming showed a slight smile. He saw Chen Xinren, and it seemed that there were still sensible people around King Yong. So he said, these barbarian artillery is not very useful for the king, but they can be given to the emperor. But the emperor also knows that the nephew's fief is sparsely populated and lacks manpower. The nephew's requirements are not high, only the emperor. Allow the nephew to gather the victims in Jizu, and hand over the victims of the King Long King and King Long King's command to the nephew. Speaking of the King Long King, King Yong showed a fierce look, and he said, this gangster is punishable by everyone, and the barbarians have retreated. I'm about to clean up him and the rebellion who followed the rebellion. Since my nephew needs manpower at that time, the king will demote them to slaves and give them to his nephew. This is not necessary. The emperor only needs to cooperate with the king's army to capture the King Long King, and these victims will have their own disposal. Xiaoming said, there are still many victims under the King Long King. These people are innocent. If King Yong is allowed to deal with it, it is estimated that there will be many casualties. Therefore, he just needs to use the power of King Yong to defeat the King Long King and gather the victims. Easy to say, easy to say. King Yong laughed. To him, these chaotic people were a threat, and he wanted to kill them immediately. And even if these chaotic people surrendered, he would not have food for them to eat. Therefore, he did not contradict Xiaoming's request. Xiaoming nodded when he heard the words. With King Yong's knowledge, he still couldn't see the importance of population. He was right on this point. If he could add 4 to 5 million people to the fief this time, he would not have fought in vain. To be continued. Chapter 362. Quell the rebellion. In the early morning, a ray of sunlight pierced through the mist and shone on the soldiers of the king's army marching north. Bei Chinese, net? Opening parenthesis closing parenthesis opening parenthesis closing parenthesis opening parenthesis closing parenthesis. Yesterday, King He Yong decided to encircle and suppress the King Long King. On the second day, Nu Ben sent his troops northward to capture Xungu and Shanhai Aiguan as planned. This time Bshan didn't know his life or death. Naturally, it was the best time to attack Shanhai Aiguan. He had to take advantage of the fact that the Golden Horde had not reacted to the battle. Therefore, under the order of Xiaoming, the king's army, which had just been resting for 2 days, embarked on the road of conquest again. And he was going to stay with Liu Oquan in Jizu and King Yong to defeat the King Long King and recover the city south of Jizu. This time His Majesty Jizu Great Victory has made great contributions. His Majesty must be Long Yundayu, and His Royal Highness is about to get married. This is really a double happiness. The King's army headed north early in the morning, and then the Jizu army and Jin Yui marched southward without stopping. Although the siege of Jizu was lifted, the rebellious army in Jizu was still there. Liu Oquan's emperor's hit included the rebellious army that helped King Yong encircle and suppress the King Long King. So after rectifying the remaining soldiers and horses, Jin Yui and the 60,000 Jizu army were preparing to quell the rebellion together, while Xiaoming followed with Qiu Rassiers and 2,000 musketeers led by Qi Guanyi. After the Wuwang Shanxing incident, Xiaoming had gained a lot of wisdom at first sight, and now he didn't believe anyone. Only when King Yong handed over what he wanted, he was at ease, and after Nu Ben takes down Shanhai Aiguan, he will go to King Yi with the charge of Shanxing. This is a very heavy bargaining chip. If he can't get enough compensation, he says he must not hold this charge. The court said, after all, once you control Shanhai Aiguan, it means that the security of the north will not be a problem for the time being. At this time, because the barbarians still maintain the apparent unity of the vassal prince, it is very likely to enter a state of persecution. With this crime, his southern neighbor must be honest a little. As for King Yong, he has suffered heavy losses due to such a tossing by the barbarians, and it is not enough to be afraid of. As a result, his surrounding environment is stable. Thinking all the way, Liu Oquan's words broke Xiaoming's contemplation. He said, The general has passed the award. This time around at Jizu, Jinyuai is the meritorious service. Our King Zhu army is just cooperating with the general. His Royal Highness, don't harm the old minister. Jinyuai cannot be meritorious in the Battle of Jizu this time. You can only have it. The old minister Fabi's prince is the poison. Give credit to the veteran. Xiaoming's eyes rolled, and Zhang Xingcheng and him mentioned Jinyuai a little bit. Now he is no longer a political idiot before, and he naturally understands what Liu Oquan means. He sighed. In this case, the king has relied on the general, but it doesn't seem appropriate for the king to recite the credit alone. This king also understands the Lord's principles. His Royal Highness has nowhere to go when he guards Kangzhou City. At this time, the credit should only be the more the better. Liu Oquan's words contained implication. Zhang Xingcheng followed Xiaoming. After listening to Liu Oquan's words, he said, General Liu is really a sensible person, but Our Highness still can't see through. Xiaoming frowned. It wasn't that he couldn't see through it, but that he didn't want to mention this. He never knew the thoughts of these subordinates. Because of this, he cannot show that there is no impenetrable strong in the world. No matter what goal he wants to achieve, it is enough to continue to be strong, and the rest just needs to wait for changes. Seeing that Xiaoming's expression became displeased, Liu Oquan suddenly laughed twice and stopped mentioning the matter. Instead, he said, His Royal Highness, after this artillery, this gun is probably going to become a sharp weapon for many vassals to buy. Speaking of this, Xiaoming smiled. It depends on what the emperor said. After the war, Xiaoming knew that his status would be further promoted in Dau. In Xiao Wenxuan's eyes, he is probably also a very important person, and his status will be at least equal to that of the current King Y. Wang Y is now the Prince of 3 jewels, but he is only the Prince of 1 jewel, so there is still a difference in his status. Over the years, relying on the respect of his status, Wang Y has made small moves secretly. This time he should naturally take the opportunity to reap some benefits. After all, this time he is more aware that there are not many people who can rely on. The army was slowly advancing on the official road. In the next half-month, under the conquest of the army, the city in southern Jizu was successively suppressed. Under the suppression of the Trilateral Army, as many as 300,000 people surrendered. With successive victories, the rebellious army led by the King Long King continued to disperse. After the city occupied by the last rebel army was conquered, all the lost cities in Jizu were recovered. It just made everyone strange that they didn't find the Azure Dragon King at all. It seemed that the Azure Dragon King ran away when the army was dispatched. His Royal Highness, we asked the victims. They said they had never seen the Azure Dragon King since the barbarians retreated. Zhang Xingcheng said to Xiaoming through the artillery on the battlefield. It's gone. Xiaoming looked at the yellow-faced people. All of them had panic in their eyes, for fear of being killed. Maybe I ran away early. Liu Oquan said, His Royal Highness does not have to be surprised. The Azure Dragon King's heart is not correct, so naturally he will not live and die with the people. We checked, and the silver jewels in every city have been taken away. It seems that it is indeed gone. Xiaoming snorted coldly. But he underestimated the shamelessness of this Azure Dragon King. He said, publishing the portrait of the Azure Dragon King, this king wants to see where he can go. Yes. Zhang Xingcheng nodded. While the group was talking, King Yong came over with a big belly. Xianafu, General Liu, thanks to the great help of 2 people this time. Otherwise these gangsters don't know when they will be restored. Liu Oquan said, His Royal Highness is polite. The Jizu army is very brave in the encirclement and suppression of the people. The credit is due to His Highness. King Yong burst into laughter when he heard this, but he was not welcome. Reading www.yuukanzu.com said, In this case, I hope the general can say a few words to the king in the court. Natural. Liu Oquan was contemptuous in his heart, but he was kind. Xiaoming looked at the victims in the city and said at this time, in front of the father, I will also say something for the 4 emperors and uncles, but this victim. King Yong understood that this time Xiaoming handed over the artillery to the Jizu army, but he had seen how powerful their artillery was. As long as the artillery is ready, The rebellion in this city will soon surrender. Thinking of Xiaoming's King Zhu army and the guns, he was still jealous. He didn't dare to break his promise at this time, so he said, "These bandits should be relegated to slaves." Since the wise nephew lacks manpower, the 300,000 rioters' army will be handled by the wise nephew. Xiaoming nodded, and now he finally felt relieved, and with the disaster victims recruited during this period, he had almost 500,000 victims at once. A gesture to Zhang Xingcheng. Zhang Xingcheng immediately asked Qi Guanyi to these people to Yunzu. To be continued. Chapter 363 Military Center in the vast grassland. The King Zhu army and Kang Zhu army led by Nu Ben officially merged on the grassland. After that, Nu Ben commanded Shanhai Iguan. Bei Chinese ==. It has been more than half a month since Jizu came out. During this period, news of the restoration of the Jizu rebellion also spread. "General, look." While marching, Luff suddenly pointed to the mountains that appeared in the distance, and between the mountains, a mail gate stood between the sky and the earth. "This is Shanhai Iguan, the gateway to the north of Dayu." Shanhai Iguan. Nu Ben's eyes flashed a ray of light. For many years, this Shanhai Iguan Pass, known as the world's #1 pass, has been held by the barbarian as the only place where the barbarian goes south. If Shanhai Iguan is captured and heavy troops are stationed in the military town in Shanhai Iguan, they will threaten the barbarians' hinterland from then on, and the attack and defense will be easy. All the generals looked at Shanhai Iguan not far away, with excited expressions. "The whole army is advancing." "Take down Shanhai Iguan!" Nu Ben yelled, and the soldiers of King Zhu army quickened their pace. Since entering the grassland, they have never seen the soldiers of the barbarians, but only some abandoned barbarians. Needless to say, the barbarians naturally retreated with the army. If Shan dies, the entire Blood Wolf tribe will face extremely severe punishment. It is not impossible to slaughter a tribe for burial with the bloodthirsty and barbaric savagery. Because of this, the Blood Wolf tribe was so panicked, and it was also a consideration that they would take advantage of the victory to pursue it, and take advantage of the barbarian tribe's time to increase their troops and win in one fell swoop. It was noon, and an hour later, the King Zhu army and Kang Zhu army arrived under Shanhai Iguan. The former military town is now in the hands of the barbarians. Looking at the barbarian soldiers on the wall of Shanhai Iguan, Nu Ben ordered an encampment on the spot. Liu Xin commanded the artillery to push 150 artillery to the front. The side of Shanhai Iguan that used to face the barbarians was a high city wall, and in front of the country was the military town behind the city wall. Now the military town and the city wall are in the hands of the barbarians. If you want to take down Shanhai Iguan, it's easy, just take the military town. Liang Yubin, He Cheng. Because of Jizu's outstanding performance on the battlefield, the attack on Shanhai Iguan Nu Ben brought the two over, and hot air balloons were also coming. Here, Liang Yubin and He Cheng ran over. At this time, the situation in the military town cannot be seen from the outside, and Nu Ben is to let the two ride a hot air balloon to observe the situation inside. Upon receiving the order, the two immediately began to ignite the fire with the help of the soldiers of the King Zhu army. "Hey, Governor, how about letting us go up too?" Luff said, licking his face. Liu Xin and the other school lieutenants also looked greedy. The way Liu Oquan boarded the hot air balloon on the Jizu battlefield made them envious. Now it has become an honor to board the hot air balloon. Nu Ben straightened his face. "This is a battlefield, not a children's house, so I want to board a hot air balloon. After I go back, I will ask your Royal Highness to let you sit down. Now you cheer me up." After all, Nu Ben was secretly happy, and ran a few steps to the hanging basket. All the generals suddenly showed contempt. Nu Ben boarded the hot air balloon. At this time, the soldiers pulled the rope of the hot air balloon and slowly released it. The hot air balloon continued to rise into the sky, and the situation in Shanhai Iguan military town was immediately clear. Holding the telescope, Nu Ben observed it carefully. At this time, the Shanhai Iguan army town was in chaos. and there were slave soldiers and barbarians gathering on the wall. These brutal soldiers pointed at his hot air balloon and kept saying something. The scene was very chaotic. Ben sneered in his heart. But the hot air balloon scared the barbarian defenders very much. However, after observing his brow furrowed, there were about 130,000 defenders in this small military town, most of which were slave soldiers and some were barbarians. After understanding the basic situation, Ben let the hot air balloon descend and landed by himself. "Captain, how is the situation?" Luffy asked. "There are about 130,000 defenders in the city. It seems that Chagatai thought that we might attack the city, so he left most of his troops." Ben said. 130,000? Luffy suddenly made trouble. In the past, it was the barbarians who attacked the city. Now it's their turn to attack the city. Everyone knows that this is not an easy task. Ben nodded. "It's too late to attack the city tonight. The old rule is to arrange the chariot on the periphery to prevent the barbarian cavalry from sneaking. You can bury the pot to make food, and attack the city tomorrow morning." The generals nodded. Then, Ben discussed the method of attacking the city with everyone. It was basically impossible for 40,000 people to attack the city where 100,000 people were stationed. "General, it is better to give a tooth for a tooth. The barbarians in the Battle of Kangsu last year tried to blow up our city wall. How about we put up a few barrels of gunpowder to blow up the wall of the barbarian directly?" "Fear." Ben nodded. "This is a way." Liu Oxin also said at this time the Kangsu army brought a new type of shell, called a lime shell. His Royal Highness said that this shell is also good for the soldiers defending the city. It is better to use it tomorrow. Why is it so troublesome? Directly bombarded with 150 artillery pieces, and these puppies directly sent them to Changhanshan. Lu fraud. Others seemed to say nothing. Ben shook his head and said, "The soldiers who stayed on guard, go to eat and rest, and attack the city tomorrow." Luffy scratched his head, begging to be bored, and went out with the others. On the second day, the soldiers had breakfast, and the assembled bugles soon sounded in the camp. At this time, the hot air balloon took her off again, and Ben stood on the hot air balloon to see the whole situation. This time, the King's army was on the offensive side, and more than 40,000 soldiers posed under the city. The barbarians were crushed on the city, and many barbarians were holding bows and arrows. In fact, what Luffy said last night was right. After thinking about it all night, Ben decided to bombard with artillery. This was the advantage of the King's army. 150 artillery pieces were laid out behind the city gate, from one end to the other, one every 2 meters, stretching more than 300 meters. Almost the entire Shanghai Aiguan city wall was covered by artillery. Boxes of shells were placed under the artillery, and the gunpowder packs were also sufficient. The Kangsu army even brought the catapult and gunpowder cans. This time 200 meters away, it can completely bomb the city wall. The barbarian defenders were not so lucky. Jizu Station lost all its artillery. Because I am confident that I will not fail this time, there is no remote tool in Shanghai Aiguan to fight back. Looking at the dense guards on the wall, Ben gave orders on the wall. Use artillery to hit me fiercely. At his order, Liu Oxin smiled cruelly, and he shouted at this moment, "Fire!" Boom boom boom. In an instant, 150 artillery shot out thick smoke and flames, and the shells slammed into the battlements. Suddenly, the gravel on the battlements overturned. The city gate in front of Shanghai Aiguan became a hornet's nest under the bombardment of artillery. To be continued. Chapter 364. The Power of Lime Bombs. Boom. The artillery continued to fire, and the barbarian defenders at the head of the city could only be passively beaten under the suppression of the artillery. 1 Chinese network equals. In just a short time, the city wall was devastated by the artillery shells of the King's army. Many barbarian soldiers were hit directly by the shells, horrifying death, and this exacerbated the fear of the barbarian defenders. It's just that this is just an appetizer. At this time, the catapult began to project the burning powder cans toward the barbarians on the wall. Suddenly, the city was covered by a violent explosion, and the barbarian soldiers suffered heavy losses amid the screams. On the city wall, Guduo fell into despair looking at everything in front of him. At that time, after Bshan was accidentally injured by the King's army's artillery, Chagatai immediately ordered the tribe to retreat. With heavy losses, they knew that they were unable to fight the King's army anymore, so their tribe directly withdrew from Shanhai Aiguan, because once the King's army attacked Shanhai Aiguan, they would be locked in by the King's army, and the only fate they faced was death. Therefore, under consideration, Chagatai did not hesitate to order the tribe to withdraw from Yaozu and other places. In order to prevent the King's army from attacking Shanhai Aiguan, he was left to defend the city, but the worst situation still occurred. Chagatai sent Bishan away, and the King's army arrived under the city. Without artillery, there is no gunpowder canister of the King's army. They have no way to resist the indiscriminate bombing of the King's army, and they have suffered heavy losses in a short time. The most important thing is that the life and death of Bshan is uncertain, and the entire tribe is panicked and morale is low because they don't know what they will face next. Boom! The shelling continued, and the throwing of gunpowder cans also continued. This time, the King's army used gunpowder to bury the soldiers of the barbarians. Nu Ben observed the situation on the wall. A wave of soldiers died, and another wave of soldiers added. There were too many barbarian soldiers. He thought for a moment, and gestured to the following. At this time, the soldiers of the King's army carried 10 gunpowder kegs from the camp. The city wall of Shanhai Aiguan military town is not very thick, far inferior to the original Kangzhou city wall. The quickest solution to the defenders in the city is to blow up the walls and expose the soldiers in the city to their firepower. Where is the lime bomb? Liu Oxin also shouted at this time. Barbarian archers and infantry can still threaten the Kingzhou soldiers under the wall. It is not easy to bury these 10 powder kegs under the wall. So Liu Oxin thought of the lime bomb of the Kangzhou army. Soldiers of the Kangzhou army immediately came over with a box of shells. Liu Oxin was stunned when he saw these lime shells. He said, "Isn't this a gunpowder can?" The soldier nodded. The people in the military workshop said, "This lime bomb was thrown by a trebuchet." Liu Oxin was speechless for a while. He thought the lime bombs were similar to solid bombs. He didn't expect it to be gunpowder cans. After 6 passes and Chenchi studied, they found that only powder cans can maximize the effect of lime bombs. In the end, they chose to make the first batch of lime bombs into powder cans. In fact, in general, the power of lime bombs is needed. It has to be a flour bomb. At this time, the gunpowder is down and the quicklime is on the top. Once the gunpowder canister explodes, the quicklime will be scattered in the air like fireworks. Carrying the lime bomb to the catapult, the soldier handed the gunpowder can to the soldier who operated the catapult. Putting the lime bomb in the handle of the trebuchet spoon, a soldier estimated and cut a length of the match rope, and then he lit the match rope on the powder can. In an instant, the catapult threw the gunpowder can to the top of the city. Boom! The gunpowder can suddenly exploded the moment it reached the city. The white smoke covered the city's head and spread out to a range of 20 to 30 meters. After long-term use, soldiers can basically judge the explosion time of the gunpowder can by the length of the match rope. Because of this, the soldiers of the catapult trimmed it a bit and let the gunpowder can explode on the wall. So amazing! Liu Oxin was taken aback. Thick smoke enveloped the city and couldn't see the barbarian soldiers inside. Then one by one lime bomb exploded at the city head, and the entire city wall was covered with quicklime powder. Ah! My eyes! It's so painful. I can't see anything. Water, water. After the lime bomb exploded, the wall was immediately plunged into chaos, and quicklime entered the eyes of the barbarian soldiers and began to burn the eyes of the barbarian soldiers. They kept rubbing their eyes, but the more they rubbed them, the more pain they got. Some barbarian soldiers even took out a water bag to wash their eyes, but when the water entered their eyes, they immediately screamed. The quicklime immediately burned their eyes when it encountered water. A large amount of quicklime powder drifted from the city to the city, causing great chaos. Nu Ben kept staring at the city wall. The lime powder gradually diluted. He could not help but startled as he saw the chaotic scene of the city head, and cold sweat broke out from behind. This lime bomb is too scary. However, The lime bomb made it impossible for the soldiers of the barbarians to open their eyes. This was exactly the plan of the attack, he immediately said. The gunpowder barrel blasted the city wall. Upon receiving the order, the soldiers of the king's army immediately rushed towards the city wall carrying the powder keg. What surprised them was that the barbarian soldiers on the wall were unable to attack at all, because they couldn't open their eyes at all. The soldiers carrying the gunpowder barrels were happy. They used chisels to dig holes under the city wall. The sound of artillery covered the sound of their chiseling. On the city wall, Guduo was covering his eyes in pain. At this moment, his eyes were blurred and nothing could be seen, and his heart was already cold at this moment. Several battles have made him understand that this is a completely different army from the Dayu team, and the weapons in their hands are also terrifying. A thought lingered in his mind: Shanhei Aiguan can't keep it. He fumbled for the city wall and went down the tower. The soldiers above couldn't see the way and fumbled down. The soldiers who didn't touch down wanted to rush up and were blocked by soldiers who wanted to go down and the slave soldiers in the city. Seeing this tragic situation, he was unwilling to climb the city. In their opinion, the Blood Wolf tribe is over. They were originally the people of the Great Yu Kingdom, so why bother to sacrifice their lives for the barbarians at this time? We are defeated. We are defeated. Guduo's vision gradually darkened. As he fumbled down the city wall and left the city wall, an explosion sounded that almost deafened his ears. In the skyrocketing gunpowder and flying gravel, the wall of Shanhei Aiguan's important town collapsed instantly. Immediately afterwards, the voice of King Zhu's army charge rang through the sky, and the roar of King Zhu's army soldiers covered everything. On the hot air balloon, Nu bent his eyes. The humiliation of a country and the humiliation of a nation will be washed away here today, and this glory will belong to King Zhu, belong to King Qi. To be continued. Chapter 365 Pass Kill. In the ruined walls, the King Zhu army rushed to the important town of Shanhei Aiguan as the tide. 8-1 Chinese network. Lu rushed to the front with a sharp sword in his hand. Because of the explosion, the soldiers on the wall were killed and injured, and the soldiers behind the wall were also affected, and they couldn't react at all. And more barbarian soldiers were frightened, and the slave soldiers dropped their weapons and knelt on the ground. After crossing the city wall, Lu saw the barbarian soldiers behind the city wall. He said to the King Zhu soldiers who rushed up, "Shoot!" Thousands of soldiers who had crossed the city wall stood still, raising their flintlocks to shoot at the barbarian soldiers who rushed forward. Amid the screams, the barbarian soldiers fell one after another, but many barbarians still rushed forward. The soldiers of the King Zhu army stood on the broken city wall, and the soldiers who rushed up automatically formed 3 platoons with the soldiers in the front row, and began to use 3 shots to shoot and kill the rushing barbarian soldiers. As more and more soldiers of the King Zhu army rushed up, the firepower on the broken city wall became more and more fierce, and there were fewer barbarians inside the city wall, while the barbarians on other walls rushed down from the city wall to help the front. Brutal soldiers of the city walls. Lu calmly looked at a fallen barbarian. Under the cover of the musketeers, he led the soldiers to the city gate and slowly opened the gate. Go! As soon as the city gate opened, the cavalry outside the city immediately attacked the gate, and the chariot also entered the city under the lead of horses. Some soldiers immediately followed the chariot, and under the cover of the chariot, attacked the barbarian cavalry who also charged in the city. Immediately afterwards, Liu Oxin commanded the artillery to pull the artillery into the city, violently tilting the firepower at the barbarian cavalry, and the barbarian cavalry suffered heavy casualties for a while. Lu, there is no way for this barbarian to attack. It seems that no one is in charge at all. At this time Lu had already defeated the confluence of the barbarians and Liu Oxin's artillery. You're right, the leaders of the savage soldiers were killed. Lu laughed. Liu Oxin laughed when he heard this. They didn't know that Guduo's eyes had been blinded by quicklime, and they couldn't command at all. Therefore, the current barbarians are fighting against them entirely by their barbaric nature. Nu Ben on the hot air balloon also saw the barbarians' current unruly offensive, and he asked Liang Yubin to let the hot air balloon land and reach the city. At this time, The vicinity of the city wall has been occupied by the king's army, and the two sides are fighting an important battle in the middle of the military town. Seeing the form of the battlefield, he immediately ordered the scattered musketeers to form 3 rows. Upon receiving the order, the musketeers immediately began to regroup, and they lined up in a neat line. At this time, the drummers began to beat the drums in a regular manner. "Go ahead," Nu Ben ordered, and the 3-row horizontal team began to move forward in an orderly manner. Because the Shanhai Aiguan military town is not large, the horizontal line is almost from the other wall to the opposite wall. Amid the sound of drums, the musketeers walked forward in neat steps. Soldiers would bypass when they encountered buildings, and they would stop shooting when they encountered brutal soldiers. Facing the tight musket formation, the scattered and disorderly brutal soldiers continued to fall down amidst the sound of gunfire. At the same time, the catapult continued to throw lime bombs at the barbarian soldiers. Large swaths of the barbarians were burned in the quicklime and lost their ability to fight. The artillery was also replaced with grape bombs, and every shot was full of flesh and blood. With the cooperation of lime bombs and grape bombs, the musketeers walked towards the city wall of Shanhai Aiguan from south to north, step by step in an almost horizontal push. Facing the fierce firepower of the king's army, more and more slave soldiers surrendered on the spot. The only 60,000 barbarians in the city could not fight in the city with almost the same number of king's army. The attack started in the morning and the two sides fought fiercely until the night. In the evening, the few remaining barbarians finally withdrew from Shanhai Aiguan unwillingly. 1. A soldier looked at the brute who had escaped from Shanhai Aiguan gate and finally cheered excitedly. Immediately after, the soldiers danced the weapons in their hands and shouted. Many soldiers even cried with joy, and the war was finally over. Ha ha ha. The governor, Shanhai Aiguan is back, Shanhai Aiguan is back. Luffy laughed, but tears were already flickering in his eyes. After more than 10 years, this once the world's #1 male part was finally taken back from the barbarians. Nu Ben smiled. Like Luffy, they were distressed when facing Shanhai Aiguan's fall, because this was not only a victorious pass, but also a symbol of the dignity of a country. Cheers, Nu Ben said, choked up. The generals suddenly shouted like the soldiers. From Kingzhou to Jizu, from Jizu to Shanhai Aiguan, 3 months of fierce battle finally brought fruitful results. Shanhai Aiguan is back, Yaozi is back. Looking at the cheering soldiers, Nu Ben hasn't lost his composure. Then he asked the generals to lead the soldiers to search the entire military town closely. At the same time, he closed the gate of Shanhai Aiguan and sent soldiers to garrison the city wall. Liu Oxin also caught some slave soldiers and asked them to transport artillery to the wall to strengthen the defense of Shanhai Aiguan. This Shanhai Aiguan pass is easy to break from the inside, but it will be very difficult to attack from the side of the Golden Horde. Now, as long as the defense is strengthened, there is no way to let the barbarian army come to get them. After a busy night, the king's army completely eliminated the brutal soldiers in the military town, and at the same time they detained more than 30,000 slave soldiers who had surrendered. These slaves were from Yaozi clan, and they naturally did not want to be driven again when they saw the barbarian defeat, and even some slaves were still helping the king's army fight. Because of this, the barbarians were defeated like a mountain. Without slave soldiers as a physical shield, the barbarians can only use their bodies to block bullets. In the early morning, after a simple meal, Nu Ben began to inspect Shanhai Aiguan. At this time, 150 artillery pieces had been placed on the wall. Some places were also equipped with trebuchets, and soldiers began to patrol the wall. Standing on the wall and looking down at Nu Ben's spirited spirit, beyond Shanhai Aiguan is the territory of the barbarians. As long as heavy troops are deployed in Shanhai Aiguan, this Shanhai Aiguan will become a thorn in the hearts of the barbarians, because if they want to attack the Great Yu country, this Shanhai Aiguan is the Xunguan they must remove. Because once they adopt a long-distance strategy, the troops from this Shanhai Aiguan pass can cut off their long logistics lines. Luffy and Liu Oxin also boarded the city wall at this time, and they looked serious at this time, without the laughter and anger of the past. Facing this world's #1 victorious barrier, their hearts only had a deep feeling surging. The governor, if your highness knows that we have successfully captured Shanhai Aiguan, it will be very happy, Luff said. Nu Ben laughed. Of course your royal highness will be happy. Don't forget, the emperor once promised his royal highness to take down Yaozu, and this Yaozu belongs to his highness. To be continued. Chapter 366 Slave Soldier. The wide grassland whizzed to the north, and the once endless green grass turned yellow. Chinese opening parenthesis closing parenthesis opening parenthesis closing parenthesis opening parenthesis closing parenthesis. The season has entered autumn, and the winter of the year will not be far away. Riding a horse on the vast grassland, Xiaoming looked at the land once occupied by the barbarians with a lot of emotion in his heart. After almost 3 years, he finally drove the threat of the fief in the north beyond Shanhai Aiguan. From then on, the grasslands outside Kangzhou will become his horse breeding grounds and plantations. After quelling the Jizu chaos, he returned to Kingzhou. After 5 or 6 days, he received news of breaking Shanhai Aiguan. Surprised, he rushed to Shanhai Aiguan all night without rest to see the world's first Xunguan that once belonged to the Great Yu Kingdom. His Royal Highness, look, Governor Nu Ben is here. Zhang Xingqing pointed to the front and said. Xiaoming saw that it was Nu Ben and a group of generals. After regaining Shanhai Aiguan, Xiaoming decided to strengthen the world's most powerful pass and make it a complete fortress. So he brought the construction camp for Kangzhou City to Shanhai Aiguan, and let Zhang Xingqing be responsible for the matter. At the same time, their fortress promotion strategy will continue to be implemented. They will build fortresses along the Shanhai Aiguan line to shrink the survival area of the barbarians step by step. The Battle of Jizu allowed Xiaoming to see the fierceness of the Golden Horde, and he had to pay attention to this opponent. The barbarian soldiers' undaunted charge left his generals with lingering fears. What's more, this time Bshan just brought his Blood Wolf tribe and almost destroyed Jizu, Jin Yuwei and his Kingzhou army. If Bshan was not accidentally wounded by the artillery shells, even if they had won, they might have won tragically at this time. If so, he would not be able to take this opportunity to capture Shanhai Aiguan and change his offensive and defensive momentum. Your Highness. Nu Ben and the others soon arrived in front of them. They were all excited, and they were obviously still intoxicated in the joy of capturing Shanhai Aiguan. Don't pay the courtesy, you are great heroes now. This king is going to salute you. Xiaoming smiled. The sky was clear, and the wide field of vision made people happy. Coupled with this big victory, Xiaoming was in a better mood. Everyone heard the words, the more joy on their faces. At this time, Nu Ben said, His Royal Highness, Shanhai Aiguan is right in front, but the front gate was blown up by us and it was seriously damaged. So this king brought you a construction camp with them. Within a few months, Shanhai Aiguan will become stronger than Kangzhou City. Liu Xin glanced at the artillery behind the long queue, and he was taken aback. His Royal Highness, this time I sent a lot of artillery. Not many, but only 200 artillery pieces. This construction camp will build 2 bastions next to Shanhai Aiguan. These artillery pieces are prepared for the bastions. This king wants to make this Shanhai Aiguan an insurmountable barrier for the barbarians. Xiaoming's ambition is now strong and Shanhai Aiguan has obtained his fief, and his fief is truly safe. From then on, he doesn't have to live with trepidation. He can always carry it out safely. But he also understood that although the barbarian was a big defeat this time, it was still strong. Because of this, he brought the construction camp to repair Shanhai Aiguan, and since he took it back, he can't lose it again. Entering Shanhai Aiguan from the destroyed city wall, Xiaoming and Zhang Xingqing patrolled the city under the leadership of Nu Ben. Outside Shanhai Aiguan is a high city wall, and behind it is a complete military town. Now this military town has been severely destroyed because of the war. This military town is a bit small. Since it's been destroyed, it's better to rebuild it and extend the city wall to 5 miles long on each side. Xiaoming pondered and looked at Zhang Xingqing. His Royal Highness is saying that from the Battle of Jizu, The barbarians are still very capable of hijacking the grain road. Therefore, the expanded military town should build more granaries, so that the military town is the same as other prefectures and counties. At least 3 preparations are required. Years war preparations. Zhang Xingcheng saw Xiao Ming's thoughts. 3 years. Lu Fu laughed. This is a good idea. If we are under siege, we are not afraid of not eating. We almost ran out of food in Jizu. Xiao Ming and Zhang Xingcheng laughed at the same time. A solid city with 3 years of food reserves, any enemy would have a headache. After talking about the food, everyone talked about the armory, the ammunition depot, and other necessary facilities in the military town. After the agreement was reached, Nu Ben said with a serious face, "His Royal Highness, now that Shanhai Aiguan has been taken, what about the issue of the garrison?" Xiao Ming understood what Nu Ben meant. The King's army could not stay in Shanhai Aiguan all the time. After all, the domestic situation in the country was complicated now, and the most elite King's army should guard Kangzhou. Now the pressure on the front line in Kangzhou is much less. Let the Kangzhou army take the top first, but this is not a lasting strategy. After all, the army in each state has its own responsibilities. Xiao Ming frowned. Nu Ben and Liu Oxin exchanged glances, and said, "His Royal Highness, the veteran has a suggestion that I don't know if it should be said." "Just say it." Xiao Ming patted the wall of Shanhai Aiguan. About 35,000 slave soldiers surrendered in this battle, including customs. Many slave soldiers were also captured on the Jizu battlefield. These slave soldiers are young and middle-aged and are high-quality soldiers. It is better to choose their elites to form the Yaozu army. Gongwei Shanhai Aiguan. Nu Ben and Luf participated in the Battle of Yaozu that year, and had a strong affection for Yaozu. Luf also said, "His Royal Highness, just like Guan Zion cavalry, the people who hate the barbarians most are the Yaozu people. These slave soldiers are only cruelly oppressed by the barbarians to resist succumbing to the barbarians. Now they have escaped the control of the barbarians. There will only be hatred towards the barbarians in my heart. Now that some elite men are selected to build a strong army, this strong army will inevitably become a nightmare for the barbarians." Yaozu City. Xiao Ming suddenly remembered the slave soldiers driven by the barbarians all came from Yaozu City, which was turned into a sheep pen by the barbarians. These slaves were born on the land of Yaozu and were oppressed by the barbarians since childhood. He still remembers the tragic scenes that Ming once told him. He rushed to Shanhai Aiguan this time, but he did not go to Yaozu City, because the barbarians who had ruled them for more than 10 years were gone, and Xiao Ming was not sure what the people of Yaozu City would think of him now. "What do those slave soldiers think?" Xiao Ming asked. "His Royal Highness, it is precisely many slave soldiers who have proposed to join our King's army to kill barbarians, so we mentioned this." Nu Ben said. Zhang Xingcheng said to Xiao Ming, "His Royal Highness, the subordinates should not act too hastily in this matter. The identities of these slaves are unknown, and their irregularities must be strictly examined. It is determined that they are from Yaozu and really hate the barbarians. Let them join the army, or if someone with bad intentions gets mixed into the army, this Shanhai Aiguan Pass will be dangerous." To be continued. Chapter 367. Yaozu City. On the wall of Shanhai Aiguan, everyone looked towards the territory of the barbarians. Opening parenthesis closing parenthesis opening parenthesis closing parenthesis opening parenthesis closing parenthesis opening parenthesis closing parenthesis opening parenthesis closing parenthesis. After Zhang Xingcheng raised questions, Xiao Ming nodded. Nu Ben's words were correct, and Zhang Xingcheng's words were correct. So to put it together, he said, the review of the slave soldiers is left to the military history. They are the most suitable for ideological work. They must not stay in the army if they can stay in the army. What this king wants is an absolutely loyal team, not a huge number. Nu Ben and Luf nodded. They are only responsible for making suggestions. This ideological work is naturally a matter for Zhang Xingcheng, Pang Yukun and others, because in their opinion, So many slave soldiers are simply a waste of unnecessary. After inspecting Shanhai Aiguan and ordering the reconstruction and formation of the Yaozu army, Xiaoming said to the Ming who followed, "Liming, you are from Yaozu, and the soldiers in Guaningxian cavalry are also from Yaozu. This Yaozu army you are also responsible for the formation of the army. If you perform well, you will be handed over to you in the future." This time thunder came with Xiaoming. While on the road, Xiaoming told him that Guaning Taiki would be stationed in Shanhai Aiguan in the future. After all, they had regained Yaozu, and their former Yaozu children would have their hometown from then on. After Ding Pei was displaced to Kangzhou, Ming didn't want to regain Yaozu for a day, riding a tall horse, majestic, and angrily returning to his hometown of Yaozu. Now this opportunity has come, and he still has the opportunity to become Yaozu's supreme military commander. Where he is not happy, he was overjoyed. He said to Xiaoming, "Yes, Your Highness, are these slave soldiers real Yaozu people who will eventually ask a few questions and you can see through it? If you want to get involved in the Yaozu army and make bad ideas, you have to ask me and answer." "Don't agree." The other generals burst out laughing when they heard this, but they forgot that there was a Guanling cavalry. These are all elite cavalry composed of Yaozu people. With these people serving as the backbone of the Yaozu army, it will be no problem to form the Yaozu army. Seeing others laugh, Liming became a little embarrassed, scratching his head and said, "His Royal Highness, the general is too impatient. This Yaozu army head coach wants me to be a bit." "Don't pay attention to them. A soldier who doesn't want to be a general is not a good soldier, and a general who doesn't want to be a general is not a good general." Xiaoming patted Thunder on the shoulder. Since the Guaning Iron Cavalry was handed over to Ming, the cavalry team has expanded almost 3 times. From this we can also see Thunder's ability. And as Ming said, this team is also the most ruthless against the barbarians. After talking about the Yaozu army, Xiaoming Nu Ben said, "This Shanhai Aiguan has been recovered, but there is still a problem to deal with now." Yaozu. Zhang Xingqing guessed the answer. Xiaoming nodded. "Yes, it is Yaozu City. Now that the barbarians have left Yaozu City, we are going to take over." After all, the current Yaozu City is equivalent to an empty city. Everyone nodded. Nu Ben said, "His Royal Highness, now the barbarians in Yaozu City have also been withdrawn. At this time, Yaozu City is just an unguarded city. At the end of tomorrow, the 3,000 cavalry of Guanling Iron Cavalry will follow His Highness. That is, they are all from Yaozu, and they can't say they can have a miraculous effect." Xiaoming nodded and agreed to Nu Ben's words. After a busy day, he was also a little tired. He rested in the military town for the night. The next day he rushed to Yaozu City with Nu. This time he left the construction camp and Zhang Xingqing in Shanhai Aiguan. After he went to Yaozu, he was going back to Kingzhou. This time, to quell the chaos in Jizhou, defeat Tabshan, and win Shanhai Aiguan. Such an important matter will inevitably shake the capital. In addition, he is about to marry Fuya, and the second trip to Qing'an is inevitable. Yaozu City was southwest of Shanhai Aiguan, exiting from Shanhai Aiguan, and they arrived at Yaozu City the next day. This is the city where King Kang once lived. It's still like this for 10 years of wind and frost. It really hasn't changed at all, Nu Ben said with emotion. The terrain changes slightly when entering Yaozu City. Rivers, woods, trails and some farmland can be seen. This is the only place where he can feel the difference in the grassland. After entering the grassland, Ming followed closely behind Xiaoming. His expression a little nervous at this time. He was only 13 years old when he left Yaozu, and now he has reached the age of standing. Looking at his former hometown, he couldn't help feeling a little sad, and bits and pieces of what he used to live here slowly flashed through his mind. His Royal Highness, this barbaric clan is really hateful. Originally, the land of Yaozu still had a lot of cultivated land, but now it is completely abandoned and turned into grass. Ming said angrily. Although the barbarians entered Yaozu, they still couldn't change their grazing habits, so they turned their farmland into grassland. Because of this, in 10 years, this place has become a grassland-like place. Xiaoming smiled and said, so this king can count on your Yaozu army in the future to deal with them fiercely. Please rest assured, Your Highness, thunder will make them pay back 10 times. Nu Ben also showed a smile, and the three of them talked all the way, and soon arrived under Yaozu City. At this time, many people wandered outside the city gate of Yaozu, and they fled back into the city in shock when they saw them coming. His Royal Highness, I will take someone into the city to investigate, Lu Ming said. After all, Lu Ming led 500 cavalry into Yaozu City. Xiao Ming looked at Yaozu City in front of him. At this time, there were more than a dozen dry corpses hanging on the top of the city. The corpses were already completely graceful at this time, and it seemed that they had been years old. The words Yaozu City on the city gate were also badly damaged, and the words Yaozu could not be seen from the outside. The entire Yaozu City is like an isolated island on the grassland. When he came to Shanhai Aiguan, Xiao Ming also passed other cities, including Shenzhou and Yanzhou. But at this time these cities are left with broken walls and damaged houses. There is no one in the city, only hares and rats are running around in the city. Therefore, Yaozu City is the only city with population in the 16 Yanyan prefectures. After the barbarians entered the customs, they massacred. The people in other cities were almost killed and injured. The remaining population was also driven to this Yaozu. I hope that the population of Yaozu City can be larger. While Thundering came to inspect the city, Nu Ben talked about the past. The brutality of the barbarians is really horrible. He remembers that the population of King Kang's fief was at least 1 million households. According to the current situation, at least 500 to 600,000 households were slaughtered. This is more than 1 million people, and I feel distressed when I think of this. Xiao Ming. I almost got a blank piece of land when I lay down Shanhai Aiguan. The two were chatting outside the city, and Thunder soon ran back with blood on his saber. He said, Your Highness, there are still some slave soldiers left by the barbarians in the city. To be continued. Chapter 368. Opened the warehouse. P.S. In a cold current, the snail's house immediately reached a few degrees below zero, and the hands were trembling when the code was coded, but the 4 chapters are still okay. There will be a chapter around 10 o'clock. Opening parenthesis closing parenthesis. Slave soldier. Xiao Ming and Nu Ben were surprised at the same time. Lu Ming nodded. These slave soldiers are not from Yaozu people, but the barbarians brought them from outside the pass. Yaozu City is under the control of these slave soldiers, but they left them after the barbarians retreated. How many are they there? Nu Ben asked, and he was about to rush in with the cavalry behind him. This is not much. It seems that there are only 400 to 500 people. Now that they have been smashed by the end of the army, they have long been defeated. It is estimated that when the barbarians retreated, they did not tell them the news of Bshan's defeat, or the barbarians would never have thought of the Shanhai Aiguan meeting. Lost, Thunder said calmly. Xiao Ming frowned and said to Nu Ben, This is an opportunity to catch all these slave soldiers. Nu Ben responded, and immediately rushed into Yaozu City with the cavalry and Thunder. These slave soldiers are now playing the role of Erguzi in Yaozu, which is the pseudo-army. The barbarians must have used these slave soldiers to rule Yaozu City and arrested the Erguzi who cruelly ruled Yaozu City. He was able to kill them before the people of Yaozu to declare the end of the barbarian rule. Not long after the two went there, Nu Ben quickly turned back and told him that all the remaining barbarians in the city had been captured. Xiao Ming then followed Nu Ben into Yaozu City. Like the city of Dayu State, there are many folk houses in Yaozu City. At this time, many people in Yaozu City lie on the walls of the folk houses and look at them suspiciously. The barbarian soldiers stationed in Yaozu a few days ago suddenly withdrew from Yaozu City, leaving only some slave soldiers in the city. This is a very strange thing for them, so the people in the city are panicked during this time. And then, most of the slave soldiers ran away, leaving only some who refused to go still prestigious in the city, but because most of the slave soldiers fled, no one would guard the city gate. Because of this, they began to try to freely enter Yaozu City. To this day, they saw a pair of cavalry, different from the barbarians, enter the city. His eyes swept over the people along the road, and Xiaoming's heart suddenly became sore. In the past 10 years, what kind of torture the people here have suffered. At this time, the people lying on the walls of the square are all unkempt, their faces are black and white, which is worse than the homeless people. These people are wearing black clothes. These clothes are patched up, but they are still full of holes. What makes people even more unbearable is to look directly at the skinny bodies of these people. If it were not for the yellow skin and black eyes, Xiaoming really thought he had encountered the hungry people in Africa. Nu Ben pressed his lips tightly along the way. His face was pale, and his mood at this time was self-evident. His Royal Highness, Quarter 100 live. Ming almost gritted his teeth and spoke, and then he slammed a slave soldier. I told you to eat so fat, and I told you to eat so fat. All the cavalry who followed this time belonged to Guanning Iron Cavalry. Seeing that his fellow villagers had become like this now, they felt uncomfortable one by one. And then the anger was vented on these slave soldiers. Originally, Xiaoming planned to slay these slave soldiers in front of the people, declaring that he had regained Yaozu City. But now he suddenly felt that what these people needed was not this nihilistic ceremony. What they really needed was a bowl of rice porridge and a steamed bun. The numb eyes prove that they don't care who is here now. It's better to allocate some food from Kangzu. Let the people eat their food. Xiaoming then said to Ming, these numerous slaves will be arrested and asked about the city. Thunder nodded, and immediately escorted the slave soldiers away. From the time we entered the city to the killing of the slave soldiers, these people just watched silently. No one spoke or smiled. Your Highness, these people have become walking corpses. Nu Ben was silent for a long time, and finally sighed slowly. Xiaoming comes from modern times. Although he has seen the embarrassment of the people in Kingzhou and the misery of the victims, he has never seen such a group of people. These people are just like prisoners of war in the documentary of concentration camps during World War II, silent and without anger. They have been bullied by the barbarians for too long. I'm afraid they won't be able to recover after a while. Xiaoming sighed. Nu Ben nodded. His Royal Highness is saying that these people are like frightened birds now, but when the news is spread, these people will probably understand gradually. After all, many people have experienced the disaster. Memory. Speaking of this, Xiaoming remembered what Ming once said, in order to prevent his children from getting the blood of barbarians, the people of Yaozu would even kill their daughters because of Chu Yeken's remaining children. He said, in this case, let's spread the news of the defeat of the barbarian. Then he called Thunder and said a few words to him. Ming nodded and immediately arranged 100 cavalry to go in all directions. People. The barbarians were driven out of the customs by the army of the Great Yu. We are soldiers of the Great Yu. Now you don't have to be afraid. The army of the Great Yu is back. From now on you will never be bullied by the barbarians again. King Kang. The heroes in Yaozu can also be named. The cavalry shouted loudly. They waved the flag in their hands, repeating this sentence over and over again. When this news reached the ears of the people in Yaozu, some of the older people in Yaozu finally changed their expressions. From the beginning of silence, they gradually began to whisper, and when they came, they began to become excited. But they just stood far away and dared not approach. However, after the cavalry carried the news from all directions, more and more people gathered from a distance, and they looked at Xiaoming and the group from a distance, like a frightened deer. At this moment, Xiaoming and Nu Ben looked at each other, and it seemed that the name Kang Wang was still effective. At this time, Thunder also interrogated the slave soldiers. His Royal Highness, those slave soldiers said that there is still a grain storehouse in the city with 20,000 stones of grain and grass, and the barbarians did not have time to burn them when they left. Ming said excitedly, this is great. After seeing this king, he can open the warehouse and release the grain once. Xiaoming laughed. Nu Ben also said happily, 20,000 stones are enough for the people of Yaozu City to eat for 10 days and a half. After all, the two followed Thunder to search in the city, and soon found a granary in the city. The slave soldiers said that the barbarians drove the people in the city to cultivate grain around the city. These grains were collected from the people, and what they left to the people was just some rice bran and wheat bran. Thunder said, gritted his teeth. As he said, he took the soldiers to open the door of the granary, and the rice and wheat inside really piled up like a mountain. Go and tell the people in the city to get food, Xiaoming said with a smile. To be continued. Chapter 369. Calm. Get food. Get food. A Yaozu citizen shouted excitedly. He was carrying a bag behind him with the rice that he had just received. After him, more and more people shouted. At the same time, some cavalry began to inform the people in the city to go to the granary to collect food. They didn't believe in the troops entering the city, but they still believed in their own people. Seeing some neighbors back with grain on their backs, they couldn't help it anymore, and ran to the granary after overcoming the fear in their hearts. At the same time, more and more people gathered in the granary. Slow down, come one by one, don't crowd, everyone can get it. Xiaoming and Nu Ben stood in front of the granary. Now the people are finally willing to come over. This is an improvement. After receiving the food, the people will gradually understand. As the news came out, more and more people flocked in. The soldiers of Guanning's cavalry kept order, and some soldiers were responsible for distributing food. Looking at the people who came and left in batches, everyone's faces were full of joy. At least now the people in the city are gradually willing to contact them. While opening the warehouse to release grain, Thunder did not forget the news of continuing to the city from the slaves. After a while, Ming came back and said to Xiaoming, His Royal Highness, the slave soldiers said that the former Kang Palace was the place where the barbarians once ruled Yaozu City. Some records, account books and the like are in the Kang Palace. Oh? In that case, let's go and see, Xiaoming said. In Xiaoming's memory, he had only a vague impression of King Kang. After all, he was still young at that time, and King Kang rarely knew Chang'an, so he basically couldn't see him. Following Ming, he arrived at a house in the center of a city. This was the former palace of King Kang. However, the plaque of King Kang's palace was no longer visible in front of the door. Only 2 stone lions and a million lacquer gate proved the history here. Perhaps it is a savage who loves clean living here. King Kang's mansion still retains its original beautiful scenery. The pavilions, towers, flowers, plants, mountains and rocks in the palace are all available, which is out of step with the city. His Royal Highness, this royal palace of Kang can be used as a yard. The royal palace of Nu Ben Kang was very satisfied. He was thinking about how to spend the night here. Ming said solemnly at this time, it is said that King Kang mutilated himself in the palace. His Royal Highness living here is very unhappy. Xiaoming was originally happily, but when Ming said, he suddenly got goosebumps all over his body. He kicked Thunder's ass. You guys really looking for a cock? Ming was very confused at first, but soon came to understand. His Royal Highness, if the heroic spirit of King Kang is there, he will also be grateful to your highness. Go. Xiaoming raised his foot to kick again. Nu Ben stared at Thunder. This kid really couldn't speak. This time, Ming brought a slave soldier over to find the way. Under the guidance of the slave soldier, they quickly found a room for storing Yaozu information. All kinds of account books are piled up here. This barbarian official who administers Yaozu City knows how to hyphenate. Nu Ben opened some books and said. Xiaoming nodded, and he looked at the brochure in the population column and turned it over. This records the changes in Yaozu's population over the years. From the peak of 700,000 to this year, Yaozu's population has dropped to 200,000. And the latest distance is the most recent recruitment. In Xiaoming's view, this is probably the slave soldiers in this battle of the barbarians, and part of the slave soldiers came from Yaozu City. 200,000 people. Xiaoming gave Nu Ben the population account book. Seeing the change in this number, Nu Ben's face is also ugly. If a few years pass, it is estimated that the people in Yaozu will die. In addition to the population, he also looked at the records of land, food, etc. This pen was made by the barbarians. His Royal Highness, many people came outside. When the three were angry, A soldier suddenly came over and said. Xiaoming and Nu Ben looked at each other as they walked out the door at the same time. When he reached the door, Xiaoming only saw the people kneeling outside, and these people kept kowtow with a sad expression. Seeing Xiaoming coming out, an elder raised his head and said to Xiaoming, "My lord's life-saving grace, I can't wait for it to repay, so I can only cow my head and thank him." While talking, the elder burst into tears. Xiaoming hurriedly helped the old man and said, "Everyone, get up. Losing Yaozu is the shame of the Great Yu Kingdom. Now that the barbarians have been driven away, you have been free. From then on, you don't have to live on your knees. There will be no more barbarians. Soldiers are here to bully you." The old man burst into tears when he heard this. In the past 10 years, they have lived a life that is worse than death. This time they finally wake up from a nightmare. How can they not feel ecstasy? "Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir," the old man said. While wiping tears, Ming said proudly at this time, "Lao Jiang, I was also from Yaozu before, and I fled to Kangzhou with my family. Now it is the current Highness King Qi who has driven away the barbarians. We are also serving under King Qi's command. Spread this news so that everyone does not have to be afraid. From now on, this Yaozu will be under His Highness's jurisdiction." Ming said that he was from Yaozu, and everyone immediately looked at him in reverence. Xiaoming nodded in satisfaction, and came with thunder at this time to use his identity to ease the relationship with the people in the city. "King Qi, Your Highness King Qi, let's go back and tell you the good news. In the future, we will no longer be rootless. We finally have our own king again," the old man said excitedly. Standing up, he and other people bowed to Xiaoming and went back happily. "His Royal Highness, this is done. Your Highness does not have to bother about Yaozu matters," Nu Ben said. Xiaoming nodded. With his kindness, the people of Yaozu finally gradually recovered. "I believe it will not be long before this place will return to its former appearance." After all, Yaozu was not completely destroyed in the hands of the barbarians, and Xiaoming was also somewhat fortunate at this time. But he can't stay here. There are still a lot of things waiting for him in the fief. Especially he is going to Qing'an. After resting in Yaozu City for one night, Xiaoming left Thunder to wait for Pang Yukun to take over Yaozu City. He ran to Kingzhou with the cow. 5 days later, he arrived in Kingzhou. At this time, Kingzhou was already in a sea of joy, because news of the Kingzhou army's breach of Shanhai Aiguan had been spread along with newspaper publications. When Nu Ben returned to Kingzhou, he went to Kingzhou camp. He also had many affairs in the army, but Xiaoming went straight back to the Qi Palace. Heading to the palace, before reaching the gate of the palace, Xiaoming saw horse-drawn carriages parked at the gate of the palace, blocking the palace. Seeing this scene, Xiaoming was shocked. He instantly understood that it was the merchants who came to collect the debt. To be continued. Chapter 370. Businessmen gather in front of the gate of Prince Qi's mansion. Merchants gathered together to wait for King Qi to return from Shanhai Aiguan. 8.1 Chinese network equals. The news of the Kingzhou army's breach of Shanhai Aiguan had been made public in the newspapers a few days ago. Upon learning of this news, the businessmen who had contributed to the northern expedition were excited to sleep all night. At the beginning, they had no hope that Xiaoming would be able to drive away the barbarians from Yaozu. The reason why they invested money was purely to flatter Xiaoming and win Xiaoming's favor, but they did not expect that it was only 3 months later, Shanhai Aiguan. It was really regained by Xiaoming, and the 16 prefectures of Yanyan once became Xiaoming's pocket. Only then did they remember their support for the northern expedition, and rushed to the gate of the Qi Palace one by one, eagerly looking forward to the original support materials. It can be said that in order to wait for Xiaoming to come back, they will wait here almost every day, because what Xiaoming promised at the beginning was that they would give them 3 times the return. In other words, if they had invested 100,000 tals, they would now get 100,000 tals worth of land. When they think of the vast grasslands outside of Kangzhou, they can't calm down immediately. After all, this is an excellent horse farm. If you take this land to raise horses, and then sell the horses to the kings of Dayu, this is definitely a profitable business. Your Highness is back." The appearance of Xiaoming was quickly felt by the businessman. When a businessman yelled these words, a group of businessmen immediately surrounded Xiaoming, all of them with flattering smiles, almost holding Xiaoming's thighs are on hold. Asta is also in front of the palace gate. These businessmen would wait in front of the palace gate on time every day. It was a headache. Now that Xiaoming came back, she was also relieved. However, for her, the most important task is to take care of Xiaoming's daily life and to care about Xiaoming's health. So she pinched her waist and said to a group of businessmen, Everybody, Your Highness travels a long distance. It's exhausting. It's better to talk about it tomorrow." Xiaoming nodded when he heard the words. He was indeed a little tired and didn't want to deal with these things immediately. After all, she had to think about how to return the merchant's profits. This matter must be discussed with Pan Yukun and let him decide. So he took the opportunity to hand over and said, "Everyone, this king knows what you are here for. What the king promised you will not change at the beginning, so please don't worry. After 2 days, this king will call you to the Chamber of Commerce to discuss this matter." Cao Zhengyang is also in the crowd. He invested the most money this time, and of course he is also the most proud now. He said, "His Royal Highness has misunderstood. We did not come here to make His Highness fulfill our promises immediately, but we are exhausted during the battle. I will send some tonics to support His Highness." While talking, Cao Zhengyang signaled his servants, and the 6 servants immediately brought 6 red sandalwood boxes to Xiaoming. The box opened, and inside were ginseng, xuelan, Yiwu and other precious medicinal materials. Seeing that Cao Zhengyang was so diligent and not lagging behind, other businessmen showed their gifts to Xiaoming and begged Xiaoming to accept them. These gifts were varied, including exquisite porcelain, calligraphy and painting, and fur capes. There were so many different kinds of gifts, which made Xiaoming's eyes beautiful. At this time, Zixuan showed a smile. She liked these merchants best to give gifts to the palace, and with Xiaoming's nature, it was impossible not to accept these gifts. Sure enough, Xiaoming bowed his hands to these businessmen and greeted her to send these gifts into the palace. "His Royal Highness, since the gift has been delivered to us, we will not disturb His Highness to rest, so I will go back." Since arriving in King's Cao Zhengyang has been very diligent and sensible. Xiaoming nodded. His expression relaxed. "These gifts are not received in vain. Anyway, I want to distribute profits to them. These rights should be rebates," he said to Cao Zhengyang. "In that case, see you another day. Please come back." Although he was a little wary of Cao's involvement in King Zhu's financial industry, he had to say that Cao Zhengyang was very sophisticated and well-measured, but he was very comfortable in supporting him in everything. However, Xiaoming is from modern times after all. He knows that what capital is best at is sugar-coated cannonballs. He is happy, but he will still tighten his nerves. After accepting the gift, the merchants gradually dispersed. Xiaoming sighed lightly, dismounted and walked towards the palace. With an excited expression on his face, Zixuan directed his servants to move the gifts back to the palace. His face flushed. Seeing this, Xiaoming shook his head. This Asta has really become a small money fan. However, despite the excitement of receiving the gift, Asta still did not forget his duty to take care of Xiaoming. After Xiaoming entered the palace, she followed Xiaoming and asked for warmth, and asked the dining room to prepare food for Xiaoming. When he arrived at the bedroom, Zixuan removed the breastplate that Xiaoming was wearing. At this time, he said, "His Royal Highness, Niang Xiao brought a message saying that Shi Lang has come out of King Zhu, and Niang also said that the servants will be married to His Royal Highness. Prepare." Well, this king estimated that the imperial decree should also arrive. By the way, the mother concubine didn't talk about the current situation in the court. Xiaoming asked as he changed into casual clothes with Asta. The empress didn't say much, just said that the Emperor Long Yan was happy, and the courtiers also appreciated it. "This time, it will definitely be a great reward for Her Highness," Zhu said with a smile. This time, Xiaoming made a lifetime contribution and also captured Shanhai Aiguan, which was lost more than 10 years ago. From Master's point of view, this contribution is enough to make other princes in the DPRK ashamed. Xiaoming nodded. At this time, the more Kazhong remained silent, the more disturbed he was. After all, it is always calm before the storm. This time, unlike the past, the Battle of Kangzhou may only save the barbarians from invading Kidi and Widi from the south, but this time he completely changed the situation in the country of Dau. The barbarians in the 16 states of Yanyuan after exiting the customs, as long as Shanhai Aiguan is not lost, it will be difficult for the barbarians to sneeze like before, and the country will have to shake 3 times. Without the threat on the neck of the knife holder, it is hard to say what changes will happen to the court. But he didn't worry too much. Shanhai Aiguan pinched the throat of the barbarian in his hand, and also pinched the throat of Diayugo. He knows the truth about flying birds, good bows hiding, cunning rabbits dead, and fools. Xiao Wenxian had to count on him to defend this world's hero, so after going to Chang'an this time, his status would rise straight up, and the bead on his head could become more. The only problem now is his brothers who have no good intentions, because at this time he is like a dark horse who has entered the political center of Chang'an. But he is not very worried. For him, all conspiracies and tricks will be shattered in gunfire. To be continued. Chapter 371. The ambition of Yaozu. The sunset glow hung in the sky like a beautiful neon dress. 8.1 Chinese network. In the red brilliance, Kingzhou City has a strange beauty. After enjoying a sumptuous dinner in the palace, Xiaoming returned to the sleeping hall and fell asleep. He only got up lazily at noon the next day. The days of struggle have to continue, but it is no longer as urgent as before, at least after there are no barbarians outside the city. Xiaoming's mood relaxes a lot. In the following days, he could finally build his own fief easily and comfortably. Of course, his current fief will also include Yaozu. Except for the sleeping hall, Xiaoming was told that Pang Yukan was already waiting for him in the main hall. Xiaoming was a little bit unbelievable. If this Pang Qingshi had used to wake him up outside the door, it was really the sun coming out from the west. Your Highness, with a faint smile on Pang Yukan's face in the main hall, he respectfully saluted when he saw Xiaoming. Today, he deliberately did not interrupt Xiaoming's rest. The 3 months of war made Xiaoming very tired from running around. He really couldn't bear it. He followed Xiaoming step by step to this day, and witnessed that Xiaoming went from being a Bohemian clan king to now being able to drive the barbarians out of the gate. The changes in his mind during this period of time have long since convinced him of Xiaoming, and the tempering of these days has gradually made him no longer be as cynical as before. What he wanted is now becoming reality, and Xiaoming is no longer a person who needs his supervision. Pang Qingshi came by coincidence, and this king is also about to find you. Xiaoming sat down in the chair, and the maid served a cup of tea. His Royal Highness is talking about Yaozu. The lower officials have already heard about it, Pang Yukan said, and he naturally knew that the merchants were making noise at the gate of the Qi Palace. Xiaoming nodded. This time it was the Battle of Jizhu, and then the recovery of Kingzhou. During this period, many merchants provided a lot of supplies for the northern expedition. Now it is time to repay them. Then, the next war. In order to raise more money, people will not stand without faith, and the king cannot break his promise. Pang Yukan didn't sleep peacefully for a few days because of the recapture of the 16 states of Yanyuan. He said, His Royal Highness. The next official was already thinking about this when he went to Shanhai Aiguan. This time the spoils cannot be given to these merchants. Whether it's war horses, cattle, sheep, or wild bags, these things are useful to us, so the officials think that they will only be given pastures, and they must raise horses on the pastures. After a pause, Pang Yukan said, The barbarians swept the world with cavalry. This is where the Great Yu country can't match. After losing the 16 states of Yanyuan, the Great Yu country is even more unscrupulous. This is because there is no high-quality pasture. So Your Highness must take this opportunity to vigorously show horses in Yaozu. The barbarians have only been driven out of the barrier, but the barbarians are still strong in national power and must not be taken lightly. Xiaoming nodded slowly, and Pang Yukan's words came to Xiaoming's heart. He said, "You are right. The Silk Road is still under the control of the barbarians. We are now only huddled in the Great Wall. It is difficult to defeat the barbarians without enough cavalry. If the barbarians are not eliminated for one day, this is the Northern One. Great trouble." "This is the truth," Pang Yukan laughed. "In addition to the pastures, His Royal Highness can also transfer some of the victims to Yaozu to plant potatoes, peanuts, corn, and peppers." The people in Kingzhou are unwilling to plant potatoes. These victims have not land. In order to get land, they will not refuse. The people refuse to grow potatoes. Xiaoming suddenly remembered that potatoes should be planted too. Pang Yukan nodded. The lower official was just about to tell His Highness about this. Originally, the lower official was going to force the people to take out a part of the land to grow potatoes. After all, if potatoes are so high-yielding, no matter how large the population can afford them. It's just that His Highness has gathered more than 500,000 disaster victims from Jizu, and now you have a large area of land in Yaozu. Isn't it possible to distribute the land to the disaster victims for them to plant? Otherwise, it would be okay to force the people to plant it, but it will inevitably cause the people's gossip. Xiaoming smiled helplessly. In fact, when potatoes were first introduced to Europe, they were disliked, and even considered to be an ominous thing. European farmers also refused to plant them. After all, no one would risk Hungary to grow a kind that had never been seen before. Crops. It was only later that there was a great famine in France. At this time, a pharmacist who liked potatoes took the opportunity to promote the high yield and deliciousness of potatoes in France. So the starving and crazy French began to rush to plant them, saving a large number of hungry people. Since then, potatoes have been valued by European powers, and they have forced domestic farmers to plant some potatoes. Now Xiaoming obviously suffered from this kind of embarrassment, but he came from later generations and naturally firmly believed in the importance of potatoes to the fief. He said, "In this case, we will select some of the victims to go to Yaozu to reclaim land, and Yaozu city itself has 200,000 people. This number is enough." When the potatoes are cooked in the first season, this king will make the people second vying to grow potatoes in the year. Yaozu still has 200,000 victims? Pang Yukan was a little surprised. Exactly, so this king hopes that you will go to Yaozu, establish the government of Yaozu, and distribute the land to the people. By the way, now Yaozu is already in his pocket, and he naturally wants to extend his rule there. "Yes, Your Highness, this is what the lower officials do best." Pang Yukan smiled. Now Xiaoming's fiefdom has doubled, and there is no reason to be happy as a courtier. "In that case, you are responsible for the disaster victims and Yaozu." The king will summon these businessmen to the Chamber of Commerce tomorrow to discuss the pasture. Then he said, "By the way, the victims who are escorted back this time are all insurgents. How have you dealt with this time?" "All the crimes of breaking the law have been punished, and what remains is the innocent people who drag their families away." Pang Yukan said seriously, "This matter is very serious, he should not be foolish." Upon hearing this, Xiaoming said, "The Azure Dragon King still doesn't know where to flee, so these victims must be eliminated, lest some of them are loyal to the Azure Dragon King to disturb the situation." It was not Xiaoming's cold-bloodedness. After all, this matter involved the safety of the fief. If someone with bad intentions takes the opportunity to cause trouble at this time, it will be his people who will be killed or injured at that time. Pang Yukan nodded again. The two talked about Yaozu and the victims, and also talked about the government affairs of the fief, and Pang Yukan left with satisfaction. And Xiaoming was preparing to talk to the merchants about this Yaozu. This time, the Yaozu grassland is very large. Not only does it need to be sold to them, he is also going to sell some to them. He has a preliminary idea and plans to focus on building farming and pastoral industries in Yaozu. He was thinking, when Asta suddenly walked in and said, "His Royal Highness, Bowen Academy has sent people, and they said they have created a hydrogen balloon. To be continued. Chapter 372 Helium Balloon. PS. There are some things today, there are only 3 chapters, the old rules, make up tomorrow. Beizongwinnet. Opening parenthesis closing parenthesis. Opening parenthesis closing parenthesis. Opening parenthesis closing parenthesis. Opening parenthesis closing parenthesis. Helium balloon. Xiaoming, who was planning the construction of agriculture and animal husbandry, almost squirted out the tea in his mouth. Seeing this, Asta pursed her lips and laughed. She said, "His Royal Highness, what is this hydrogen balloon? It makes you so excited." "Hey, this hydrogen balloon is a good thing, much more practical than a hot air balloon," Xiaoming said. Thinking about rushing to Chang'an soon, Xiaoming was worried about the hot air balloon. The hot air balloon of the war was so glamorous that Liu Oquan was also greedy. Before returning to Chang'an, Liu Oquan asked him to give one away, but he did not agree. However, he understood that he couldn't keep hiding it all the time. To go to Chang'an this time, he must bring a hot air balloon and a musket. This musket Xiaoming naturally would not send the flintlock. Strictly controlling the generation of weapons and selling arms is his current basic principle. Therefore, he was going to take the matchlock with him. With Xiao Wenxuan's character, he now had a firearm camp, and he said that he could not build another firearm camp to deter Xiao. But the problem is that it is okay to fool the gun with the matchlock gun, but the hot air balloon has become the object of his worries. But he did not expect Lin Wentao to get the hydrogen balloon out at this critical moment. Compared to hot air balloons, this hydrogen balloon flies higher, which is naturally a generational difference than hot air balloons. Once the hydrogen balloon appears, the hot air balloon will be eliminated. In that case, it is better to give it to Xiao Wenxuan to sell it to increase his position in Xiao Wenxuan's heart. After all, Xiao Wenxuan would definitely ask for these things from himself when the time comes, so it is better to take the initiative to ask him instead. Anyway, these backward things are of little use in his hands, so why not sell them to the Imperial Army for money? Moreover, the more arms he sold to the Forbidden Army, the tighter the curse he set on Xiao Wenxuan. Once the courtiers attacked him, Xiao Wenxuan would have to weigh the Forbidden Army's arms issue before he could deal with it. Because without his cooperation, the artillery and muskets of the Forbidden Army would become a pile of scrap copper and iron without ammunition supplies. Therefore, as long as he doesn't rebel, he can walk sideways in Chang'an. Because of this, he can't conceal muskets and hot air balloons. Using this as an excuse, it is estimated that many wicked people will make a fuss about this. Now I took the initiative to send it, enough to block Yo's mouth. No longer thinking about these messy things, after learning that Lin Wentao had created a hot air balloon, Xiaoming suddenly became energetic, and he asked Ziyubma to come to Bowen Academy. Bowen Academy played a very important role in the battle to expel the barbarians. One was a hot air balloon and the other was a 6-pass lime bomb. Nu Ben praised the lime bomb when he was in Shanhai Iguan. Once the bomb exploded, it could instantly make a large number of enemies lose their combat effectiveness. This was far more powerful than a simple powder can. After this war, it has been proved that technology is the magic weapon for winning the war. When he arrived at Bowen Academy, Xiaoming saw a brand new hot air balloon parked on the small square inches front of the college. Lin Wentao and others were discussing something in the square. Liang Yubin and He Cheng have returned to the college, and now they are with Lin Wentao. Seeing Xiaoming coming, a group of students gathered around. Lin Wentao said, "Your Highness, this is the hydrogen balloon." Xiaoming raised his head, and a balloon the size of a hot air balloon hovered in the air, with 4 ropes tied in 4 directions of the balloon. How do you make hydrogen? Xiaoming valued this question most. In fact, the difference between a hot air balloon and a hydrogen balloon is whether the gas in the balloon is ordinary air or hydrogen. If it is a hydrogen balloon, even if the balloon is not heated, it has a certain lift, and this is destined to be more efficient and safer than a hot balloon. Lin Wentao immediately became excited when he mentioned this. He said to Xiaoming, "This is to thank the students of the School of Chemistry. They have made hydrogen. Otherwise the hydrogen balloon will not really appear. Then Lin Wenyao pointed to the gourd-like clay pot behind him and said, "His Royal Highness, hydrogen comes out of here to fill the airbag." Xiaoming had already noticed this thing. He only looked at the materials around this thing and knew how the hydrogen was produced. "Prodigal son, how much sulfuric acid and scrap iron are needed?" Xiaoming shook his head helplessly. But since letting him do it for them, he couldn't criticize too much, so he only complained and asked about who was standing on the side. "Trainees, this student is from the School of Chemistry." As he guessed, they really used the hydrogen obtained by the reaction of sulfuric acid and scrap iron, and then let the hydrogen gas into the airbag through this instrument. Looking at the excited faces of the students, Xiaoming didn't want to be disappointed. Although the method was a little primitive, the production of hydrogen was achieved step by step in this way. He said to Lin Wentao, "Yes, the hot air balloon played a miraculous effect in this war. In order to commend your king, he has prepared a knighthood award for you, but this will have to wait for the King's army generals to come back and award the award together." His Royal Highness Lin Wentao and a group of students beamed with joy, and they were rewarded with such desperately pulling the hot air balloon. With a smile on Xiaoming's face, it was time to award some titles to stimulate the students of Bowen Academy. The level of science and technology in Qingzhou is not even worse than that in Europe. This requires the Bowen Institute to catch up until it becomes more comprehensive. After understanding the birth process of the first hydrogen balloon in Qingzhou, Xiaoming asked Liang Yubin and He Cheng to manipulate the hydrogen balloon into the air. He wanted to see the difference in height between the hot air balloon and the hydrogen balloon. Liang Yubin and He Cheng also looked excited. Now the two of them are a little obsessed with the driving of the heater, and now this hydrogen balloon makes them even more admired. The two board the hydrogen balloon, and the people below also put the rope released. The hydrogen balloon suddenly lost its restraint and flew higher and higher. "His Royal Highness, we are gone." Liang Yubin and He Cheng looked excited, and the two figures became more and more blurred in everyone's vision, until they turned into a small black spot. "This is too high." Lin Wentao himself didn't believe that the hydrogen balloon could fly to such a high place. Xiaoming nodded in satisfaction. Hot air balloons are only a few hundred meters high, but hydrogen balloons can fly thousands of meters high. However, the two, Xiaoming, who looked further and further away, became a little worried. The current hydrogen balloon technology is not complete. He didn't want to have an accident with the two of them, but his worries were superfluous. It didn't take long for the two to lower the height and soon return to the Bowen Academy. Seeing this, Xiaoming breathed a sigh of relief. Now he can take the hot air balloon to Qing'an with peace of mind. I hope he can sell it for a good price. To be continued. Chapter 373 Hydrogen Application. Under the bright sunshine, the hydrogen balloon slowly landed from the air, and at the same time a burst of cheers suddenly sounded. (8) 1 Chinese opening parenthesis closing parenthesis. The trainees participating in the hydrogen balloon experiment in Bowen Academy were all excited. In their opinion, this is another technological advancement. These people who were once called useless can now create great things with their knowledge and hands. And most importantly, their achievements were recognized by King Qi, for which they would even be knighted. This is a kind of recognition to them, but also a kind of encouragement and honor. They used to study hard in the cold window in order to one day be able to get ahead, but now they can get the same things through the use of knowledge. In that case, why bother to waste their entire life on imperial examinations? And the most important point is that they love their hometown more and more, and they are willing to use their life's energy to transform their hometown into an ideal world. Good. Xiaoming applauded and applauded. His eyes drifted over the students, and from these students he saw a passion for science, in addition to a yearning for the future. For this, he was very satisfied. It seems that the thought courses in the college still have an impact on these students. This ideological education course that he specially joined mainly focuses on the students' ideological problems, emphasizing the ideas of loving the homeland, serving the country faithfully, and fighting for the rise of the 6 states. Of course, The reported country is naturally Xiaoming's fief, and this loyalty is only to Xiaoming, not Xiao Wenxian. In fact, because of the weak relationship between the vassal state and the court, the people of the fief only recognized the vassal ruler. Especially for his fiefdom, the people only saw him instead of the court. The reason is very simple. They did not get any substantial benefits from the court. His Royal Highness, it seems that the next official is late. As soon as the hot air balloon landed, the 6 pass ran over breathlessly. Xiaoming smiled and said, "It's a bit late, but the facts have proved that your hot air balloon was successful, but this time your biggest contribution is not the hydrogen balloon." Lin Wentao on the side laughed suddenly when he heard the words. He said to 6 pass, "Brother 6, you are really right. Since your highness said so, this hydrogen is definitely better than the hydrogen balloon. This time the credit still falls to your school of chemistry. But don't be proud. The students in our school of physics are all suffocating now, and they will definitely pass you." 6 He said that he laughed loudly, and he said, "I don't have much credit. The credit is written in the textbook. People in your school of physics should just study and study the books." After a pause, the 6th pass turned to Xiaoming and said, "Hydrogen can burn and it can also extract metals. Is your highness going to use hydrogen to extract tungsten?" "Well, let you be right this time. There are too many impurities in the extraction of tungsten gold from charcoal, and pure tungsten powder can be obtained using hydrogen," Xiaoming said. "Moreover, this king is going to separate the metal smelting industry and establish a special. The smelter in China is not only tungsten powder, but also some rare metals will be smelted in the smelter. People in your school of chemistry need to cooperate with the development of the industry. The demand for various metals will continue to increase. Now it is necessary to establish a primary metal smelter with the current level of technology. Whether it is gold, silver, copper or other metals, smelting is a problem in this era. And his goal is to search for minerals all over the world. At this time, a mature smelting system is very important. What he wants is not a pile of ore." 6 Tong Wenyan nodded and said, "Yes, Your Royal Highness. But Your Royal Highness's current staff in the School of Chemistry is not enough. Would you consider re-enrolling a group of students this year? We physicists also need it." Lin Wentao refused to fall behind. Xiaoming frowned. 6 Tong and Lin Wentao were both the earliest students of Bowen Academy, and they were also taught by himself. In 2 years, they only studied one major. Now they are proficient in junior high school chemistry and physics, and even related knowledge at the high school level. The reason why a large number of textbooks have not been realized now is still due to the materials and the poor industrial foundation. Now with the refinement of the industrial classification, the students in the academy have also participated in the specific construction. Because of this, the current students tend to be insufficient. In that case, you should recruit students separately. Now you are no longer people who didn't know anything before. You can make these things yourself. But you still have to report to the government office and inform me before." Xiaoming groaned and said to the 2 of them. 6 Tong and Lin Wentao nodded. This is the further decentralization of Qi Wang to them. They do their own things. They only need to give Qi Wang a satisfactory answer. After talking about this, Xiaoming ordered 6 Tong and the craftsmen of the equipment department to determine the process of hydrogen refining tungsten, and then create a set of refining processes. He then praised the students who participated in the project before leaving. At the same time, he greeted Liang Yubin and He Cheng and asked them to prepare for their trip to Chang'an. On the way back, Xiaoming felt that he was on the right path this time. Now he wants to compile the knowledge he has mastered into teaching materials for these students to realize one by one. However, there are still very few textbooks he has compiled, and he has to continue to work hard. The next step is to gradually improve King Zhu's industrial system. Because of the hydrogen and hydrogen issues, Xiaoming went to the Chamber of Commerce the next day to receive the merchant who provided supplies for the northern expedition. His Royal Highness, this is the list of materials provided by the merchants. In the office of the President of the Chamber of Commerce, Li Kaiyuan handed an account book to Xiaoming, opened the account book, Xiaoming carefully reviewed it. This northern expedition was only Cao Zhengyang who provided him with supplies of 100,000 tals of silver. These materials include grain, grass, silver, ores and other items. In addition to Cao Zhengyang, the local businessmen in Qingzhou are the big ones. Although Qingzhou businessmen are not as rich as Cao Zhengyang, there are many people involved in supporting them. Everyone costs 5,000 and 10,000, which adds up to more than 500,000 tals. According to Pang Yukun's statement this time, the northern expedition consumed a total of about 500,000 tals of materials. Not only did he not suffer a loss, but instead he made 100,000 tals of silver. Smiling, Xiaoming looked at 103 businessmen sitting together, and then he suddenly unfolded a big map on the table. This map is the map of Yaozhou. Then he said to a group of businessmen, "This king speaks well, and now is the time for you to reap rewards." This king wants to let everyone in the world know that there is meat to eat with this king. To be continued. Chapter 374. Divide the cake in the Chamber of Commerce. The businessman flushed with excitement because of Xiaoming's words. 1 Chinese network equals. When the map was unfolded in front of them, they stood up one by one, looking greedily at the vast land of Yaozhou. Everyone, according to the rules set by the king and you, now you can get 3 times the value of the pasture in Yaozhou. Such a high-quality horse farm is the first in Dayu, Xiaoming said. While pointing at the map, a group of businessmen nodded their heads. After entering the Chamber of Commerce, they already knew that their reward was the pasture, and they could only engage in grazing on the pasture. They were not disappointed at this point. On the contrary, they looked forward to it one by one, because even if they did not operate the pasture themselves, they could sell the pasture to others. This horse raising is a very profitable business, and a large number of merchants will rush to do it. Thank you, Your Majesty. Your Highness is really gold. Every word. Cao Zhengyang looked happy. His eyes were already patrolling the Yaozhou pasture, and he already had his own horse breeding plan. Yes. The words of Your Royal Highness Jiuding really make me admire. If this is King Yong, I must have repented at this time. No, let alone King Yong, there are a few other vassals who treat us merchants as human beings. Only His Royal Highness values us merchants so much. We will do our best for His Royal Highness. After Cao Zhengyang, merchants flattered Xiaoming. Xiaoming smiled, but he didn't care about the flattery of the merchants. The merchants were chasing benefits and benefiting them now. They naturally showed their loyalty one by one. If he didn't give them benefits this time, he might be scolding his mother behind his back at this time, but although he understands the nature of the businessman, in order to use this capital monster to carry Qingzhou forward, he still has to make good use of it. So he said, "Thank you for your compliments. This king is just fulfilling his promise. Now everyone should choose the pasture you need. Of course, if you dislike your small pasture, this king can sell you some more pastures." Hearing that, the business people are even more excited. Some businessmen who pay less are worrying that the grassland they can get is a little too small. Now this problem is solved in no time. They didn't hesitate anymore. One by one started to circle on the huge map of Yaozhou. In a short while, 103 squares appeared on the map. At this time, Xiaoming glanced at the map. These pastures were mainly located near Kangzhou and Yaozhou, and some were still near Shanhai Aiguan. These merchants are very smart. The closer they are to the city, the safer their pastures will be. Looking at the square area on the map, Xiaoming asked Li Kaiyuan to start measuring with a ruler. This map was drawn according to scale. The merchants had already understood it before. Now Xiaoming asked Li Kaiyuan to write down all the dimensions drawn by the merchants and replace it with the actual size. Then, according to the actual amount of support provided by the merchants for the northern expedition, the more refunded and the less compensated. Soon, Li Kaiyuan handed the data to Xiaoming. "Cao Zhengyang, the taste of your cow family is really great. You can draw a lot of money for such a large area," Xiaoming said after seeing Cao Zhengyang's data. In terms of data, Cao Zhengyang drew a pasture 60 miles long and wide, and his 100,000 tals of silver was at most enough for a pasture 10 miles wide. His Royal Highness, What can the 10-mile-long grassland do? Since raising horses, the more is naturally the better. Our Cow family is also thinking about providing a steady stream of horses, cattle and sheep for His Royal Highness in the future. Cao Zhengyang smiled. Xiaoming sneered in his heart. This Cow family really had amazing financial resources. Since Cao Zhengyang settled in Qingzhou, the Cow family has revealed his rich financial resources everywhere in Qingzhou. He can at least be sure that he is not as rich as the Cow family. And it's not even a little bit worse. He suddenly thought of Shen Wanzan in the Ming Dynasty. At that time, when Zhu Yuanzhang was building the Nanjing city wall, Shen Wanzan was killed by Zhu Yuanzhang when he revealed himself everywhere. If this is a change of person, I am afraid that the Cow family's idea will also be hit at this time. This sheep is really too fat. No wonder the king of Chu has sharpened his sword. Although Xiaoming was a bit envious and hated the wealth of the Cow family, his main plan now is to attract capital to help Qingzhou become rich. The Cow family's capital beast came at the right time, so instead of scaring away the Cow family, he had to shut it down step by step in Qingzhou to lay eggs for himself. So he smiled and said, "Okay, this king did not misunderstand your Cow family. In this way, this king will give you a pasture 100 miles long, but this king will cooperate with you with the rest of the pasture, that is, the future pasture. What do you think about the profit of the company should be divided into 40%? Cao Zhengyang was taken aback for a moment and reacted. He smiled and said, "His Royal Highness, Cow can't ask for it." With His Royal Highness's support, this grassland is safe for the Cow family. Xiaoming nodded and said to Li Kaiyuan, "You can discuss this matter with the Cow family and make a decision on this matter." Li Kaiyuan understood, smiled and nodded. How could Xiaoming feel at ease with the big arms of the Cow family? At this time, coming up with a cooperation also means monitoring the Cow family. After all, war horses are an extremely serious issue. The lack of horses in the south is something that everyone knows. A batch of war horses transported from the grasslands to the fief of the Chu king is enough to triple the price. Such huge profits are enough to make many smugglers take risks. Therefore, Xiaoming naturally wants to control the outflow of war horses. After all, this is a strategic resource. In addition to his own 10 kilometers long and wide area, Cao Zhengyang paid 150 taels of silver to buy the remaining 50 miles of pasture. Then Xiaoming looked at other people's data, but what made Xiaoming puzzled was that in the end this pasture was basically controlled by 3 people because some merchants got their own tiny pastures directly sold to Ding Wu, Cao Zhengyang and Dai Zixing. The overall result is that Cao Zhengyang won a large grassland in Kangzhou, Ding Wu won a large grassland in Yaozhou, and Dai Zixing won the grassland in Shanhai Aiguan, forming a 3-legged situation. I have to say that this ending made Xiaoming very depressed, and the game of capital big fish eating small fish was staged in front of him. But there is no way. The ultimate goal of capital is to move towards monopoly, but he will not give them this opportunity, because the biggest pasture is Xiaoming himself. This pasture is controlled by the Qingzhou Chamber of Commerce. In order to prevent capital from becoming bigger in the future, he will not give up the state-owned capital. After dividing the pasture, he made 2 million taels of silver from the hands of Cao Zhengyang, Ding Wu, and Dai Zixing to purchase the pasture. Generally speaking, he was very satisfied with the result. To be continued. Chapter 375 News shocked Qing'an. P.S. There will be another chapter later. I originally wanted to make up one chapter for everyone, but I spent the whole morning with my wife in the hospital. The time is not enough, but the snail will not break its promise, and the debt will be paid back. There must be 5 changes tomorrow. I hope everyone will understand. Opening parenthesis closing parenthesis. Early morning. A postman rushed into the misty city of Chang'an. As horses' hooves sounded on the gravel road in Chang'an, news of the Qingzhou army's recovery of Shanhai Aiguan spread. Shanhai Aiguan great victory. Qingzhou army even Shanhai Aiguan regained the world's most powerful Guan Shanhai Aiguan. Shanhai Aiguan great victory. Propagating the news all the way. The postmaster went straight to the palace. He was about to take the news to the palace. Since leaving King Zhou 5 days ago, he finally arrived in Chang'an. It was about time for the early morning, and officials walked in twos and threes on Zhuke Avenue in Chang'an City. When the post was passing by the officials, the news naturally reached the minister's ears. Suddenly, like a stone entering the water, waves were immediately set off on the calm Suzaku Dadao. Master Zhang, I heard you right. The King's Zhou army has recovered Shanhai Aiguan, a red-robe member asked puzzledly. Master Zhang, who was questioned, was not sure, but turned around and asked the officials around him and said, Master Liu, this postmaster is saying that Shanhai Aiguan has been recovered. Yes, the King's Zhou army regained Shanhai Aiguan. But how could this be possible? Master Liu was completely disbelieved. Although the barbarians were defeated in Jizhu, they were still strong at the time of defeat. This Shanhai Aiguan is the world's best. 100,000 soldiers can't break through even a 500,000 army. How about 30,000 soldiers in the Kawang district? A passing general showed disdain when he heard the words. Master Liu, don't understand. Shanhai Aiguan is easy to defend and difficult to attack. It is easier for the barbarians to attack from the inside, and the barbarians are newly defeated and Shan is injured. People are panicked, saying that they may not have left Shanhai Aiguan at this time. Well, it makes sense and makes sense. The three civil officials whispered to each other. One of them went on to say, Jizhu has won a great victory. Your Majesty has already had a great joy. If you learn that Shanhai Aiguan has been retaken this time, you still don't know how happy you are. Your Majesty in the early days doesn't know how to praise King Qi. That's right. The King's Zhou army's contribution to Jizhu accounted for a quarter. It was the King's Zhou army's contribution to regaining Shanhai Aiguan. Hey, I see that the direction of the imperial court is about to change. Take care, Master Zhang said with a smile. Ah, what do you mean by this? The other two were puzzled. It's not easy. The King of Qi has made such great achievements in 2 years. In the future, he must be the celebrity in front of His Majesty. In addition, he is also strong. Who among the princes of this dynasty has the achievements of the King of Qi? It's the right thing to act when you see the machine. Master Zhang sighed and walked forward. The two officials glanced at each other and nodded one after another. The great victory of Shanhai Aiguan will make King Qi's moment important. Not to mention that King Qi is a prince. Even if Shanhai Aiguan is in the hands of an ordinary general, this general has become a celebrity in the court. When the three discussed, some officials with a more sensitive sense of smell had already caught up with Fiji. Different from the cold before, Fiji is surrounded by dozens of officials, all of whom show flattery. With the compliments of many officials, Fiji raised their hands one by one in return. He knew very well that these officials were grass on the wall. Wherever the wind blows, these officials will fall to wherever the wind blows. But these people can't defend them. Since they have been turned upside down, they can be used. After killing these flattering officials, Fiji turned his head to look at Liu Oquane, who was unhappy, and smiled. Why, you are not happy that Your Highness King Qi has taken Shanhai Aiguan? Ha, you know that I just can't understand these walls and grasses. I am happy for His Royal Highness King Qi to seize Shanhai Aiguan. To be honest, I didn't expect to take Shanhai Aiguan so soon. Liu Oquane sighed. Fiji groaned. It may be that the weapon you mentioned is too powerful. Seeing that from then on, His Royal Highness Qi entered Beijing, it is indispensable to do business with His Majesty. Speaking of this, Liu Oquane suddenly laughed. That's for sure. But one firearm camp cost the court millions of pills. I don't know how much the guns are sold to the court this time. Fiji shook his head. In short, King Qi is not a loser. Liu Oquane sighed. Yes, but now King Qi can really have the capital to negotiate business with His Majesty. As long as Shanhai Aiguan is in his hands, the northern part of Great Yu country will be safe. Even this move of the capital, it can be extended. Well, that's true. His Royal Highness Qi is heavily armed at Shanhai Aiguan. I'm afraid that the barbarians are having trouble sleeping and eating. They dare not use troops easily against my country. Because of this, Shanhai Aiguan is in the hands of His Royal Highness Qi, so Your Majesty will feel at ease. Hee hee, this time North Korea and China are going to be lively. Fiji laughed. Liu Oquan turned his eyes at this time. But you are among the happiest people. This time King Chi's winning of Shanhai Aiguan will give you a better face than any bride price. Hey, it's a pity that Liu Oxin is not a daughter, otherwise even if I don't want this old face, I have to get married with King Chi. Hey, you should go home and dream of your spring and autumn. Fiji laughed. At this point, the postmaster has brought the news into the palace. Xiao Huangman took the news in 3 steps and sent it to Xiao Wenxuan's bedroom in 2 steps. The King's army has conquered Shanhai Aiguan, and has now stationed heavy troops in Shanhai Aiguan, threatening the barbarian hinterland. When this line of writing came into Xiao Wenxuan's eyes, his hands could not stop shaking. It has been 12 years since Shanhai Aiguan had lost it. Since he became the throne, this shame has remained in his heart, becoming a thorn in his heart. It was precisely because of the loss of Shanhai Aiguan and the most important barrier that fell into the hands of the barbarians that he would be so complacent to the barbarians. For 12 years, he has been living in fear and shame, but the power of the country is weak and he is powerless. Now this Shanhai Aiguan has been recaptured by Xiao Ming. I pressed the memorial written by Xiao Ming himself. Xiao Wenxuan patted his face hard. It was painful. This was not a dream. Shanhai Aiguan is back. Shanhai Aiguan is back. Minga, you are the #1 hero of the Great Yu Kingdom. Ha ha ha. Xiao Wenxuan finally couldn't help laughing out loud. At this moment, his whole body was relaxed. Yanyun 16 Prefecture was back. Shanhai Aiguan was back. The barbarians were driven away, and he could finally sleep peacefully. Emperor, it's time to go to court. When Xiao Wenxuan couldn't help himself, Xiao Huangman reminded. Xiao Wenxuan nodded. When he heard the words, he straightened his body. At this moment he was more majestic than ever. Who said the royal decade? Now he wants to tell everyone in the world that his country is as stable as Mount Tai. To be continued. Chapter 376. Modern Feng Deshui walked on the streets of Kingsu Bei Middle School. Wenwang, looking at the clean concrete road in Kingsu City, he stomped his feet vigorously. Oh, this concrete road is really hard. The concrete road hadn't been repaired when I came last time, but now it's all finished. Xiao Ming smiled. Feng Deshui arrived, and it is estimated that news from Shanhai Aiguan had also reached Chang'an. After receiving the news that Shanhai Aiguan had been conquered, he passed the news to Chang'an through the post station, which was another blockbuster news following the Jizu victory. Leading Feng Deshui around the city of Kingsu and watching the cement road in Kingsu City, Xiao Ming took Feng Deshui to look at the underground pipelines in the city. At present, there is a manhole cover every some distance on the road surface of Kingsu level. This is the manhole cover of the underground pipeline. Now the underground pipelines of the entire Kingsu city are networked. All the sewage in the city leads to the huge septic tank outside the city, where it settles into fertilizer. Feng Shuling, you will definitely be satisfied with the YG restaurant this time. Xiao Ming led Feng Deshui to the YG restaurant. Feng Deshui came to Kingsu this time naturally to let Xiao Ming go to Chang'an. According to Feng Deshui, Xiao Wenxuan asked him to arrive in Chang'an 1 month before the wedding to prepare for the wedding. When I came to Kingsu repeatedly, Feng Deshui and Xiao Ming became more familiar with each other, so it was to convey the imperial edict, rather than to visit Kingsu. So after conveying the meaning of the imperial edict to Xiao Ming along the way, Feng Deshui didn't care about anything. Because of this, he sent Feng Deshui to the YG restaurant, where he can eat, drink and play. His Royal Highness, the old slave is still thinking about the toilet last time. What is going on now? Feng Deshui asked expectantly, pretending to be a mystery. Xiao Ming said to Feng Deshui, when Feng Shulang went up, he knew it, and I promise Feng Shulang will linger. After all, Xiao Wenxuan took Feng Shulang to the Tanzihao guest room of YG restaurant. During the time when Xiao Ming was busy with the war, the construction of Kingsu did not stop and was in progress, and the YG restaurant was the focus of the construction. After all, Xiaoming wanted to build Wise Restaurant into an iconic restaurant in King's. Entering the Tanzihao room, Feng Deshui was immediately surprised. At this time, there is a thick blanket on the floor of the Tanzi-style guest room, and a very huge bed is placed in the center of the blanket. Both the sheets and the quilt are puron. The surface of the silk quilt is embroidered with beautiful patterns. It makes people very comfortable. The most important thing is that there is a small house surrounded by glass in the guest room. There is a toilet in the middle of the small house and a huge porcelain basin. There is a huge mirror opposite the porcelain basin. Under the mirror is also a white ceramic, and there is a copper object on the ceramic. His Royal Highness, what are these? Feng Deshui was shocked at this moment. He was shocked when it was just the toilet last time, and now something like this comes out of this room. Moreover, all the windows of this Wise Restaurant have changed from oiled paper to transparent glass. Oh my god, all windows use glass. I've seen the toilet seat of Feng, and the rest are the bathtub, faucet, mirror. I don't need to introduce it. Xiaoming looked proud. With the cooperation of various workshops, I now have enough ability to create a room similar to a modern hotel. The only shortcoming now is that there is no electricity. In addition, YG restaurant is basically no different from modern hotels, or even more luxurious. After all, it is no problem to produce faucets with the current Kingzu craftsmanship. It is even easier to produce various ceramic appliances, and mirrors are easier to handle. As a result, a modern bathroom appeared. There are perfume and soap in the bathroom. Living here is definitely a pleasure. Fengda did not come until noon in the water. After wandering around the King's army in the afternoon, it was already evening when he arrived at the YG restaurant. As the saying goes, experience is the first thing, so Xiaoming said, Feng Shuling, this king will not interrupt you to rest. Here you have everything you need to eat, drink, shelter and transport. Feng Shulang can live as long as he wants, so this king will not accompany him. Feng Deshui was already stupid. He didn't care what Xiaoming said, just nodded vigorously. Xiaoming smiled and left with Zhao Long and Zhao Hu. When he got downstairs, he said to the shopkeeper, enter this Feng Shulang well. The reputation of the Wise Restaurant can be counted on him to take him to Qing'an. Yes, Your Highness. You can rest assured. The shopkeeper laughed, and took the menu and went up. This menu is of course also Xiaoming's. In the past, restaurants used to report the names of dishes to the guests one by one, but now they directly provide the menu. The menu clearly states the ingredients of the dishes, which is very transparent. Xiaoming nodded, and this time he went back. Since Feng Deshui is here, he is going to Qing'an. Before going to Qing'an, he has to take care of the appointment and promotion. So after sharing the benefits to the businessman, he and Pang Yukun discussed about the title. After all, this matter is very serious. If the distribution is uneven, it is easy to affect the dissatisfaction of the meritorious. After Xiaoming left, the shopkeeper went to the Tanzao room and said to Feng Shulang, Feng Shulang, it's not too early. I don't know what Feng Shulang needs to eat. This is the menu. Please order. Feng Shulang. Order. Hey, this is King Zhu's new word again. Feng Deshui was a little strange. He took the menu and saw a dazzling array of dishes listed on it, many of which he did not know. Feeling embarrassed, Feng Deshui coughed and said, Sage likes spicy food, so I need to put more cornel. Oh, Feng Shulang, if you like spicy food, there is a dish that you definitely like to eat. This is spicy chicken. But our spicy is not cornel, but chili. Chili, what is this? Feng Deshui has never heard of it. The spiciness of Dayu country is all cornus. The shopkeeper smiled and said, this chili was brought back by His Highness from overseas. It is very spicy, but the dishes made are so delicious that Shi Lang Feng will understand it later. As soon as he arrived in King's, Feng Deshui immediately felt a bit like a stuffed bun. He stopped asking more to cover up his ignorance and embarrassment. Then he continued to look at the menu and ordered 12 dishes such as braised pork and steamed sea bass. In the palace, his meal has always been good, so he is used to many dishes in King's. Going down with the menu, Soon the first spicy chicken was served. Feng Deshui looked at the green chili in the dish with a little surprise. When one end of the dish came up, he could smell the strong spicy flavor. Licking his lips, he took a bite of the spicy chicken into his mouth and chewed carefully. Suddenly, his eyes straightened. This spicy chicken mouth was very spicy, and his gluttonous saliva poured out directly. The strong spiciness wrapped in the meaty smell stimulated his tongue and he couldn't bear to stop speaking. It's spicy and delicious. Feng Deshui was shocked. To be continued. Chapter 377 Chun Huchen Yuan Feng Shileng, eat slowly. This real good thing is still to come. Bei Chinese equals. Wai Chengmo waited on Feng Deshui. He didn't dare to be vague about Xiaoming's explanation before he left. This wise restaurant used to be famous in Qingzhou City, but it is far from being as popular as it is now. The reason why the gap between the front and the back is so large is because the government has spent a lot of money to renovate the Waijia restaurant after it acquired the Waijia restaurant. This change was born under his nose. In addition to decorating the Wise restaurant according to what Qi Wang said, the most important thing is that the Wise restaurant's Pao Ding learned a lot of delicious dishes from the dining room of the Qi Palace. It is after this that the Waijia restaurant has become a must-visit place for foreign businessmen from being unsullied before. Feng Deshui hip-hop mouth. This is hot pepper. He has always loved spicy food, because almost every dish will be served with cornel. But even so, it gradually can't satisfy his taste. Until today, he didn't understand what is really spicy. Wiping his mouth contentedly, Feng Deshui looked contented. He said, "This pepper is really spicy. Hey, how can I eat after eating this spicy chicken?" Feng Deshui's distressed look made Wai Chengma feel a little proud. 2 years ago, merchants from other places who came to Qingzhou would always dislike the embarrassment of Qingzhou, but now the attitude of businessmen has taken a big turn. Feng Shileng, this is not easy, as long as you live in Qingzhou for a few more days, Wai Chengmo said with a smile. Feng Deshui shook his head. The Sagia wants to live permanently in Qingzhou, but the emperor's fate is involuntary. It's a pity. When the two talked, 2 more dishes were brought up. One was spicy tofu and the other was braised carp. Both dishes were served with chili. When Feng Deshui saw, his eyes lit up. He immediately moved his chopsticks. After eating dinner for half an hour, Feng Deshui finally could hardly walk. He can't finish the 12 dishes, but because of the deliciousness, he has eaten a lot of almost every dish. Seeing that the outside of the restaurant was completely dark, the red lanterns in the restaurant began to light up. Because there is no electricity, the effect of this restaurant at night will be greatly reduced, so Xiaoming asked Wise Restaurant to increase the number of lanterns. In this way, at night, the restaurant is bright all night. Let Xiao clean up the dishes and chopsticks. At this time, Wai Chengmo said to Feng Deshui, "Feng Shileng, it's not too early. After teaching you how to use this bathroom, the young one left." Feng Deshui nodded. He had been expecting this for a long time. At this time, Wai Chengmo took Feng Deshui into the bathroom and explained to him how to use the appliances, before leaving the Tanzhao room. Seeing that the outsiders were gone, Feng Deshui immediately showed a childlike smile. He turned on the faucet in front of the sink, and the water immediately flowed down. This Wise Restaurant is really more comfortable than the Imperial Palace. I will find more opportunities to come to Qingzhou to enjoy it in the future. Feng Deshui watched the tap flowing for a while, then turned it off again. Then he unscrewed the faucet on the bathtub, and a burst of hot water gushed out immediately. Seeing this, Feng Deshui became more excited. He looked through the window to a water tower adjacent to the cold water tower. There was a large iron stove on the top of the water tower. 2 people were burning underneath, and the hot water was flowing down from the iron stove. It's time to take a hot bath. Feng Deshui was enjoying his face. His eyes narrowed into a line. At this time, Xiaoming in the Qi Palace was also taking a hot bath. During his absence, the works in the palace did not stop. Nowadays, there are also 2 water towers in the palace. One is a cold water tower and the other is a hot water tower. These two water towers provide daily water for the palace. The boiler on the hot water tower is a standing boiler. The boiler is divided into two layers. The upper layer is a container for storing water, and the lower layer is for coal burning. It is basically the same as a water heater in a modern bathhouse. In the steaming bathroom, Asta and Luluo gently rubbed Xiaoming's backs around their bath towels. The two hot steaming faces blushed, very attractive. While rubbing his back for Xiaoming, Zixuan said, "His Royal Highness, Shi Langfeng is here. I guess we will go to Qing'an soon." "No, this time your Royal Highness Qing'an is about to get married. This few year is really lucky. This time His Royal Highness conquered Shanhai Aiguan. This is a great contribution, and your Royal Highness will be even more prosperous in the future," Luluo said with a pouting mouth. Xiaoming lay lazily in the bathtub. This time of day was the most relaxing moment of his day. Luluo was rubbing his arms while Asta was standing behind him and pinching his shoulders. As the body was slightly shaking back and forth, a soft ball kept touching his head. At this moment, he finally understood why power was so obsessed. As long as you stand on a high place, everything in this world will turn on your palm. Awakening the power of the world. Lying on the knees of a drunk beauty, what a breeze it is. When the two were talking gossip, Xiaoming changed his hands and pulled Luluo, who was rubbing his back, into the bathtub. With an exclamation, Luluo's bath towel slipped inch by inch, and a little white sheep lay in his arms. He lifted Luluo's chin with his fingers, and deliberately said, boldly, "You are arrogant about the princess. Be careful that the king rules you." Crime. Luluo's blush was like an apple, and her heart couldn't help beating with a strange feeling when she touched her skin. Although Xiaoming was holding her chin, she still did not dare to look directly into Xiaoming's eyes. Xiaoming laughed loudly when he saw this. To live a new life is to live whatever he wants. Seeing that Luluo is so shy, he will naturally not be honest. "Asta is much more generous than Luluo," he said softly. "The slave is willing to be punished." While smiling, Zixuan turned to Xiaoming and took the initiative to untie the bath towel on her body, and said in a flattering manner, "Your Royal Highness's wedding is coming soon. The lady wrote a letter saying that it is time for your Royal Highness to know about and affairs. Let the slave and maidservant wait on your Highness tonight." Luluo is also aware of this. In the country of Dau, men and women are guarded very seriously, so before the big marriage, women will be taught by their family members in order to know about men and women. And this man is the same. This is a process. Obviously, concubine Zhen still considers Xiaoming as a good baby, but her predecessor, Xiaoming, has long since fallen. It is precisely because of this process that Xiaoming would ask concubine Zhen for Asta and green radish. Although Xiaoming was a little surprised that Asta would say these things, he had to say that every man could not refuse. Looking at the two ketone bodies like mutton jade, Xiaoming smiled slightly. He kept emphasizing that he was not a modern Xiaoming, but Xiaoming, the seventh prince of the Great Yu Kingdom. At this time, the heating reverberates in the room, and what is warmer is the heart, which is exactly, the spring cold baths in the Huiking pool, and the hot spring water slides to wash the fat. The waiter lifted up Zhao's weakness, and it was Xinqing Enzashi. To be continued. Chapter 377. Jiagu and Jinju. When the first ray of sunlight in the morning reflected into the bedroom through the gap of the window, Xiaoming woke up. Bei Chinese equals. He instinctively fumbled behind the quilt and found that he was already walking in cold. Lying on the bed and reminiscing about the spring scenery last night, he couldn't help but put a smile on his mouth. After such a busy day, this is the real life. But what surprised him was that these two girls actually knew a lot, and it seemed that the two of them really received this training in the palace. Now he finally understood why Xiao Wenxuan was so afraid of losing his throne. The first-class glory and wealth in the world, the Gentle Daughter Township is not the palace compound. As he was thinking, the door of the bedroom was pushed open, and Luluo walked in with a salty gargle. "His Royal Highness, you are awake." Pang Qingshi waited outside for a long time, saying that all the generals in Shanhai Aiguan have returned. When will this reward meeting begin? Lu Liuo looked at Xiao Ming's eyes without the previous green, astringent, but with the intimacy of a loved one. Last night they had given it all to Xiao Ming, and their psychology had naturally changed. They went from a young girl to a woman overnight. This change was keenly observed by Xiao Ming. He said to Lu Liuo, "Just let other maidservants do such a thing. Now you have to watch the textile workshop and serve the king." "It's too hard." Lu Liuo smiled and said, "Those girls are clumsy, and the servants are afraid that they won't be able to serve your Royal Highness." With that, Lu Liuo brought the tea to Xiao Ming. Xiao Ming chuckled twice, squeezing one piece on Lu Liuo's waist. Lu Liuo gave Xiao Ming a white look and said, "His Royal Highness, Pang Qingxi has been waiting for a long time, and this time will be long in the future." After taking a sip of tea, Xiao Ming looked at Lu Liuo with a little surprise. If the girl had blushed and writhed before, now she is so calm, like a wife serving her husband. Shaking his head with a wry smile, Xiao Ming went to see Pang Yukan after washing. Now he pays more attention to government affairs. After all, he needs to work harder to protect him. Although the barbarians were blocked from Shanhai Aiguan, they must be looking for a chance to enter the Central Plains again like a hungry wolf. He hasn't forgotten the powerful combat power of the Jizu barbarians. If the barbarians seize the opportunity to invade the country with the power of the whole country, the country will not last long. Therefore, he has not been arrogant enough to think that he is invincible in the world. Before he has reached the military level of the First World War, the nomads have always been the enemies of the farming nations. What's more, the current Western powers are still more comprehensive in terms of science and technology, and he still has a long way to go. In the main hall, Pang Yukan had been waiting for a long time. Xiao Ming went to the main hall to inquire about the situation and went to the Dudu's mansion with him. After the award, he is about to go to Chang'an. When he arrived at the Dudu's mansion, Xiao Ming sent someone to King Zudang, and then notified the students of Bowen College to come, and at the same time asked Li Kai Yuan to call in the merchants who had contributed a lot to the northern expedition. In the past few days, he and Pang Yukan have negotiated, and he already has a specific award quota. After preparing for the whole morning, in the afternoon Xiao Ming and Pang Yukan held a reward meeting at the Dudu mansion. "Everyone, let you come this time. I guess you also know the purpose of this meeting in your heart," Xiao Ming said, looking at everyone. Some of the people sitting in the governor's mansion were from the army, some from the Chamber of Commerce, and some from the Bowen Academy. After hearing the words, everyone looked forward to Xiao Ming. After a pause, Xiao Ming said, "If you didn't help you in the Battle of Jizu, you don't need to talk about the danger of Jizu now. It is even more unlikely that Shanhai Aiguan is in the hands of this king. Therefore, in order to reward you, this king will honor promise. I will reward you all." Although he was clear in his heart, what Xiao Ming said directly was aroused by everyone, especially Lin Wentao and others. It can be said that they were grinning. After saying this, Xiao Ming gave Pang Yukan the right to speak. At this time Pang Yukan stood up and said, "First, the title award, and then the adjustment of King Zu's government affairs." With a cough, Pang Yukan looked at Lin Wentao, Liang Yubin and He Cheng. He read, Lin Wentao led the physics school to make a bold research and made a hot air balloon. The hot air balloon made a great contribution in this war. Hereby I bestow the county viscount and reward him with silver in the war. Liang Yubin and He Cheng bravely manipulated hot air balloons, provided intelligence to the army, and investigated the enemy's situation. They were given the county baronship, 500 tals of silver, and 100 acres of Yong'ai field. "Thank you for your kindness." After Pang Yukan finished reading, Lin Wentao stood up abruptly, his whole body trembling with excitement. Once upon a time, he was just a down-and-out scholar who might earn a living by selling words. Now he is overnight the title recognized by the government and the 200 acres of Yong'ai field, which is a great gift for him, a matter of brilliance. Liang Yubin and He Cheng were equally excited, and He Cheng cried directly. It can be seen the mood at this time. After all, titles like titles are generally not related to civilians, but now they have got what they can dream about. The purpose of Xiaoming's award of Bowen Academy this time is to emphasize that technology is the primary productive force. This meeting has reporters' live records. After being published in the newspaper, everyone will understand his importance to Bowen Academy. The award to Lin Wenyao was over, and then Pang Yukan began to award 6 passes. Chen Qi, Zhang Liu, and Song Qingping were also technical backbones. Among them, 6 passes and Chen Qi received the title of county head, and Song Qingping and Zhang Liu received it. It is the title of the county. After all, 6 Tong and Chen Qi contributed the most to King Zhu from the eyes of everyone. He saw that they had no opinion on this award. After Bowen Academy awards other generals of the army, Pang Yukan turned the conversation to Xiaoming. He was a man who knew how to measure. He didn't know anything about military affairs. Xiaoming picked up the award book and looked at Nu Ben, and said, "The dude Nu Ben led the King Zhu army to defeat the barbarians and made great contributions. He became the county earl and rewarded 2,000 acres of silver. Lu fought bravely. Give county earl title, reward 2,000 kills of silver, 600 acres of Yong'ai field. Liu Oxin, county earl, viscount of Kiguangyai County, Baron of Zhusansi County." With one thought, the generals who participated in this war were basically given titles of all sizes, and this also proved that Xiaoming attached great importance to the army, and dispelled the pedantic thinking of the Great Yu country that emphasized cultural affairs over military affairs. "Thanks to your Royal Highness Longjun, we will do our best to die for His Royal Highness." When Xiaoming finished reciting the reward, Nu Ben stood up with a group of generals and saluted Xiaoming together. "My glory is loyal." The last group of generals shouted loudly, "To be continued." Chapter 379 Expansion in the Governor's Mansion. The atmosphere became warmer. August 1st Chinese. Everyone's face was full of smiles. Those who won the title exchanged their eyes with joy, and those who received the title were filled with expectation. Xiaoming's eyes swept across everyone's faces. For him, this title is just a name, but it is of great significance to these generals of civilian origin. After all, the title symbolizes honor, while silver and Yong'ishan symbolize wealth. The wealth he bestowed on these generals was enough to make them worry-free and make it more difficult for them to be bought by the enemy. For him, he won't lose much. Now the 6 states have fewer people and more land. The cultivated land given to them can also promote agricultural production. After awarding the generals, Xiaoming turned to Pang Yukan and said, "Pang Chengshi, you have been with this king for the longest time. It is Xiao He of this king. You take care of all the logistics and government affairs. Now this king also bestows it on your county uncle, knighthood." "Your Highness, this." Pang Yukan was taken aback. He never included himself when discussing the knighthood. He didn't expect that Xiaoming was thinking of him in his heart, and for a while he was a little at a loss. To be honest, he was very envious of Nu Ben and the others, but from the overall situation, he was not jealous. Now Xiaoming said this suddenly, making him feel complicated for a while. "You don't have to refuse. This king owes you, and your contribution to King Zhu is no less than that of the generals." Hearing that, Nu Ben and the other generals nodded. They still respect Pang Yukan from the bottom of their hearts, and Pang Yukan is a clean and honest person, and receiving a reward at this time can improve his life. "Thank you, Your Highness." Pang Yukan choked. Recalling the days after arriving in King Zhu, he was deeply moved for a while, and he believed that the bright road of King Zhu was waiting for them. He patted Pang Yukan on the shoulder, and then Xiaoming looked at Zhang Xingcheng and said, "Zhang Xingcheng, you don't think the county head is low? His Royal Highness, Lieutenant Luf is just the county head, and he is already grateful to get this title." Zhang Xingcheng smiled. He knew that his qualifications were still relatively low, and if he was titled too high, it would inevitably cause dissatisfaction among others. Nu Ben and Pang Yukan are the right arms of King Qi. This is recognized and there is nothing to be jealous of. Xiaoming nodded when he heard the words, and then he awarded some officials to Chen Wenlong. In the end, he looked at Li Kai Yuan and 2 businessmen. This time, he also included the merchants in the list of awards. The reason is no other reason. It was just to attract the wealthy businessmen of the country to settle in Qingzhou and transfer their industries to Qingzhou. Although Xiaoming has its own industrial system, Dao also has traditional handicraft industries, such as textiles, dyeing cloth, paper making, food oil and other industries. He doesn't need to create these ready-made industries, he just needs to attract businessmen to move their industries elsewhere to Qingzhou. As for the technological improvement of the industry, it is another matter. Li Kaiyuan, County Count, Xiaoming said with a smile. Li Kaiyuan had been fidgeting when he was awarded the award just now. After all, merchants suffered long-term discrimination and felt inferior. Li Kaiyuan was a little worried that he could not get the title. When Xiaoming said the title, Li Kaiyuan was relaxed. He stood up, his lips trembled, and he looked like he was about to cry. "Thank you for your kindness. The government is not unforgettable." Xiaoming laughed. When he asked Li Kaiyuan to take over the Chamber of Commerce, he had promised to treat him equally, which was also a return. Finally, he looked at the two most special people in this meeting. One was Ding Wu and the other was Dai Zixing. Calling these two men to him was carefully measured. Both of these were foreign merchants, both of whom joined Qingzhou's household registration later, and they had a lot of money to support the northern expedition. Especially Ding Wu. Li San has already investigated him and is Ding Wanquan's son. Now he has knighted the two, which will greatly stimulate the enthusiasm of merchants. Ding Wu, County Baron, Dai Zixing, County Baron. Xiaoming looked at the two and said slowly. Ding Wu and Dai Zixing were uncomfortable since they entered the Dudu mansion. They were all officials and generals under the command of King Qi, and they were all respected. They are nothing in front of these people. But even though they were a little nervous, they were equally nervous in their hearts, and they also held hope for the title. His Royal Highness Longen. Ding Wu and Dai Zixing stared at each other and stood up. "I will do my best to be loyal to your highness and make greater contributions to Qingzhou." Xiaoming nodded and let the two sit down. "It is natural for the king to choose you two in the merchants' opinion. You are the example of the merchants. In the future, the two Qingzhou merchants will have to work harder." Ding Wu and Dai Zixing nodded at the same time, their faces flushed with excitement. He glanced at the award booklet again. Now that the title award is over, Xiaoming asked the students and merchants to leave first. The next thing he wants to talk about is government affairs. Now that this reward is over, let's talk about the fiefdom. This Shilang Feng has already arrived in Qingzhou, and the king will go to Chang'an in a few days. During this period, you have to keep an eye on the fiefdom. Pang Yukan nodded and said, "His Royal Highness is going to Chang'an. The big wedding is the business. If His Highness can give birth to an heir sooner, Lazu will be more stable." Hearing that, Xiaoming rolled his eyes. This Pang Yukan was full of the imperial court style, and the princess was discussing heirs before the princess. This is the same as the minister asking the emperor to have a son. If he died suddenly that day, these guys wouldn't have become headless birds. Although he was very helpless and wanted to smoke Pang Yukan, Xiaoming understood that this was the helplessness of the feudal dynasty. After all, these people were chasing themselves with their wealth and lives, but he did not eat Pang Yukan's one set, but said, "Pang Chengshi, this king is going to Chang'an. You have to handle this Yaozu and the victims properly." In conjunction with the army conscription, there are still some young and strong people who are unwilling to farm. Joining the army is their ideal. "Yes, Your Highness." Pang Yukan nodded. Then Xiaoming said, "Also, it is estimated that the potatoes will be harvested when the king comes back. During this time you have to stare at the slave plantation." Pang Yukan nodded again. Xiaoming looked at Nu Ben again and said, "Dude, you are very concerned about the formation of the Yaozu army. Now Yaozu is in our hands, and our number of military areas should also be expanded. After all, the current army is already stretched. The army expansion must start now." "Yes." Nu Ben nodded. Then Xiaoming said, "Also, the firearms have been installed in the army. From now on you will focus on building the firearms army." To be continued. Chapter 380 Slave Trade. P.S. There is one more chapter later. Orders were issued one by one, and Xiaoming explained all the affairs of the fief, so as not to cause trouble. He also asked Pang Yukan to write down all his words, and he would punish whoever did not complete the task. In the end he said, "Don't think that you will have peace of mind when you get the title. If you don't want to make progress and waste the title given to you by this king can still take them back." As soon as this was said, the expressions of officials and generals suddenly became solemn, and they did not want to lose this honor. Secretly vowed to work harder in the future. The meeting lasted until the evening, when Xiaoming heaved a sigh of relief. The work was finally completed, and he was able to go to Chang'an with peace of mind. Of course, there are still some people who didn't read Dao at this meeting. It's not that they don't have titles, but that these people are not in King's now. For example, Liang Dahai, a slave trader, Qian Defu, a mine owner, and Yun. Now Yun is in the shipyard in Dengzhou. While staring at the construction of the Galen ship, he was also recruiting students in Dengzhou to increase the number of naval personnel. After the meeting was over, Xiaoming went straight back to the palace, and he felt relaxed after the government accountability. After Xiaoming left, Pang Yukan, Nu Ben and others also arrived outside the Dudu's mansion. At this time, everyone immediately reveled in their honor. Luf said triumphantly, "Oh, 2,000 tals of silver, 600 acres of Yong'ai field, what should I do?" Hearing this, Liu Oxin disdainfully said, "What to do? It's not easy to do. Just buy a few slaves and farm. My Yong'ishan is much larger than this. Your house belongs to General de Luo. What does it have to do with you? You are the same as me." Luf looked upset. Nu Ben said with emotion, "Hey, I don't know how to spend these 10,000 tals of silver." "Your Royal Highness is really generous." Luf was immediately beaten down, and he said with a happy smile, "The governor, if you can't spend it, I can help you spend it. I am familiar with Liang Dahai. When he comes back, he will buy you some slaves with money and help you." I saw a slave plantation. From now on, this will be nothing to worry about. The people who have been rewarded now are all holding Luf's ideas. They already had land in their home, but now they have so much more land, plus they have money in their hands. They all want to buy slaves to cultivate this permanent land. Pang Yukan shook his head when he heard this, but he couldn't help it. He was also facing this problem now. He said, "Aren't we the only people who will follow His Highness to be able to fly to the sky in the future? Since His Highness has already rewarded us, we don't need to hide it." I think Luf is right. By some slaves, farming is good, and the people regard food as their heaven. It's just that the slaves that Liang Dahai bought belong to His Royal Highness. Where do we go to buy slaves? Li Kai Yuan knew well about Liang Dahai's business, and at this time he poured cold water on everyone. Luf said, "Are there no people selling slaves except Liang Dahai?" "Yes, but very few." Pang Yukan frowned. Now King's lacks population. His Royal Highness is worrying about this. Naturally, he would not be willing to give his slaves to us. "But Li Kai Yuan, your merchant did not do slavery." "Trader?" Li Kai Yuan recalled for a while and said, "This is true, but their scale is very small, and they will be there today and not tomorrow. The most important thing is that our Highness has not agreed to these merchants to sell slaves." "You killer, your Highness didn't ask that. He had forgotten it." "You wouldn't ask about it. I'll leave it to you. If I can't buy a slave, I will find you." Li Kai Yuan. Luf said rogue look. He and Li Kai Yuan are used to fighting. "Lieutenant Lu, you are too shameless." After saying this, Li Kai Yuan suddenly realized that everyone was looking at him eagerly. After hesitating for a while, he said depressed, Okay, I will ask your Highness to see if I can allow other merchants to sell slaves in King's Zoo." After all, Li Kai Yuan went to the Qi Palace. When Pang Yukan and the others met, he laughed immediately. He said to Nu Ben, "In my opinion, His Royal Highness attaches great importance to this slave plantation, and this potato and pepper will be very promising in the future. If you listen to me, it is better to plant it. These things may be more profitable than growing food." Nu Ben looked indifferent. He had seen through the ups and downs of his life, and only wanted to preserve his fame in his later years. He said, "We will grow whatever Pang Qingxi grows." We still believe in Pang Qingxi's vision. Everyone nodded after hearing this. After all, Xiaoming and Pang Yukan were the closest to each other on weekdays, and Pang Yukan knew Xiaoming's thoughts very well. After chatting for a while at the Dudu's mansion, everyone went home and they couldn't wait to tell their families the good news. At this time, Li Kaiyuan had already arrived at the Prince Chi's mansion, bit the bullet. He still walked in. Li Kaiyuan, what's the matter? Are you dissatisfied with this king's reward for you? Xiaoming was a little surprised when he learned that Li Kaiyuan had come. His Royal Highness, this is not the case. How can the subordinates dare to question the rewards of your highness? It is said that the subordinates are all forced by Pang Qingshi and others. Once they do, they can buy slaves and go back to farming. The civil slave trade. Xiaoming suddenly woke up. Since he let Liang Dahai sell slaves, the slave trade in Kingzhou has almost been monopolized, but now this situation obviously needs to be changed. After all, besides Kingzhou, he also has vast land in Yaozhou. Now these land requires a lot of labor, and obviously cannot monopolize it with his own ability, so he can only move more people to buy land for planting park. This can increase the economic development of Kingzhou. After all, there is a lot of people and power, and he needs to be a leader, not a person who restrains the overall development for his own benefit. So he said, they are right, so let's take this opportunity to liberalize the slave trade, encourage merchants in the Chamber of Commerce to engage in the slave trade, and allow them to open a slave trade market in Kingzhou. Yes, Your Highness. Li Kaiyuan was very excited. Xiaoming nodded. Now that the vigorous slave trade in the West is already underway, he cannot fall behind. Perhaps from a modern point of view, this trade has no human rights, but the fact is that he is in an era without human rights, so there is no need to talk about human rights and be a virgin. After all, this issue is a little trivial compared to the national fortune and wealth accumulation. To be continued. Chapter 381. Back to Chang'an. Feng Deshui was looking at the cheap palace, looking at the two tall water towers in the palace. He was a little envious. He instantly understood that this was the same as the water tower in front of the Wise restaurant. Today is the day when King Qi goes to Chang'an. He specially waits for King Qi to go out with King Qi. He was rather reluctant to stay in the Wise restaurant for 2 days. However, the day of entering Beijing can't be delayed. For this reason, King Qi also hurriedly ended the award ceremony. He also learned a little about this award ceremony from the newspaper the next day. As a result, he also knew more about King's maverick. He understood the officials and generals, but he really couldn't understand Xiaoming's treatment of civilians. Merchants will also be knighted. Oh, my lord, going to Chang'an this time will cost you money again. When Feng Deshui saw carriage after carriage in front of the palace, the spy's voice suddenly rose octaves. After the award ceremony, Xiaoming was planning to go to Chang'an, and for the past 2 days he was preparing to go to Chang'an. Feng Shilang joked, "These are just thin gifts." Xiaoming smelled a strong perfume before Feng Deshui. Coupled with the feminine qualities of Feng Deshui, there is a strange image of no $100. Feng Deshui laughed slightly, and then he looked at Luluo and Asta who were following Xiaoming, and immediately raised his hand and patted Xiaoming's body lightly. His Royal Highness, Yan Fu is not shallow these past 2 days. While talking about Feng Deshui, he looked at Asta and Luluo. When Feng Deshui looked at it like this, Asta and Luluo were a little unnatural. Xiaoming suddenly understood Feng Deshui's meaning. He was a little helpless. This old was worthy of staying in the palace for a long time. He was so proficient in this kind of thing, and he could understand what he was doing just by looking at it. Xiaoming smiled swiftly, but Xiaoming didn't care. After all, Feng Deshui was an eunuch. He said, "Thanks to Feng Shilang for his kind words. Feng Shilang will wait a little longer. When the guards arrive, the king will leave." As soon as his voice fell, there was a sound of horseshoes in front of the door, and Liu Oxin and Qi Guanyi walked in. "His Royal Highness, everyone is here, you can leave." Liu Oxinlang said. Xiaoming nodded. He didn't take Luf this time. Besides Nu Ben, Lu Fei and Liu Oxin were his two most powerful subordinates. Now Nu Ben wants to stay in Qingzhou to be responsible for the expansion of the army, and Liu Oxin is going to Qing'an, and Lu Fei can only go to guard Shanhai Aiguan. After all, the importance of Shanhai Aiguan is needless to say. Compared with Liu Oxin, he is more confident in Lu Fei's defense of Shanhai Aiguan. In addition to Liu Oxin, Nu Ben also sent Qi Guanyi to him. Qi Guanyi was proficient in cavalry. This time Xiaoming went to Qing'an with 5,000 cuirassiers. There are these 5,000 cuirassiers who are not afraid even if they fight an encounter. This is also for the safety of Xiaoming. Cavalry comes and goes like wind, very suitable for long journeys. Upon seeing this, Xiaoming nodded and asked Liu Oxin and Qi Guanyi to wait for a while he was still waiting for the military workshop to deliver something. Not long after, Chen Qi brought the craftsman and came over carrying a few large boxes, and he was still holding a small box in his arms. His Royal Highness, things have arrived. Chen Qi winked at Xiaoming as he spoke, motioning for the small box in his arms, because he saw Feng Deshui who was looking around. Xiaoming nodded knowingly, let him go back, and then said to Feng Deshui, Feng Shileng, we should also go out. Hearing this, Feng Deshui looked at the direction of Wai's restaurant with a bit of reluctance, and then he left the palace and sat in a sedan chair that was ready. In the center of the line is a big sedan chair, which is twice the size of Feng Deshui's sedan chair, and it can hold 3 people inside. Xiaoming led Asta and Lu Luo onto the sedan chair. When everything was ready, Liu Oxin and Qi Guanyi got on their horses and guarded both sides of the sedan chair. When Xiaoming gave the order, the whole team walked forward. Outside the city of Qingzhou, Pang Yukan led a group of officials to see Xiaoming off. Before leaving, he confessed to him a few words, and then Xiaoming moved on to Qing'an. This time Xiaoming prepared such a big sedan chair not for himself, but for Fei. After all, after the marriage in Qing'an, Fei will go back to Qingzhou with him. Sitting in the sedan chair covered with fur and carpet, Xiaoming placed the box Chen Qi gave him on the table in the middle. At this time, Asta asked, His Royal Highness, what is this? Musket. Xiaoming smiled. Then he opened the box. It turned out that there were 2 well-made short-barreled muskets. The of the musket was peachwood with carved patterns. The length of the musket was only 30 centimeters, but the barrel was relatively thick. This was for the sake of power. Such a musket was enough for Xiaoming to hide under his clothes and carry it around. With a musket for self-defense, Xiaoming would have the power to protect himself when he suddenly faced an assassin. Is this the weapon used by Qingzhou military? Lu Luo asked in surprise. Xiaoming nodded. This power is so powerful that a tiger can kill it. Lu Luo's courage was small, and her face paled in shock when she said this. Asta took another musket and looked at it with interest, and then pointed the barrel at himself. Xiaoming was shocked when he saw it and immediately snatched it off, and said angrily, You are not dead. This musket, it's filled with bullets and ammunition. Xiaoming was really scared into a cold sweat just now. If this happens, Asta's life will be gone. After being reprimanded by Xiaoming, Zijian curled his lips and said coquettishly, It takes another 10 days to go to Qing'an. It's really boring. Xiaoming put the gun away and smiled. How can it be boring? Such a big sedan chair is enough for us to play. Asta didn't understand it at first, but after experiencing Xiaoming's words carefully, she immediately made a big blush. In the play of Asta and Lu Luo, 10 days later, the team arrived in Qing'an smoothly. At this time, both Xiaoming and Liu Oxin breathed a sigh of relief, and this was finally safe. Before the team arrived, the postman had already passed the news to Qing'an in advance, so when they arrived in Qing'an, Xiao Wenxian had sent officials at the city gate to wait to know Xiaoming and his party. His Majesty, this time your Majesty has personally sent someone from the Ministry of Rites to greet you, which shows that your Majesty attaches great importance to your Highness. Fengda was underwater with a smile on the carriage. When they came to Qing'an last time, they were made things difficult by the city gate guards, and now Xiao Wenxian is more careful. Nodded, he said to Feng Deshui, Please, Feng Shileng, I will return to Qing'an this time. I hope Feng Shilang can take care of him." "Whatever your highness said, the old slave still wants to go to King Zumor in the future. When returning to Qing'an this time, the old slave will be his highness." To be continued. Chapter 382. Steep rise. The bustling avenue was full of people and cars. 1 Chinese opening parenthesis closing parenthesis. Compared with last year, the prosperity of Qing'an City remains the same, just like a peaceful and prosperous era, and the war in Jizu did not affect it here. Outside the city gate, Li Zong, the attendant of the Ministry of Rites, was in charge of welcoming Xiaoming and his party. His Royal Highness, the Emperor ordered the next official to wait here for a long time. "Please enter the palace with the next official." Xiaoming nodded slightly. His eyes intersected with Li Zong for a moment, and he saw a trace of unnaturalness in Li Zong's eyes. The secret guard has now compiled a list of the various forces in the Great Chu Kingdom. This Li Zong was compiled in the first line of the Chu King, as well as Defy, the third Prince Xiao Zhen. When he came to Qing'an this time, Xiaoming took 12 points of caution. It is precisely because of this that he asked the military workshop to create a short-barreled musket to defend him. And Li San also sneaked into Qing'an in advance to collect information for him to prevent him from becoming blind in Qing'an. Like last time, after entering Qing'an City, Liu Hong appeared in front of him. He arranged the soldiers led by Liu Oxin and Qi Guanyi to Jin Wuai's camp for repairs. The place where he lives has not changed, but the difference is that the plaque in front of the door has been replaced with the plaque of Kuangfu. "His Royal Highness," the Emperor said, "this will be the residence of His Royal Highness in Qing'an from now on." Feng Deshui said with a smile. "Father is really interested." Xiaoming smiled, and the Prince of the Exclusion Domain could not have his own palace in Qing'an. Now Xiao Wenxian gave him a palace with an exception, which shows that Xiao Wenxian's attitude towards him now. Li Zong also accompanied a smile, but this smile was really fake. If Xiaoming in the Kangsu battle only changed Xiao Wenxian's view of him, now that the danger of Jizu has been lifted and Shanhai Aiguan has been conquered, Xiaoming's reputation is now faintly comparable to the prince backed by the king. Because Xiaoming has gone from being an unremarkable prince to being as important as other princes. Asta and Luluo were ordered to take the family and servants to settle down in the palace, and he went straight to the palace with Li Zong. In Bishui Pavilion, he met Xiao Wenxian and Empress Zhao. For children, see the father, the Empress and the Empress. When Li Zong led Xiaoming to the Bishui Pavilion, Xiaoming was still a little surprised, because generally speaking, Xiao Wenxian would only summon the prince and ministers in the study. But when he saw his mother concubine and Empress Zhao sitting side by side on Xiao Wenxian, and the other concubines were just sitting down, he communicated. His cheap father is very shrewd, and he must know that no matter what rewards are now for Xiaoming, it is not as effective as to draw the love between father and son. Minga, you don't need to be polite, you must be tired after the long journey. Come, sit here and rest. Xiao Wenxian showed a fatherly smile, without the pretense of an emperor, but like an ordinary father. Empress Zhao was the same, beckoning to him and said, Minga, don't stand, this is the harem. There are not so many rules, just treat it as a family gathering. If it were the predecessor Xiaoming, he would definitely be very moved at this time. After all, he had not been treated so favorably since he was a child, and Xiao Wenxian would not speak to him so intimately. Thank you father, Empress. When Xiaoming spoke, he glanced at Concubine Zhen. Concubine Zhen was looking at him lovingly, her eyes full of pride. Now she is a mother and her son. She always had to be patient in the palace before, but now, every concubine in the palace dare not provoke him, even the queen treats him politely, like a sister. Thanks. Xiaoming sat down under the concubine Zhen. Xiao Wenxian smiled softly and said, Minga, it's rare for you to return to Qing'an. This time you will be married again. It is a double happiness. Tonight, my father specially set a banquet in the palace of Fulin. When the princesses, the prince will be there, and your third and fourth emperors will also be there. Taking this opportunity, our royal family can gather together so as not to be unfamiliar. After all, now in Great Yu, only our royal family members are of one mind. Yes, my father, my son really misses his relatives in Chang'an. Xiao Ming's followed Xiao Wenxuan's words, and now he is basically sure that Xiao Wenxuan is playing the emotional card. But on the other hand, when an emperor plays the emotional card, it also means that he values the person. Throughout the ages, it has been the case. Xiao Ming's words made Xiao Wenxuan smile comfortably. He knew that he used to be very strict with Xiao Ming. Although it was for his own good, Xiao Ming didn't necessarily think so. Therefore, he wanted to take the opportunity to re-establish the father-son relationship between the two. Well, since that's the case, my father won't talk about it anymore. I won't talk about state affairs today, but only about family affairs. You and your mother and concubine will talk for a while, and my father will talk to you again at the banquet in the evening. Xiao Wenxuan stood up at this time. His goal had been achieved. He summoned Xiao Ming in Bishui Pavilion, and arranged the position of concubine Zhen in this way to tell Xiao Ming his current attitude. Xiao Wenxuan left together, and the other concubines also got up and left. At this time, Zhenfei and Xiao Ming sent Xiao Wenxuan and others out of the Bishui Pavilion together, and then turned back. Hey, this battle is really big. Xiao Ming breathed a sigh of relief. He was accustomed to being free in King's Zhu, and it was etiquette everywhere in the palace. Concubine Zhen sighed, took Xiao Ming and sat down in a chair, and said, I haven't shown you such a big battle. Can your father not take you seriously for such a great contribution? In the past, only the fan of the different surname when the king enters Beijing, your father will take them to meet the corresponding prince and concubine. After a pause, concubine Zhen looked at Xiao Ming and said, however, the mother and concubine are now the mother and the son. Minga, you are so promising now. The mother and concubine are overwhelmed. This time, it is only the child who has picked up Jin Yui's advantage, otherwise this barbarian will not be easy to fight. Xiao Ming told the truth. Concubine Zhen nodded. She was not very concerned about the major events in these countries, but said, after finally coming back, don't talk about these fights and kills, but talk about you and Ya's wedding. Pursing her lips and smiling, Zhenf suddenly said, have you collected the Asta and Lulu? Xiao Ming was stunned when he heard the words. He said helplessly, Mother concubine, is this not your will? Zhenf smiled and nodded. This is also to let you know some personnel in advance. But you have to distinguish the priority. Lulu and Asta are only maids, and Fu is the only princess. Now Yuit's no longer the king of Qi 6 years ago. The prince of Chang'an City is staring at you, wishing to kill you and marrying Fu's family. This means you have a mouth to speak for you in this court. That's why there will be this marriage, even though the concubine knows that you are not willing to participate in these messy things. But now this situation cannot help you. Concubine Zhen has always been smart, and she has been very accurate. At this time, what she said was exactly what Xiao Ming was thinking about, so he said, Mother concubine, my son will remember. To be continued. Chapter 383. Family dinner. A round of red gradually disappeared on the horizon, and the lanterns on both sides of the road in the palace were lit by small yellow doors one by one. Bei Chinese network opening parenthesis closing parenthesis. At the beginning of the Huadeng, the palace looked beautiful under the light of the lantern, and the beauty of the ancient style made Xiao Ming's mood a little quieter. In Bishuijian Zhenf said some common things. Feng Deshui came to urge the two to go to Fulin Palace. At this time, the prince, concubines and princesses had all arrived in the Fulin Palace, and the royal banquet was about to begin. As the concubines then went to the Fulin Palace, the maids who coincidentally passed by along the way cast charming glances at Xiao Ming from time to time. Concubine Zhen smiled and said nothing. She naturally understood the things in the deep palace. Now that Xiao Ming is in full swing, these palace ladies are looking forward to being attracted by Xiao Ming. In this way, they can have a worry-free second half of their lives. After all, there are still some court ladies in the palace that were taken by the prince and turned into a phoenix by flying on a branch, but this also shows that Xiao Ming's status has changed from the other side. He didn't have this treatment before. The two arrived at the Fulin Palace very quickly. Just as Feng Deshui said, the prince, princess and concubines in the Fulin Palace were all here. Seeing Xiaoming's arrival, some princes and princesses younger than Xiaoming stood up and saluted him. The current Xiaoming is no longer the previous Xiaoming. Although these princes and princesses are young, their mothers and concubines are very shrewd. Before the family banquet had begun, they had already explained how to treat Xiaoming. A crowded occasion always makes people feel better, and Xiaoming also responds one by one. At this moment, a pretty figure came in front of Xiaoming and stretched out his tender little hand. "Did Brother Seven bring me a gift? My perfume is used up." Princess Xianqing pouted, entwining Xiaoming for a gift. When she spoke like this, the other little princes and little princesses also followed suit. They ran over and stretched out their hands to Xiaoming one after another, all looking distraught. Many concubines smiled upon seeing this. At this moment, Xiaoming's mood suddenly turned cloudy. At least in the palace, there were still some younger brothers and sisters who were not malicious towards him. Li San's list is not all enemies. For example, this Princess Xianqing, her mother and concubine died young. Later, after Xiaoming went to King Zhu, concubine Zhen felt that she had nothing to put on her and took Princess Xianqing to her knees. His own daughter is generally raised, and the Princess Xianqing was only 7 years old. Now that 6 or 7 years have passed, Princess Xianqing has become a little beauty and was adopted by concubine Zhen. Princess Xianqing has always regarded Xiaoming as her brother. Therefore, Princess Xianqing and Xiaoming were so intimate. Gifts are all outside the palace, and you are indispensable. Xiaoming rolled his eyes. He, Brother Seven is the best to me. 2 dimples poured out of Princess Xianqing's face, and she returned to her seat with a grin. For a princess without a background, it is actually very pitiful. Having no background in a place like a palace means that it is open to others. Those princesses who are sent to barbarians and relatives are because they have no rich family background. Princess Xianqing had just left, when a 14-year-old boy stood beside Xiaoming. "Seven brother, can I go and fight the barbarians with you?" Ayuzian, looking at the young man carefully, Xiaoming tried to recall that this seemed to be the 9th prince. Rare, I thought you don't remember me, Brother Seven," Xiaozian said with a smile. Xiaoming smiled helplessly. This Xiaozian has nothing to do with him now, but will soon have a deeper relationship, because Xiaozian wanted to call Fu Ear's cousin, for no other reason. His mother was Fiji's sister. The concubine Gong pat Xiaozian on the shoulder. Xiaoming laughed. It seems that he is not alone in Qing'an. He also finally understands Zhenfei's good intentions. He said to Xiaozian, "Okay, as long as the father agrees, Brother Seven will take you to see what the battlefield is." Xiaozian turned to Xiao Wenxian, who was sitting in the main seat, in surprise and said, "Father, Brother Seven said that he is willing to take me to fight the barbarians." Since Xiaoming entered the Fulin Hall, Xiao Wenxian's eyes have focused on Xiaoming. Seeing that Xiaoming's expression gradually eased, he knew that he was taking the right step. In the past, Xiaoming was always alone, and seemed to be rejected by this big family. Now he will understand that he is not only the 7th prince, but also the 7th brother of these princes and princesses. He also has a responsibility to maintain the royal glory. Ha. Well, in that case, when you grow older, I will let you out." Xiao Wenxian laughed. Xiaozian happily danced after hearing the words and ran back to his position. Then he played with the little princes and princesses for a while, and then Xiaoming found his place to sit down. Seeing everyone seated, Xiao Wenxian clapped his hands, and the family banquet officially began. Suddenly singing, dancing and vocal music appeared, and the entire Fulin Hall was full of joy. Xiao Wenxian was also in a good mood, drinking frequently. Xiaoming looked at the opposite side while enjoying the singing and dancing, and the King Y and King Yong were also there. When his eyes were in contact with King Y, King Y's eyes flickered and immediately picked up the wine glass and pretended to drink, while King Yong raised the wine glass to face each other. Xiaoming smiled. This time he came to Chang'an, but the good show was still to come. Seems to be a pure family banquet. Xiao Wenxian only cared about drinking and feasting, and did not mention government affairs at all. Seeing other princes raising their wine glasses to toast to Xiao Wenxian, Xiaoming did the same. After an hour passed, the family banquet was gradually coming to an end. Then Xiaoming heard something. He said, "Father, in a few months it's the Chinese New Year. After this big wedding, the Sun Chen will return to King Zhu. I am afraid that he will not be able to spend the festival with his father, so he specially brought some gadgets to his father. Minga is really filial. Every time I was thinking of bringing gifts to the emperor father, and let the emperor see what it was." Xiao Wenxian's face was joyful, and his tone became more intimate to Xiaoming. Xiaoming smiled and said, "I have brought this thing, and I asked my father to accompany him to the outside of the palace for this big wedding. The child also wants to use this thing, and I hope my father will agree to transfer it to the Ministry of Rites." The more surprised Xiao Wenxian was, he said to the prince and concubines, "Go, let's take a look at what new stuff Qilang has created." At this time, the sky outside was completely dark. As soon as Xiao Wenxian's words fell, the young princes immediately ran out cheering, and they all knew that this seventh brother was a very powerful person. The prince, the second prince, the third prince, and the fourth prince showed displeased expressions. Once Xiaoming came to Chang'an, there would be no chance for them to show their faces, especially the prince, looking viciously at Xiaoming, but he suddenly laughed strangely, seemingly very proud. To be continued. Chapter 384 Fireworks and Murder. P.S. There are only 3 chapters tonight. Everyone in the book review area hopes to have a map of power distribution. In the past 2 days, the snail will make one to see if it can be posted. Bei Chinese ===. Everyone went outside, and the sky was extremely dark tonight because there was no moon. Only the lantern in the palace emits dim light. At this time, Xiaoming said a few words to Feng Deshui. Feng Deshui left, and soon brought the little yellow door of Bishui Pavilion, and the little yellow door put a box in front of the door. Xiaoming opened the box, revealing King Zhu fireworks. This is a batch of brand new fireworks, and they are not the fireworks released during Xiaoming's Chinese New Year last time, but are of the rocket type. Xiao Wenxian looked at the cylindrical and conical objects in the box at this time, and asked, "What is killing? Does father know firecrackers?" Xiaoming vaccinated these people first, and this thing would explode. "Of course I know this. There will be firecrackers in the palace during the New Year. He is no stranger to it." And when he heard the word firecrackers, the eyes of the other little princes lit up. Xiaoming continued, "This is similar to firecrackers, except that it will emit a very beautiful flame." "Beautiful flame?" Xiao Wenxian was a little puzzled. "Firecrackers are firecrackers. What does this have to do with flames?" "Emperor father, it is better to perform for the emperor father than your son," Xiaoming said with a smile. The reason why he came with fireworks was to use it when he got married. Since he was married in this world, he would have to have fun. Moreover, if the fireworks can make Xiao Wenxian happy, he will show his face in front of Xiao Wenxian again. Now he has changed his thoughts of forbearance towards the prince and others. There is no intention to hurt the tiger, and the tiger has a cannibalism. In that case, why should he bear his breath and become a little wife? He must show in front of Xiaoming and do his best to achieve himself through imperial power. The goal of. At this time, everyone was attracted by Xiaoming's actions. Xiaoming picked up a 1-meter-high rocket and then a lit candle. "Father, the name of this firework is called Damfixian," Xiaoming said with a smile, and at the same time leaned this small rocket-like firework against a small tree in front of the full-in palace and lit the fire rope. "Hey!" The matchstick was burning fast. In just a short period of 10 or so seconds, the rocket fireworks suddenly soared into the sky. After immersing in the dark night sky, when everyone was watching attentively, with a boom, the fireworks in the sky suddenly exploded, and the rain-shaped flames and silver flowers spread all over the sky, tearing the dark night apart, and it was colorful, very beautiful. What? When the fireworks exploded, Some young princes and princesses were scared and screamed. But when they saw this beautiful scenery, they were instantly attracted by this beautiful scenery. Xiaoming raised his head, and the fireworks exploded in the sky with a full range of 5 or 6 meters. He stood with everyone watching. In fact, this firework is not difficult. It was made by Chen Qi when he was studying the Tiger Squat gun. Now with the exhibition of the King's army, the military is becoming more and more dissatisfied with the catapult, because the catapult is bulky, has a short range, and is extremely easy to damage. So Chen Qi prepared the Tiger cannon according to the teaching materials, this kind of curved artillery. In modern times, the Huzhong cannon was developed during the Qi Jiguang period of the Ming Dynasty. It was specially used for mountain operations. This type of artillery is very good at dealing with enemies hiding behind bunkers because it can fire in a curved direction. After researching, Chen Qi felt that he could use the Tiger cannon to shoot gunpowder cans, so he set about making a Tiger cannon with a short and wide barrel. But before that, he conducted some simple experiments. The method of experiment was fireworks, so he used paper tubes and shrunken powder cans to simulate the fire of a Tiger Squat gun. As a result, the Tiger gun hadn't been produced yet. He suddenly realized that reducing the gunpowder canister to the size of a cherry would allow fireworks to explode in the air, saving Xiaoming's regret that it's a pity that fireworks can't go to the sky. Therefore, during the experiment, he boldly created these fireworks that could go to the sky. Minga, what is going on? Xiao Wenxian stared at the fireworks intently with a look of surprise. Father, this is the fireworks in King's Zoo, which contains gunpowder. I know this gunpowder, it's just why the gunpowder becomes colorful and so beautiful. Xiao Wenxian said strangely. Father, this is naturally the skill of the craftsman. Xiao Wenxian nodded. Yes. You have all kinds of new things in King's Zoo, let me try. Upon hearing this, Xiaoming took one out of it and explained to Xiao Wenxian how to ignite it. Xiao Wenxian understood, and learned that Xiaoming took the fireworks to the bottom, used a candle, moved a few steps away, and then another beautiful firework bloomed, and the others immediately looked fascinated. I will come one too. I will also come one. After another firework exploded, the princes and princesses immediately surrounded Xiaoming. Xiao Wenxian laughed, seeming to have acquiesced to the fireworks show, so Xiaoming taught them to set off fireworks one by one. Boom boom boom. One by one fireworks went to the sky, and the sky was filled with colorful fireworks. The prince and the princesses were having fun, but the concubines were fascinated. The other guards and maids of the palace also saw this wonder, but they didn't understand what it was. They thought that something had happened, so they rushed to the driver one by one. They didn't go back to their respective places until they saw that everyone had fun. At the same time, in various private squares in Chang'an, the people also saw the beautiful fireworks above the palace. Some people were surprised at the colorful wonders above the palace, and some even began to bow down in the direction of the palace. Everyone is having fun. At this time, a small yellow door hurried over. The little yellow gate knelt down in front of Xiao Wenxian and said, Your Majesty, the people in the folk square are gathering now. They all say that Your Majesty is the Emperor, who has been blessed by the heavens, and the heaven descends auspiciously in the palace. Our great Yu is also the country of God. Ha ha ha. Xiao Wenxian, who was about to light the fireworks, suddenly laughed. Since ancient times, the thought of monarch power has been deeply rooted in people's hearts, but Xiaoming's unintentionally brought fireworks confirmed his supremacy and stabilized his throne. While smiling, Xiao Wenxian suddenly grabbed Xiaoming's shoulders and said, Minga, you are really my lucky star. Tomorrow I will give you the 3-bead crown. I will call you 3 Beads Prince. As soon as these words came out, Princess Xianqing and the 9th princes both showed happy smiles. The faces of the prince, the 2nd prince and others were extremely ugly. Thank you, father. Xiaoming grinned. The 3 beads meant that he was enough to sit on an equal footing with Wang Wei and others, and it also meant that Xiaoming's position in Xiao Wenxian's heart. The banquet ended in a peaceful atmosphere. Xiaoming did not expect to immediately get the honorary title of Prince Sanzu because of a few fireworks, but because it was getting late, the prince was inconvenient to stay in the palace, so he and the princes went out of the palace and went back separately. Outside the door, there was a carriage waiting for Xiaoming. He got on the carriage and was about to get out. At this moment, a carriage stood in front of him, and the bead curtain opened, revealing the face of the third prince. Qi Lang, it's not easy to walk this night, the third prince said with a smile. To be continued. Chapter 385 Assassinate in the Dark Night. Only the lantern shed a faint light. August 1st. Chinese network? Xiaoming looked at the three princes with a dark face in the candlelight, unhappy, and couldn't help asking, "Brother, what do you mean by this?" "No other meaning, just want to tell you, this is Chang'an. Some people are not suitable to stay here." The third prince still smiled and said. Xiaoming's expression was cold. He knew that he came to Chang'an to make these princes who regard Chang'an as his own place unhappy. A faint glance at Xiaozhen, Xiaoming said, "Thank you for your third brother's reminder, but this great Yu country is the father's kingdom, and this Chang'an city is also at the father's feet. Whether I can stay here, only father has the final say. No one else is qualified to say this." The smile on the third prince's face solidified little by little, and Xiaoming's words were about his painful spot. The scene of Xiao Wenxuan's treatment of Xiaoming at the family banquet is vivid, and now he has the same status in Xiao Wenxuan's heart. The third prince said coldly, "Kalang, your third brother has nothing to say, but the third brother is convinced. Not everyone else is convinced. This is the end of the third brother, you can understand it yourself." After all, the three princes put down the bead curtain, and the carriage gradually disappeared into the darkness. Looking at the third prince's carriage quietly, Xiaoming frowned, and Xiaozhen's sudden move made him a little confused. Shaking his head, he also went to the palace under the protection of the guards. Sitting in the carriage, Xiaoming was still thinking about the somewhat abnormal third prince, and the more he thought of the third prince, the more shocked he would be. Looking at the endless night outside, Xiaoming was vaguely disturbed. As the third prince said, Chang'an was not King Zhou at this time. He couldn't fully understand the situation here. When he was worried, suddenly a sound of a loose bowstring came. In the dark night, the sound of the bowstring was very clear. In an instant, all the hair on Xiaoming's body exploded. "Assassin, protect your highness." Zhao Long and Zhao Hu also heard the sound of the bowstring, and they immediately shouted. At the same time, hundreds of elite cavalrymen who were in charge of protecting Xiaoming immediately put Xiaoming's carriage in the middle. "There are assassins," the soldiers shouted. However, the sound of bowstring loosening continued. Xiaoming only heard the sound of dong-dong on the wooden carriage of the carriage, and the sound of war horses neighing and soldiers' screams kept coming. After being assassinated in King Zhou, Xiaoming has strengthened his own security precautions. This time he came to Chang'an, he also specially prepared firearms to defend himself. At this time, the danger was approaching, and he couldn't help taking out the musket hidden in the carriage. "His Royal Highness, we can't see the enemy in the dark. Please stay in the carriage and don't come out." Zhao Long's voice was anxious. Being attacked in the dark night, they can only passively be beaten now. When Xiaoming heard the words, he looked at the box in the carriage. The box contained fireworks to be used at the wedding banquet. He had an idea and asked Zhao Long and Zhao Hu to carry the fireworks box out and shouted, "Hurry up, this is fireworks." "Just fireworks." "It's exploded. Everyone can see us here, and the light from the fireworks can also let you see where the enemy is." Zhao Long and Zhao Hu had been guarding both sides of the carriage. They immediately moved the fireworks outside, holding the torches and lighting them up to the sky. Boom! 6 fireworks exploded in the air in succession, and the ground was as bright as day when the fireworks exploded. At this time, Xiaoming saw the men in black who were approaching them. There were hundreds of them. He raised the bead curtain and looked behind the carriage. There were also hundreds of men in black approaching the carriage. The bows and arrows on both sides did not stop from beginning to end, and they were surrounded at this time. Outside the carriage, Zhao Long and Zhao Hu also saw the man in black. At this time, half of the cavalry were injured by the bow and arrow. "Zhao Hu, you protect your highness, Others will come with me," Zhao Long roared. Although they were attacked, the cavalry who protected Xiaoming did not panic. These cavalry were all cavalry who experienced the Battle of Jizu. The slaughter on the battlefield honed their iron will, drew out their sabers, and half of the cavalry rushed towards the man in black following Zhao Long. The injured cavalry still did not give up fighting. They gathered to the carriage and used their flesh and blood to resist the shooting of bows and arrows. These cavalry are cuirassiers. Although they don't have plate armor, the cuirass on their bodies are cast to defend against bullets, because the thickness and hardness are much stronger than plate armor. So although the soldiers were injured a lot in an instant, the injuries were on the arms and thighs. Their heads were also protected from bows and arrows because of the armor. Seeing Zhao Long leading people to rush out, Zhao Hu didn't idle. He cursed, "You guys who hide their heads and show their tails, today, Grandpa Zhao will teach you how to be human." While talking, Zhao Long distributed the fireworks to the soldiers and roared, "Aim the fireworks at these dog thieves and blow them up." With that, Zhao Long picked up a rocket, ignited it, and shot it into the crowd. Boom! The fireworks flew out and exploded among the men in black. Several screams sounded, and then the light of the fireworks illuminated the surrounding area. The man in black had reached a place less than 20 meters away from the carriage like a ghost. At this time, other soldiers also picked up a variety of fireworks and lit them, some of which were jet fireworks, enough to spray on the ground for a minute. Such fireworks were lit, and suddenly, there was continuous light around. Kill! Zhao Long and more than 20 cavalrymen lined up in a tight formation and slammed into the man in black. The screams of flesh and blood continued to be heard. It's just that they can only stop the man in black who is blocking behind, but they can't care about the man in black who comes in front. Kill! The men in black burst into a roar when they entered the 10-meter range of the carriage, and they all rushed towards Xiaoming with short swords in their hands. Zhao Long threw the fireworks on the ground and looked at the door. At this time, he led other soldiers to surround the carriage and looked at the man in black sharply. "If you want to kill your highness, we must step over our bodies." Withdrawing his knives, Zhao Long stood in front of the carriage alone by Yu reading www.yuukanzu.com. At this moment, the man in black rushed forward, and the guard in front of the carriage immediately fought with the man in black. Xiaoming sat in the carriage and watched all this. He thought that the trip to Qing'an would not be peaceful here, but he did not expect that anyone would want to kill him. Thinking of the reminder in front of the door of the Three Emperors' womb, a layer of cold sweat formed on his back. If it weren't for the three princes, it would have been premeditated and someone wanted to kill him and then quickly. The number of people in black is increasing, and the scene of Zhao Long and the guards fighting seems to be played like a movie screen in front of Xiaoming. A trace of cruelty appeared at the corner of his mouth. Xiaoming flew up, took out 2 muskets, and fired at the 2 men in black who were rushing towards Zhao Long at the same time. Boom! The 2 men in black who had just rushed to Zhao Long fell down amidst gunfire. To be continued. Chapter 386. From a desperate situation. P.S. There are only 2 changes today. Please allow the snail to take a rest on the first day of New Year's Day, and tomorrow we'll make up all the missing chapters. August 1st. Chinese, opening parenthesis, closing parenthesis. His Royal Highness, why did you come out? Go back, Zhao Long said anxiously. He could no longer consider his respect and inferiority, and shouted at Xiaoming. This king is not a scholar who has no power to bind a chicken. Xiaoming said coldly, without the courage to face the sword and spear on the battlefield, how could he defeat his vicious enemy? Since someone wants to play with him, he has to play to the end. Biting open the ammunition bag, Xiaoming poured the bullet into the musket and shot another shot at the man in black who rushed over. This short-barreled musket has a very short range, but it is very easy to load. You only need to pour in the gunpowder and you can shoot again. Xiaoming constantly relied on the protection of the carriage to shoot at the men in black outside. Seeing Xiaoming fighting himself, the guards around the carriage became more and more courageous. At this time, there was only one belief in their hearts. That is, that Xiaoming could not be injured. It's just that there are too many people in black outside. Although his soldiers are very good at fighting, There are still soldiers falling in a pool of blood. The protection circle was getting smaller and smaller by the people in black, and the guards fell into a pool of blood one by one. Looking at the protection circle with more than 30 people left, Xiaoming felt cold. Is your own way going to be cut off in Chang'an? Who is going to kill himself? Just as he was desperate, a rumbling of horseshoes suddenly sounded, and the man in black immediately fled around hearing the sound. Not long after, dense torches appeared in Xiaoming's field of vision, and thousands of cavalry appeared on Vermilion Avenue. When he saw the armor of these cavalrymen, Xiaoming breathed a sigh of relief. This was the Yulin cavalier guarding the palace gate, His Royal Highness King Qi. The general leading the cavalry immediately exclaimed when he saw Xiaoming. General Du. In the light of the fire, Xiaoming also saw the appearance of the incoming person, not someone else, but Du Boyuan's father, Du Heng, who was responsible for protecting the safety of the palace. His Royal Highness, what is going on? Du Heng glanced at the messy battlefield and lost his color. At this time, there were more than 200 black corpses lying on the ground, mixed with soldiers wearing silver breastplates. This was King Qi's guard. Someone is going to assassinate this king. Xiaoming's voice was like the cold wind in the winter. His heart was bleeding as he watched the soldiers who died for him. Zhao Hu, wake up, Zhao Hu. Zhao Long's voice suddenly rang, very sad. Xiaoming was startled, and immediately walked to Zhao Long, only to see Zhao Hu lying in Zhao Long's arms, and Zhao Hu was wounded all over his body. He said to Du Heng, General Du, let's save people first. Du Heng reacted and immediately asked his subordinates to save the people. He shouted, what are you still doing? Don't send the people to the hospital, come on. Turning his head, he said to Xiaoming, Your Majesty sees that there is a firework release here. I am afraid that in addition to accidents, His Majesty will send the general to come to rescue him. Your Majesty is already waiting for your Highness in the palace, and please come with us. Xiaoming nodded. He can't go back to the palace tonight. These people in black can ambush him here, and say they can't ambush him around the palace. Du Heng mounted his horse. Xiaoming immediately walked to Zhao Long, picked up Zhao Hu on the ground and sent him to the carriage. He said to Zhao Long, don't cry, Zhao Hu is not dead yet, so please send them to the hospital soon. Help the wounded soldiers to the carriage, hurry up. Zhao Long only reacted at this time and immediately went to help the other seriously injured soldiers. At this time, Xiaoming mounted his horse and followed Du Heng to the palace. In the imperial study room, Xiao Wenxian was walking around anxiously. He felt unusual when he saw fireworks appear inexplicably, because Xiaoming will definitely not set off fireworks again. As a person who came from the prince dispute, he immediately realized the danger, so he sent Du Heng to see what was going on. While he was worried, there was a sound of footsteps outside, and then he saw a Xiaoming walking in. Minga, this ... this, Xiao Wenxian said in surprise, are you injured? No, Xiaoming said calmly, Father, the sun was assassinated only 5 miles away from the palace. All of the 100 guards of the sun died in battle. I hope that the father will be the master of the sun. Assassination. Xiaoming's words almost came out word by word, and Xiao Wenxian could feel Xiaoming's anger. After he was surprised, he was furious. Someone dared to assassinate the prince under my eyelids. It was lawless. Du Heng took my tiger charm to mobilize the left and right guards, and immediately searched the entire Chang'an city for me. We must kill all of them. The king's master envoy will find out for me. Yes, the emperor. Du Heng replied and immediately left with the imperial army. His chest was violently undulating, and Xiao Wenxian looked at Xiaoming. This time Xiaoming made such a great contribution, but he was assassinated without being rewarded, which left his face blank. Chang'an city was at the feet of the emperor, and openly assassinated the prince. This was not only an insult to Xiaoming, but also an insult to him. Minga, I will definitely give you an explanation. No matter who it is, I will definitely give you justice. Xiao Wenxian said firmly to Xiaoming. At this time, Xiaoming couldn't say anything. He couldn't blame Xiao Wenxian, but he had to pay for this hatred. Thanks to the father, the son is the great Yu country, and he has done his best for the royal family, but now some people want to kill the son. Father, is it wrong? Xiaoming said. Xiao Wenxian was more guilty of being said by Xiaoming. He said, Minga, how could this be wrong? Without you, how can there be royal stability now? Father knows in his heart your importance to Great Yu Kingdom. With the words of the emperor, the son will feel relieved. Xiaoming said lightly. He said this deliberately in order to put the murderer to death. Since the murderer had killed him, why should he continue to bear it? Xiao Wenxian breathed a sigh of relief, and said to Xiaoming, you don't want to go back tonight, just stay in Bishui Pavilion for the time being. Xiaoming nodded in response. He walked towards the Bishui Pavilion under the guidance of the Xiaohuangman. Watching Xiaoming leave, Xiao Wenxian said to Feng Deshui, go and call Yang Zhen. What do they eat? At Lijingmen, they didn't get any news about such a big thing. Yes, the emperor. Now Shanhai Aiguan is in the hands of His Royal Highness Qi. If His Royal Highness has 3 longs and 2 shorts in Chang'an, the soldiers under the Qi king will not rebel. When the time comes, he will let the barbarians enter the customs in anger, and the country will be over. Feng Deshui said urgently. A cold sweat suddenly broke out behind Xiao Wenxian's words. Now King Yong's strength is greatly reduced. If Xiaoming died at this time, it would be equivalent to forcing the soldiers under King Qi to rebel. At that time, no one would be able to resist the barbarian entry. Who is going to ruin my Great Yu country? Xiao Wenxian's eyes gradually reddened. I must thwart him. Feng Deshui nodded. Yes, this person is really sinister. He should be killed. To be continued. Chapter 387. Clue Chang'an City is destined to be unstable tonight. Bei Chinese? When Du Heng arrived at the left and right Ui with the soldier charms, the army immediately dispatched, and the soldiers rushed into the streets of Chang'an City with torches. Keep up, and search for me one by one. Your Majesty has an order to catch the assassin even if you turn over Chang'an City. The street looked deep and gloomy in the darkness. Du Heng's aides were called. He has been following Xiao Wenxian for a long time, and he naturally knows Wang Qi's position in Xiao Wenxian's eyes, especially this time Xiaoming has taken the Shanhai Aiguan Pass. These days, Xiao Wenxian has been talking about Xiaoming almost every day, because it was King Qi's repeated military exploits that gradually washed away the shame of the Great Yu country over the years, and the rise of a powerful royal prince made the kings of the opposite reduce their arrogance. Yes, upon receiving the order, wolves like tigers poured into the streets and alleys of Chang'an City. This time, neither the ordinary people nor the imperial family were able to stop the military guards from searching. This shows how angry Xiao Wenxian was. While he was commanding soldiers to search, suddenly the gate of a house in the square opened, and a person walked out while wearing clothes. When the man saw that it was Du Heng, he couldn't help asking, Du Heng, what's wrong with this? It's so exciting. It turned out to be Fi's Hongshu. Seeing the visitor, Du Heng let go of his vigilance. He said, Zongshu didn't know. His Royal Highness King Qi was attacked when he returned to his residence after attending a family dinner. Now I am being ordered to search Chang'an City. Someone attacked King Qi. Fiji was shocked, and he hurriedly asked, will King Qi be well now? His Majesty is safe and sound, but the guards around him have suffered many casualties. Your Majesty is furious because of this. The Emperor's feet dared to be so rampant, it's impossible to see. Fiji was furious. Xiaoming was already his son-in-law, so he was naturally very angry when something like this happened. While the two were talking, some soldiers were about to rush into the mansion and search. Du Heng shouted. At this time, Zongshu's home does not need to be searched, so as not to disturb Miss Fiji said, General Du, this is not necessary. Since it is the order of your Majesty, this search should be searched, and the officer does not want to let others talk. Du Heng heard this and said, in this case, Du is offended. Fiji nodded and entered the yard with Du Heng. The chaos outside also awakened Fuya. She and Xiaohan also came out of the boudoir. After seeing Fiji, they couldn't help asking, Father, what's wrong? Fiji sighed and told about the assassination of Xiaoming. Fuya and Xiaohan were immediately pale with fright. But after learning that Xiaoming was safe and sound, Fua breathed a sigh of relief. She said, "Dare to assassinate the first day your highness enters the city, father? Who would have such a big deal? Courage? You said that if King Qi is dead, who'll benefit the most?" Fiji is also thinking about this issue, and taking risks so desperately proves that this force has fallen into madness. Of course it is the prince. Now that His Royal Highness Qi is so favored, and with his military merits, isn't this exactly the same as His Majesty back then? And your Majesty has the intention to move the capital. If this is going to Bianzhu, the imperial palace will be on his eyes. Underground. Fua frowned and analyzed. Fiji was pacing back and forth, thinking hard. You can figure this out, and others can figure it out. Although the prince is stupid, he is not surrounded by stupid people. Nothing else. Don't do it until things have settled. Guessed wildly. Fua nodded gently. Her bright eyes were still full of worry. The next morning, Xiaoming got up early, and last night Zhenf cried in fright when she learned that he had been assassinated. It was because of his persuasion that Zhenf felt a little relieved. He didn't sleep all night last night, and kept thinking about who was going to assassinate him. He just thought about it. He felt that many people had reasons to kill him. Now his only clue is the specious words that the third prince was leaving. It's just that he knew that when he went to confront the three princes at this time, he would definitely not admit it, and this sentence didn't explain much. After a simple meal, he went directly to the hospital. The guards who were injured last night were sent here for treatment. When he learned that more than 20 guards could not be rescued, Xiaoming was heartbroken. His Royal Highness, the imperial physician of the imperial hospital, said that Zhao Hu could not die. Zhao Long also stayed up all night, and he had been guarding the imperial hospital to take care of the soldiers. That's good, that's good. Xiaoming patted Zhao Long on the shoulder. The two had followed him for a long time, saying that it is impossible to have no feelings. Zhao Long then sighed and said, "Unfortunately, those 20 soldiers, they did not die on the battlefield fighting the barbarians, but they died in their own hands. This is wrong. These assassins are barbarians. They are not their own." The two were talking. Suddenly a voice came, and an old man wearing a dark night t-shirt with a long beard walked out from the corner. Dr. Wu. Xiaoming knew this imperial physician. When his predecessor was ill, he was treated by the imperial physician Wu in the imperial hospital. The imperial physician Wu was also recognized for his superb medical skills. His Royal Highness Wu Shank bowed to Xiaoming. "The bodies of these assassins are in the morgue. The officials have already examined them. Although these assassins are basically the same as the people of Dayu, they can still be identified carefully. I can tell that these assassins are probably the descendants of the barbarians and the people of Dayu." Mongrel. Zhao Long cursed. Although Zhao Long's words are vulgar, but they are true. If Wu Shank's words are correct, these people are probably the descendants of the barbarians and the slaves of Dayu Kingdom. "Is the barbarian trying to kill me?" Xiaoming asked uncertainly. Zhao Long pondered for a moment and said, "His Royal Highness is not impossible. It is said that the barbarians specially trained a group of hybrid troops to infiltrate the country of Dau to assassinate them. Shanhai Aiguan was seized back then. The army's contribution is not small, because they infiltrated Shanhai Aiguan Pass and assassinated the guard at the time." Xiaoming nodded. If there were no reminders from the three princes, he would believe that it was the barbarians. But now he still has some doubts in his heart. "Dr. Wu, are you sure?" Xiaoming asked again. "It is certain that the heads of the barbarians are somewhat curled, and these heads are spread out, and the same is true for the 10. Generally speaking, the descendants of the barbarian men in the Dau country women will have this characteristic," Wu Shank said. Then he said, "Your Majesty, the subordinates have to report the matter to your Majesty and leave." Xiaoming nodded, and said, "This king also wants to go in front of his father, so let's go together." After all, the two went to the front hall together. To be continued. Chapter 388. Offensive and Defensive Barbarian. In the Imperial Study Room, Xiao Wenxian was surprised when he learned that the assassin was from a barbarian. 1 Chinese network equals. "Father, it's good that the assassin is from a barbarian clan. but the number of assassins who assassinated the children last night was no less than 300. How did an assassin of this size enter the city of Chang'an? This matter is too strange. If it is to the father. Speaking of this, Xiaoming didn't say anything. He deliberately frightened Xiao Wenxuan. Sure enough, Xiao Wenxuan's expression became extremely embarrassing. He said, "What you said makes sense. I have sent someone from Liejingmen to investigate this matter. Don't worry. The Emperor will give you an explanation." "Thank your father. It's just that Urchin has another request." "Let's talk. If you can promise you, the father will definitely agree." Xiao Wenxuan felt a little guilty towards Xiaoming. This great achievement has not yet been rewarded, but at this time he encountered such a thing. The remaining assassins still have no traces. For the safety of the children, please allow the Emperor to allow the children to expand the accompanying guards to 1,000. Xiaoming said. In Chang'an, the number of guards carried by each vassal prince is limited, which is to prevent disasters. Considering the current situation of Xiaoming, Xiao Wenxuan nodded and said, "I'm correct." "Thanks for the father." Xiaoming bowed. Du Heng is still searching for the assassin in Chang'an City, but there is no news so far, and because of the assassination, Xiao Wenxuan had no intention of going up. The two said a few words. Xiaoming withdrew from the imperial study room. He was going to find the third prince. When he arrived outside the palace gate, Xiaoming asked Zhao Long to dispatch troops and horses to the Jinyuai camp. Not long after, Qi Guanyi arrived at the palace gate with 1,000 cavalry. After getting on the horse, Xiaoming led 1,000 cavalry troops to the three princes' mansion, and 1,000 cavalry soldiers blocked the water surrounding the three princes' mansion. "Xiaoming, what do you mean?" Hearing that Xiaoming was coming with heavy soldiers, the third prince had arrived outside the palace. His face was very ugly. After spending so long in the country of Dao, it is natural that whoever is favored can walk sideways in Chang'an. These prince brothers have always proven this to him before. 7 years ago, no matter it was the prince, the second prince or the third prince, they blatantly humiliated him. What is the third brother doing so nervously? The third brother said that it is not easy to walk in the dark of Chang'an. "I can only take some more soldiers and horses." Xiaoming rode on the horse, just as the three princes rode on the horse before looking at him condescendingly. When he came to Chang'an, Xiaoming decided not to blindly hide his powers and bide his time, but to be both offensive and defensive. The anger that had been powerless to him before was meaningless, but for him now the truth is only within the range of the artillery. The big fist makes sense. He doesn't have so much time to play conspiracies with these princes. Xiao Zhen's face was green. If it had been before, how could Xiaoming dare to be so rampant in front of him? Seeing the appearance of the third prince gritted his teeth. Xiaoming continued, "Third brother, don't you invite me in and sit down? I still have a lot of things to tell the third brother, such as the Dutch." As soon as the words came out, the pupils of the three princes were extremely enlarged, and their bodies seemed to be stiff together. Looking at Xiaoming, who was confident, Xiao Zhen suddenly felt that this seventh brother, whom he had never looked down upon before, was so terrifying. "Please." Xiao Zhen's eyes narrowed. "It's just that the seventh brother is not afraid of entering my palace. It is like entering a tiger's den." Xiaoming got off his horse and walked towards the palace of the third prince, and said with a smile, "The third brother is joking, but if I have an accident, I promise that no one will be alive in this palace." Xiao Zhen's heart was cold, and Xiaoming's tone was full of killing intent. He looked at the cavalry that Xiaoming had brought, and these cavalry also gave him a very dangerous feeling. When he arrived at the main hall of the palace, Xiaoming picked up a seat and sat down, while the third prince sat in the main seat. At this time, the third prince said, "Seventh brother, the assassination of you last night has caused a lot of trouble in the city, but this matter really has nothing to do with me." "I know it has nothing to do with the third brother, but the third brother must have criticized what he said last night. But I think the third brother is also watching the theater at the same time. If I die, I will be clean. If I live, I can talk about it." "Talk about it, isn't it?" Xiaoming said with squinting eyes. "The seventh brother is really smart." Xiao Zhen's eyes were sharp. "I do know some clues about this. But why should I tell the seventh brother? Looking at the environment in the main hall, Xiaoming suddenly saw a delicate mirror in the corner of the main hall. It's just that this mirror is very different from the one in King Zhu. Ignoring the words of the third prince, he stood up and walked towards the mirror. The third prince was taken aback, looking at the place Xiaoming was walking towards for a while, with a trace of panic in his eyes. This mirror is really beautiful, but it's not made in King Zhu. Xiaoming picked up the mirror and said, "This is also Dutch goods. Don't you know how much it costs?" The third prince was a little helpless. Xiaoming came so fast that he could not clean up in time. He sighed and said, "Yes, this is indeed from a Dutch businessman. As for the price, it is 5 times the price of King Zhu mirror." "Now you should satisfied." "5 times? Hey, this Dutchman is really dark enough." Did the King's mirror make King Chu throw the Dutchman's mirror into his hand and lose a lot of money? Xiaoming smiled maliciously. Li Kaiyuan once told him that he once gave the mirror to the Prince of Chu as a gift, but the Prince of Chu was not only unhappy, but also a little angry. From then on, he knew that there might be something weird in it. When talking, Xiaoming stared into the eyes of the third prince and found that his pupils shrank. "You can't hide anything from the seventh brother." While King Zhu was selling mirrors, the Dutch also shipped a batch of mirrors. "But as you think, these mirrors are too expensive to compete with seventh brother's mirrors. Now you should be satisfied." The third prince almost gritted his teeth and said, with great joy in his heart. Xiaoming threw the mirror on the table, and he said, "It doesn't matter if this matter is not mentioned. The third brother still talks about how to tell me who sent the assassin, not to mention the barbarians. This can't deceive me." "So the seventh brother already knows that these people are of mixed race of barbarians?" "Ha ha, well, in that case, we will get straight to the point. If you were to die, this Dutch secret would not be revealed, at least a few years later. Let me leak it again, but now I can only talk to you. The terms of this exchange are the Dutch. Now that you know it, you must also understand that the relationship between King Chu and the Dutch is not a year or two. But now this matter is getting more and more concealed, so we hope that the seventh brother can help us to get through this matter smoothly." To be continued. Chapter 389 East Palace Incident. PS 2 more chapters will come later. Bei Chinese == Stop smoothly. There were only Xiao Zhen and Xiaoming in the main hall. Faced with Xiao Zhen, Xiaoming's brows wrinkled. "Yes, this time I took advantage of the seventh brother to come to Qian. I will take the initiative to confess the Dutch people to my father. My father will be furious at that time. I hope my seventh brother can say something to me." Xiaoming couldn't help laughing when he heard the words, "The third brother is not the third brother. Before I am in trouble, the third brother will take the initiative to confess to the father. It seems that the third brother has guessed that I will shake the matter out in the court." Speaking of this, Xiaoming finally figured out Xiao Zhen's purpose. Since the Cow family moved part of the industry to King Zhu, the King of Chu probably knew that the Cow family had told Xiaoming about the Dutch, so he discussed the matter with Xiao Zhen. At this time, Xiao Zhen also learned that someone was going to assassinate Xiaoming, so such a scene was staged in front of the palace gate. If Xiaoming is dead, he naturally doesn't need to worry about anything. If Xiaoming is not dead, he can just choose this matter to deal with Xiaoming, so as not to let Xiaoming take the initiative to appeal. Otherwise, once Xiao Wenxuan learned of this, he would be very dissatisfied with King Chu, and even thought that King Chu was going to rebel, and his throne would have been indefinitely since then, and even lost Xiao Wenxuan's favor. Xiao Zhen smiled bitterly. "Is it not? The Cow family visited the seventh brother more than once, and even supported the seventh brother's northern expedition. I don't believe Cao Zhengyang didn't tell you about the Dutch." "It is not necessary for the Cow family to say that. This king is also clear. My fleet has not only met the Dutch, but also the British," Xiaoming said lightly. Xiao Zhen glanced at Xiaoming in surprise again. He became increasingly unable to seek Xiaoming's details. After a pause, Xiaoming said, "Let's talk about the clues you know. Then I will speak for you in front of the father." After receiving Xiaoming's promise, Xiao Zhen sighed. So far, It seems that only the East Palace has not searched. Prince Xiaoming's heart sank. I didn't say this. I only know that the Crown Prince has a hobby, which is to pretend to be a barbarian to play in the East Palace. Therefore, he always likes to collect with barbaric ancestry. Xiao Zhen smiled softly. I only recently learned this secret. Turning his eyes, Xiaoming stood up. He had no clues from Xiao Zhen, and now he could only start from the East Palace. But the prince is the prince. Du Heng did not dare to lead people to search the East Palace this time. After all, no one dared to go without Xiao Wenxuan's order. In that case, I will now meet my father to search the East Palace, Xiaoming said loudly. Xiao Zhen also stood up, and hurriedly said, I don't know about this. I hope that the seventh brother will not mention me when his father is no longer. Xiaoming nodded, ignored Xiao Zhen, and left Xiao Zhen's palace. Looking at the back of Xiaoming's departure, Xiao Zhen showed a sneer at the corner of his mouth. At this moment, one person walked out of the corner. It was Li Zong, the head of the household. His Royal Highness, this trick is really brilliant with one stone and two birds. Li Zong smiled. Uncle passed the award. This is just a trick. Now Xiaoming is favored by the emperor. If the emperor learns that the prince did it, he will definitely be determined to abolish the reserve, because it will be difficult to appease Xiaoming if he does not abolish the prince. Li Zong smiled and said, what's even better is that Xiaoming can still prevaricate the Dutch thing for us. Xiao Zhen laughed, but his face changed, and he suddenly said, but is this the prince really done? I always feel that this is not that simple. It doesn't matter whether the prince did it or not. As long as the assassin is found in the East Palace, the position of the prince cannot be kept. Li Zong said. Xiao Zhen nodded slowly. Outside the door, Xiaoming returned to the palace with his guards. He would not believe all Xiao Zhen's words, but he also believed that Xiao Zhen would not make fun of him about the Dutch. Now Xiao Zhen's words are the only clue. When he arrived in the palace, Xiaoming went straight to the imperial study room, where he met Du Heng. Minga. The left and right guards searched Chang'an City, but they didn't find any clues about the assassin. Xiao Wenxuan said to Xiaoming with a headache. Du Heng glanced at Xiaoming cautiously, and said cautiously, Your Majesty, there is actually one place that has not been searched. Where? Xiao Wenxuan rubbed his brows painfully. Because of the assassin's affairs, all his plans were disrupted. East Palace, Du Heng said cautiously. Xiao Wenxuan opened his eyes abruptly. He stared at Du Heng, then looked at Xiaoming, and slowly said for a long time, I will go to the East Palace with you. Father, the prince is the future prince. This is a big deal. Let's forget about this matter. I believe that the prince brother will not do this. Xiaoming didn't expect Du Heng to mention this matter first, but he said it in a provincial way. However, on the surface, he still has to refuse. After all, this matter is very sensitive, and he doesn't want to be named as a coveted prince. The prince is my son, and you are also my son. Since you believe that the prince is innocent, it doesn't matter if you search for it. Let's go. Xiao Wenxuan stood up and walked to the East Palace first. The East Palace and the Imperial Palace are adjacent palaces. Once the prince is promoted, the prince will move into the East Palace. Since then, the East Palace has been equivalent to a small imperial court. A group of people from the side hall of the Imperial Palace entered the East Palace directly, and when they heard that Xiao Wenxuan had come, the prince greeted him immediately. But when the prince saw Xiaoming, his expression immediately changed. The assassination of Xiaoming had already spread to the East Palace, which made him a little gloat. But now it means that Xiao Wenxuan brings Du Heng and Xiaoming to the East Palace. Search. Xiao Wenxuan's expression was cold, not to mention the assassination of Xiao Wenxuan. Even the assassination of an ordinary prince was enough to make him angry. This was a provocation to his imperial power. Du Heng responded that searched the East Palace in the prince's surprised eyes. Father, this matter has nothing to do with the children. Xiaoming, are you framing me? The prince furiously said. Without waiting for Xiaoming to speak, Xiao Wenxuan said, this matter is my idea. The entire Chang'an City has been searched. Why can't you search your East Palace? The prince opened his mouth in surprise, Cold sweat gradually appeared on his head, and his eyes moved with Du Heng. Knowing the son is no better than the father, Xiao Wenxian saw the strangeness of the prince, and his heart suddenly became cold. At this moment, the soldiers who searched suddenly shouted, "He is a mixed race of barbarians, catch him!" Along with this voice, there was a sound of warriors. Xiao Wenxian's expression changed drastically. He kicked the prince to the ground and cursed, "Damn! You really did this thing. You disappointed me too much." The prince looked blank. He eagerly said, "Father, this is not what I thought." To be continued. Chapter 390. Kill someone with a knife. P.S. I originally wanted to update 2 chapters, but the concubine really couldn't do it. Today I can only change 4, but the chapters owed by the snail will definitely be made up. It will be updated tomorrow, or the snail will be cut live. The sound of fighting continued to sound in the East Palace. August 1st. Chinese? Question mark. Opening parenthesis closing parenthesis question mark opening parenthesis closing parenthesis question mark opening parenthesis closing parenthesis opening parenthesis closing parenthesis. With the influx of soldiers, the shouting for killing gradually weakened, and Du Heng escorted 13 people to Xiao Wenxian. In a short while, seeing the clothes of these 13 people, Xiao Wenxian's anger surged, and his body swayed and was about to fall. Father Xiao Ming hurried over to support Xiao Wenxian. After closing his eyes and slowing down for a while, Xiao Wenxian slowly stood up and let out a sigh of relief. He asked, "Prince, what is your explanation now?" "The 13 people in front of you are not much different from the appearance of the people of Dau, but at this time these 13 people are wearing barbarian costumes, with their heads loose, and the most important thing is that their heads are still a little curled. This is the barbarians. The characteristics are the same as those of the group who killed Xiao Ming." Father. Father. The prince's anxious tears were about to fall. Say. Xiao Wenxian suddenly drew out Du Heng's sword and pointed at the prince. The prince was frightened and pale by the furious Xiao Wenxian. He hesitated and said, "Father, the son really didn't assassinate Xiao Ming. These are the slaves bought by the son, but they are just playing with the son." Play? What a play? What a play! Xiao Wenxian's face flushed with anger. The person in front of him is the crown prince, the future prince of Great Chongqing. Not to mention whether he assassinated Xiao Ming. He actually hid the barbarians in the East Palace. Even though these people are half of the Great Chongqing blood, even a commoner knows that these people's the heart is toward the barbarians. Play. Play. The prince lay on the ground, breathing fast. Even if he was not a smart person, he knew that he couldn't say anything about it. "The Emperor, be merciful." When the swords were drawn, a voice suddenly came, and everyone turned around, but it was Empress Zhao who walked over with her concubine. "Queen, save me." Seeing Empress Zhao arrived, the prince grabbed a life-saving straw and threw himself at Empress Zhao's feet. Xiao Wenxian was still angry, and he sneered, "Your information is well informed. Have you already known that the prince is hiding these barbarians in the East Palace? In vain that I trust your Zhao family so much. Are you treating me like that?" Empress Zhao didn't even know what happened. Only when he learned that Xiao Wenxian had entered the East Palace with a large number of soldiers, he felt that something was wrong, so he went to the East Palace. Unexpectedly, when he came in, he saw Xiao Wenxian pointing at the prince with a sword, and she just called out to help. Being caught in the river by Xiao Wenxian, Empress Zhao suddenly knelt down in front of Xiao Wenxian. She said, "The Emperor, the concubine does not know what the prince did to make the Emperor so angry, but after all, the prince is the prince and your son. I hope the Emperor can listen." The prince explained. Okay, you let him explain. Explain where these barbarians come from." Xiao Wenxian said angrily. Empress Zhao helped the prince up at this time and asked anxiously, "What is going on? You still haven't explained clearly to your father." With the support of Empress Zhao, the prince said softly, "These barbarians were bought by the children to play the barbarians for fun. The children play the Khan of the barbarian, and they play the Chi and generals of the barbarian." Hearing what the prince said, the sword in Xiao Wenxian's hand dropped weakly. and he said, "What a prince of the Great Yu Kingdom, the future king, you actually like to be a barbarian kind so much, it's ridiculous, shameful." At the end of the talk, Xiao Wenxian almost roared out. Empress Zhao's face gradually became cold. She raised her hand and slapped the crown prince, and said angrily, "Usually you don't care about fooling around, but now you can't tell the right and wrong. The barbarians are the enemies of the Great Yu Kingdom. Why are you can't play this absurd game?" The prince thought that Empress Zhao would protect him, but this slap completely blinded him, and now he finally understood the seriousness of the matter. At this moment, Du Heng hesitated and said, "The Emperor, there are wounds on these people, which seem to have been left last night." Du Heng's words completely ignited Xiao Wenxian's anger. He said to Du Heng, "Immediately block the East Palace. Before the matter is investigated, no one can enter the East Palace without my handwritten instructions." "Yes, the Emperor," Du Heng said in response. Although Empress Zhao wanted to intercede for the prince, he understood that it was not the time now, and she wanted to know about Xiao Ming's assassination. The prince's face was ashamed, and the blockade of the East Palace basically meant foot restraint. He looked at Xiao Ming bitterly and cursed, "You despicable villain, this must be your poison, Xiao Ming. You think you can replace it with a little credit?" "Me? Dreaming." Xiao Ming sneered, ignoring the mad prince, and walked to the palace with Xiao Wenxian, leaving only the prince's hysterical shouts. Returning to the palace with the assassins found from the East Palace, Xiao Wenxian asked Du Heng to these assassins for interrogation immediately. And he asked deeply, "When you came to me, you knew that the prince had a problem, right?" "Yes, the father must have known that I went to the third brother's house." Xiao Ming said, The second child, the third child, and the fourth child are not fuel-efficient lamps. This time they really found a reason to waste storage. But Mingjia, don't let them take advantage of them and kill them in their hands." Sword. At this moment, Xiao Wenxian's eyes were extremely deep, as if he knew everything well. Xiao Ming groaned for a while and said, "Father, don't worry, your son will not believe them easily." "Well, that's good. Then do you believe that the prince is going to kill you?" Xiao Wenxian continued. "I don't believe it," Xiao Ming said directly. Just as Xiao Wenxian said, he didn't want to be a murderous sword in the hands of others. Xiao Wenxian nodded gently. "You are a smart person. Don't worry, I will give you a furnace and give you the real master behind the scenes. Now you should prepare for your marriage right away. It's a big wedding. I don't want to affect your marriage with Fuya because of this incident. You can go back temporarily." The ultimate goal of Xiao Ming's visit to Chang'an this time was to marry Fuya. According to the date, there was less than half a month before their wedding. "Yes, father." Xiao Ming nodded and bowed back. When things reached this point, Xiao Ming could only wait for the answer from Xiao Wenxian. And the more someone wants to use his hand to pull down the prince, the less he can make these people do what he wants. On the contrary, he has to use this matter to find out the real master. After leaving the palace gate, Xiao Ming returned to the temporary palace in Chang'an. Before arriving at the palace, Xiao Ming saw many carriages parked in front of his temporary palace. He stopped in front of the door, and suddenly a person came to him. It was King Y. To be continued. Chapter 391. Squeeze Y Wang. Good nephew. Outside the palace, King Y seemed to be waiting for a long time. When he saw Xiao Ming coming, King Y immediately greeted Xiao Ming. Bei Chinese, net, opening parenthesis, closing parenthesis, opening parenthesis, closing parenthesis, opening parenthesis, closing parenthesis, opening parenthesis, closing parenthesis. At this time, Asta and Luluo also came out of the palace at the same time. The two immediately rushed to Xiao Ming and looked at Xiao Ming carefully. Seeing that Xiao Ming was safe and sound, the two were relieved. They also learned that Xiao Ming had encountered an assassin last night, and they have been worried until now. "This king is okay, you can rest assured," Xiao Ming said to the two. Then he turned to Wai Wang. "I don't know why the three emperors came to see me." With a smile on Wai Wang's face and a big belly, he said, "Nephew, It is not convenient to talk here. Why not go with me to the Red Sufang in Chang'an City for tea? I don't need this. My nephew's wedding is coming soon. I don't want to mess with the gossip outside. Xiaoming frowned. He also didn't know whether King Y was really stupid or fake. Go to that kind of fireworks place. Wang Y seemed to have a sudden realization. He said to Xiaoming, "Oh, when you look at my mind, I have forgotten this." "Yes, yes. In that case, please choose a place for your nephew." "It's in the palace." Xiaoming walked towards the courtyard on his own. Because of the assassination, he didn't believe anyone, especially the king of Wei. In the Battle of Jizu, in such an important battle, he could send troops like Shanxing. What else could he not do? He lives alone in King's, and he is still too tender compared to the people in the circle of ruin power. Whether it is the third prince, the king of Wei or others, these people take a step to dig a hole for him to jump. I don't want to die before he leaves his teacher, so now he can only be 200% energetic and avoid going to any place he is unfamiliar with. After the wedding, he will return to King's and ignore the Chainans. Break things. In the future, whoever provokes him will directly use guns to teach them how to behave. When he arrived in the palace, Xiaoming took Wai Wang to the main hall. In Dayu, the settings of each palace were basically similar, so there were also main halls for discussion. "My nephew, this time Uncle Wang came here just to ask for a virtuous nephew." Wai Wang was flattering. Xiaoming sneered, "Uncle Wang is talking about Shanxing. My nephew really wants to talk to his father, so that he can see the true face of the three emperors and see how the three emperors are on the battlefield." "Works with me." While talking, Xiaoming suddenly dropped the teacup on the table, splashing tea. Xiaoming was so aggressive, and Wai Wang suddenly changed his color. He is a high authority. Whoever sees him in the entire Great Yu country is not respectful, but now he is humiliated by a junior. There was a fire in his heart, but he thought that if Xiaoming really pursued the matter in front of Xiao Wenxuan, he would really annoy Xiao Wenxuan. Over the years, he knows this elder brother very well. It seems that he doesn't care about anything, like a faint king, but he learns everything in his heart. He knew in his heart that Xiao Wenxuan actually didn't believe him for a long time, and the reason why he didn't show it and gave him a big reward was just because there was a barbarian in the north, and he was looked around by a different surname. It can be said that he was very important to Xiao Wenxuan before, but now it is different. Xiaoming has risen strongly, and this time Xiaoming also repelled the barbarians and took away Shanhai Aiguan. Now Xiaoming's position in Xiao Wenxuan's heart is far greater than him. After all, Xiaoming can now control the safety of the north. It is precisely because he is afraid that Xiaoming will continue to grow, he will send a bad soldier in the Battle of Jizu, in order to delay Xiaoming's retreat, and hope that Xiaoming will be greatly damaged. This way, he will be more stable. Only this plan failed again. "My nephew, this is indeed the Emperor's dereliction of duty, but the Emperor did not expect this mountain character camp to be so vulnerable. After all, this mountain character camp is the trump card in the hands of the Emperor." Wai Wang looked distressed. Said Ace. The more angry Xiaoming, the King Wai did not see the coffin without tears. "Uncle Emperor, do you really think that Xiaoming is a fool? Shanxi camp is the worst army in Weidi. You treat me as true. Don't you understand anything?" Wang Wai continued to quibble. "My nephew, this mountain camp is my army. I know exactly how powerful it is." "You must have misunderstood." Looking at the rogue's face, Xiaoming said directly, "Uncle San Huang, please come back. In that case, let's talk about it in the court." I think the eyes of the father and the ministers are sharp. When Wai Wang heard this, not only was he not angry, but he continued to laugh. "Xian nephew, as long as you don't say anything, we would know that this mountain camp is a group of old and weak soldiers." "Don't be angry, don't be angry. This time the Emperor is here with his nephew. I discussed it. In this case, the Uncle Emperor should say something practical. I don't have so much idle time to grind my teeth with the Uncle Three." Wai Wang's despicable behavior had annoyed him repeatedly. Xiaoming was very angry, and he was no longer polite, not to mention that since it was a negotiation, it was impossible to be polite, and if Wai Wang was not embarrassed, he would not be able to get the benefits he wanted. With a sigh, Wai Wang said, "The nephew should say what he wants. The emperor admits it. Everyone is a feudal king. They all know that the quarrel in the court is not for their fiefdom and status. After all, the country is now your father's, the future belongs to the prince, and the present I will be the future you, so why should we fight for life and death?" The three emperors are finally willing to tell the truth and speak a lot of things. "We are just for our own 1 acre 3/4 land. If this is the case, my nephew is not welcome. This Shanxing thing, my nephew can be big or small, it's just that it's no real interest for me to let my father hate the three emperors and uncles for this. Although the three emperors and uncles are indeed hateful, but you and I stabbing each other will only make outsiders laugh," Xiaoming said lightly. When Wai Wang heard this, he immediately gave a thumbs up. "My nephew, you can see it thoroughly. The last time the emperor was dizzy, and the emperor was willing to make compensation." Originally, Xiaoming wanted to General Wai Wang to the court, but this assassination made him change his mind. Even if the assassination was not done by the prince, it must have been related to other princes, and behind this was the shadow of the princes of different surnames. Now to him, King Wai is just a fat pig under his nose. He can eat his meat, but there is no need to kill him. It is the business to rely on him to support himself. So he smiled and said, "It's actually very simple. As long as Wai Wangsha promises that the goods sold by the King's Chamber of Commerce in Huaidi will not levy any taxes, and the local government shall not interfere in the trade of the Chamber of Commerce in any form, and shall not arrest the merchants of the King's Chamber of Commerce without authorization." To be continued. Chapter 392 Trade Agreement. The heat in the teacup rose slowly. Wang Wei's eyes couldn't help turning. Obviously he was measuring the purpose of these requirements. For a long time, he hesitantly asked, "Only this condition?" "Only this condition, of course, is not only that San Huangshu cannot prevent King's goods from entering Huaidi, but anyone in Huaidi cannot stop it," Xiaoming said indifferently. "The only purpose of this condition is to allow King's goods to flow unimpeded in Huaidi. Moreover, Wang Wai cannot levy taxes from the King's Chamber of Commerce in any name." Wang Wai nodded. In fact, when King's goods entered Huaidi, he set up taxation on various cards. This caused the price of King's goods that were not high in price to reach the destination and often doubled. But he didn't specifically target Xiaoming. In fact, Dayu collected business taxes in this way. After all, merchants didn't make money for nothing. Now that Xiaoming puts forward this condition, it means that he can no longer collect taxes on King's goods for any reason. He will lose a lot of silver, and the more goods Xiaoming imports, the greater his loss. After groaning for a while, Wang Wai said, "Nephew, your trick is ruthless. Doesn't this mean that all Huaidi's money is made for nothing? Since it is compensation, is it because I think that the emperor's uncle will not pay the money? The emperor will think about it. If he agrees to the nephew, he will draw up an agreement. If the third emperor does not agree, let's see you in the hall." Wang Wai said anxiously, "Nephew, can't this condition be changed? How about I compensate my nephew with 3 million taels of silver?" Xiaoming shook his head. 5 million taels. Wai Wang raised 5 fingers. Xiaoming still shook his head, gritting his teeth. "Wai Wang," I said cruelly, 10,002 supplies. Hearing this number, Xiaoming raised his eyelids, but he still shook his head. But he was surprised that King Wai even understood the harm of this agreement to his fief, and would rather give him 10 million taels worth of materials. Unwilling to sign this agreement. "Uncle, 3 emperors, my nephew is on this condition. It's up to you if you don't agree." Xiaoming set the tone. Wang Wai was completely discouraged now. His expression kept changing, and finally he said, "Will my nephew let me think about it for 2 days?" "Of course you can." 3 emperors, please. My nephew will not be far away." Xiaoming's expression was cold. Wang Wai stood up at this moment, glanced at Xiaoming with complicated eyes, and then walked out. Watching Wai Wang leave, Xiaoming's mouth raised a sneer. He had already thought about this when he came to Qing'an. This trade agreement is exactly the strategic economic weapon he prepared. In the past 2 years, His products are indeed very popular in Dayu, but one thing that makes him uncomfortable is that his products will be taxed heavily every time he passes a fief. And these heavy taxes have to make the Chamber of Commerce raise the price of goods. After all, if you don't raise the price, you will lose money. Therefore, under deliberate targeting, King Zhu's foreign trade income is astonishingly high with only one tax, and the increase in commodity prices has also reduced consumer groups. In total, these vassals are like mosquitoes lying on him and sucking blood, and the most important thing is that this behavior will severely curb the development of King Zhu's local industry. So after seeing the problem, he made this agreement in order to promote this agreement. Let alone the feudal kings of different surnames, at least his neighbors Wai Wang and Yong Wang must put on this agreement. As for the other feudal kings, he will slowly toss. He admitted that he was even a little delighted when he learned that King Wai had sent the Shanxi camp, because it was equivalent to Wang Wai's sending it to the door himself. But his only miscalculation was that the Shanxi camp was really fighting the five scum. Below is King Yong. Xiaoming took out a wad of papers from his arms. These are the trade agreements he drafted. There are dozens of agreements listed above. Once King Wai signs it, it means that Widai's commodity market is completely undefended against him. The high quality and low price will quickly destroy Widai's low-level business system. In the end, Widai will only become a raw material supply market for him. This is the famous unfair trade of rice for cannon. Outside the palace, Wai Wang's carriage slowly left. In the carriage, King Wai's face was dark and frightening. He clenched his fists tightly, like a beast that could only eat people. After the carriage ran out for a while, Wang Wai finally couldn't help but yelled fiercely, "Xiaoming, you are deceiving too much." Then he looked at a teenager in the carriage. This teenager was Xiaoqi, and he had not gotten off the carriage. At first, seeing that Wai Wang's face was so bad, he wisely didn't ask about it. Now Wai Wang finally broke out. He sighed, "Three emperors, I advised you not to send Shanxi camp, but you must do your best to help Xiaoming defeat the barbarians, but you don't listen. Now that this handle is in Xiaoming's hands, he will naturally pinch us." King Wai also regretted that he hadn't done it at the beginning. He said, "I knew this. Why did Xiaoming's power do us no good at all? I was just thinking that Xiaoming and the barbarians would fight hard, and we would sit behind and reap the benefits of the fishermen." Xiaoqi sighed. At that time, King Wai had mobilized the 150,000 army of the fief and was waiting for the barbarians to enter King Zhu and capture Xiaoming. In this way, he could take the opportunity to defeat the entire division of the barbarians in King Zhu. At that time, not only was he responsible for defeating the barbarian, but if Xiaoming was killed by Bishan, this King Zhu would also be his, and the Kangzhou city built by Xiaoming that looked like a steel fortress would also be his. It's just a pity that all his calculations fell through. Then what conditions did Xiaoming propose this time? Xiaoqi asked. At this time, the king of Wei told about the agreement. Xiaoqi also showed a surprised look after hearing this. "Three emperors, this agreement is really vicious." Wang Wei smiled bitterly and nodded. Why didn't this king know that the local commodities in Widai still levied taxes? According to Xiaoming's meaning, he made a steady profit without losing it. Xiaoqi sighed again, and he said, "Uncle San Huang, what if this is the case? I'm also disturbing. Although most of Widai's taxes come from agricultural taxes, this matter is too dangerous after all. But if you don't agree, I am afraid this is an endless battle. And now King Zhu is no longer threatened by the Yaozu barbarians. I'm afraid Xiaoming will free up to clean up us." Xiaoqi rolled her eyes and said, "Uncle San Huang now stretches out his head with a stab, and shrinks his head with a stab. I am afraid we have to sign this agreement. But since it is a negotiation, we cannot lose all of it even if we sign." The muskets and hot air balloons used by Tsing Xiaoming to defeat the barbarians? Wai Wang suddenly reacted. He looked at Xiaoqi with admiration and said, "Yes, it's still as thoughtful as you think." To be continued. Chapter 393 Voting Certificate. A bright moon hung on the treetops, Under the silver moonlight, everything in the palace seemed hazy and mysterious. 8:1 Chinese, opening parenthesis closing parenthesis. Xiaoming was assassinated, and the prince was imprisoned, but the city of Chang'an was already full of waves in one day and one night. The emperor, the queen has been kneeling outside for half an hour. How can he kneel down again if his body is exhausted? Feng Deshui looked at Xiao Wenxuan, who was pacing back and forth. Xiao Wenxuan had been very upset after returning from the East Palace. He knew that the prince's hiding of barbarians in the East Palace made Xiao Wenxuan confused. If she likes to kneel, let her kneel. If she didn't spoil the prince so much, would the prince be so reusable? Xiao Wenxuan said angrily. Feng De shrank his neck. This time Xiao Wenxuan seemed to be really angry. With a sigh, he continued, "The emperor, if you don't think about Queen Zhao, you have to think about the baby in the queen's belly." Xiao Wenxuan frowned. Only then did he remember that Empress Zhao was pregnant. He snorted and said, "Let her come in." Feng Deshui nodded. He knew that Xiao Wenxuan was only angering Empress Zhao because of the prince, but he still cared about Empress Zhao from his heart. He followed Xiao Wenxuan since he was a child, and he knew the position of Empress Zhao in his heart. Many people think that Xiao Wenxuan has repeatedly supported the prince because of King Zhao, but few people know that this is just one of the reasons. The real reason is that Xiao Wenxuan's favorite in this palace is the Queen Zhao. When Xiao Wenxuan was a prince, he and the then prince went to Zhaodi at the same time. It was at that time that they met Empress Zhao, who was hailed as the #1 beauty in Zhaoland. At that time, the prince and Xiao Wenxuan fell in love with Empress Zhao at the same time, and after the barbarian invaded, Empress Zhao was besieged by the barbarians while proving her relatives. During the period, the two gradually developed feelings. But at that time, King Zhao valued the prince and tried his best to obstruct it, but Queen Zhao forced her to death. And finally King Zhao had no choice but to finally agree to the marriage of the two. After that, Xiao Wenxuan fought all over the place, with outstanding military merits, and he was increasingly favored by the emperor. The ministers also praised Xiao Wenxuan. Under such circumstances, the prince gradually revealed murderous intentions towards Xiao Wenxuan, and the then Kang, who was secretly believed at the time, took advantage of Xiao Wenxuan to set up an ambush to kill Xiao Wenxuan in Jizu. Only the secret letter was obtained by Xiao Wenxuan. Since then, he has completely strengthened his determination to seize the throne. After leading the soldiers back to the court, he has made a mutiny and forced the prince to commit suicide. The first emperor was also imprisoned in the cold palace. Recalling the past, Feng Deshui couldn't help sighing in his heart. Too much unbearable skipping in his heart, worthy and unworthy. But now it has become the past. When he reached Empress Zhao's side, Feng Deshui carefully helped Empress Zhao up, and said, "Mother, your majesty is getting angry, so speak carefully." Empress Zhao wiped her tears. She followed Xiao Wenxuan when she was 15. Now 30 years have passed, and she naturally understands her husband. She nodded lightly and said, "Thank you Feng Shileng for your reminder." Feng Deshui smiled lightly, and helped Empress Zhao to the door of the imperial study room, retreated by himself, and guarded the door. Inside the house, Xiao Wenxuan just glanced at Empress Zhao who came in and ignored it. Empress Zhao said with a wry smile, "Is the emperor still complaining about his concubine for protecting the prince?" Xiao Wenxuan snorted and remained silent. Empress Zhao said sadly, "The emperor, do you think the concubine is really just for the prince's future throne?" The prince is certainly wrong, but if he assassinated King Qi, how could he hide the assassin in the East Palace? The second prince was only murdered by an adulterer. I am afraid that there is still a struggle for the throne behind this. In the final analysis, you still have to keep the crown prince as the crown prince. Why don't I knows that the prince was only used by others, but this barbarian was indeed hidden in the East Palace to play. So stupid. How can I hand over the Great Yu Kingdom to a man, such a desperate prince? Empress Zhao said slowly, "The court concubine understands that the prince is not up to date, but the emperor's assassination hasn't been clear to the emperor yet. The prince is still there, and there are people who want to kill Xiao Ming to deal with the prince. What kind of methods will these princes use to kill each other, and any prince ascends to the throne? How will they treat King Qi? Don't forget, Your Majesty, you died in order to eradicate King Kang, which almost ruined the Great Yu country. Although this is a dangerous move for soldiers, the barbarians are not going to go south, but in these years you have not had a good day, have you? To shut up. Xiao Wenxian was furious. Empress Zhao's words hurt Xiao Wenxian's heart. It was his secret order that the Forbidden Army stayed there, which led to the barbarians being able to seize the 16th state of Yanyun, and he did so because of the prince's secret order. Your Majesty, your concubines know that you don't want to bring up this matter, but please think twice. Now these princes are going to kill King Qi. After they become the throne, how will they treat King Qi? I am afraid that these princes will also collude with the barbarians to get together. Wang Yu is dead. If that time comes, the barbarians will definitely not give Great Yu country a chance, and there will be no next Qi king that can resist the barbarians. Empress Zhao said with a single word. HMPH, other princes will kill Xiao Ming. Wouldn't the prince kill King Qi? Didn't you see the attitude of the Prince Qi Wang when you were in the East Palace? The concubine can ask the prince to make a vote and give it to the princes. If the prince breaks the promise after he becomes the throne, everyone can kill it. Empress Zhao said in a deep voice, but also ask the emperor to let the King Qi and other princes make the same vote. Vote for name certificate. Xiao Wenxian changed his color slightly. This name was an oath made by Gozu and 7 other vassals. At that time, in order to prevent brothers from killing each other, the naming certificate stipulated that those who kill the brothers must be killed by the brothers. This naming certificate has always been a good story in Dayu. The time when the voting certificate was used again was during the time of the great ancestors. It was at the time when the battle for the throne was the most severe. Before the death, the High Ancestor asked the princes to place the naming certificate and made it clear to the world, which saved it. Emperor Gozu's throne. It's just that Xiao Wenxian understands that this voucher is just a contract, and compliance or not is only for the prince himself, and the voucher cannot be used as a panacea. Queen, you take it too seriously. Xiao Wenxian shook his head. Women's opinion. Empress Zhao is still very persistent. She said, of course. The court concubine knows that the prince cannot completely restrain the other princes, but the court concubine can guarantee the prince to fulfill his promise, and His Majesty can list King Qi as the executor of the nomination. If the prince violates the oath, King Qi can raise his troops to conquer the prince. To be continued. Chapter 394. Decide. P.S. 4 chapters first. 2 more chapters will come later. 8.1 Chinese network The candlelight in the imperial study room flickered. Xiao Wenxian was lost in thought. He knew very well what would happen after the abolition of the reserve. The prince was the eldest son, and he was a prodigal son. He is justified in becoming the emperor in the future. If the prince is abolished, the remaining princes will not be settled down. After all, this time is based on the prince's respective abilities rather than the order of their growth. He glanced at the queen, and understood that Empress Zhao moved out of the vote just to let him not waste the reserve and learn from the old ancestors. After all, the symbolic meaning of the vote was greater than the actual meaning. Speaking of it, deep down in his heart, he also doesn't want to abandon the reserve. The prince is his first son, and Empress Zhao is also his favorite woman. What reason does he have to give the throne to others? It's just that the prince is making such a big noise now that he is also a headache, because the next step is to ask for the deposed prince to be sent up continuously. The emperor, if the prince is really abolished, then the master behind the scenes will really succeed. Empress Zhao's eyes flashed with a strange light, and he understood Xiao Wenxian's thoughts at this time. But how should I explain to the emperor and ministers? Xiao Wenxian loosened his thoughts. Empress Zhao was overjoyed when he heard this, and said, the emperor. The prince said, he just has this ambition, but he wants to be a Khan of the barbarian. The great ancestor did not want to conquer the barbarian and let the barbarian surrender in Dayu. At the feet of the country? That's what the prince said? Xiao Wenxian's expression eased. Yes, after your majesty left, the prince said to his concubine like this. As for the assassin, the prince was not strictly censored. He mixed into the barbarian assassin and the prince was framed. Xiao Wenxian nodded. His expression returned to normal, and he seemed to be somewhat satisfied with the prince. You are right. It is time for these princes to enter the palace to sign the nomination certificate. Whoever pushes 3 or 4 blocks will have a guilty conscience, even if it is not the mastermind of this time. Must be unruly. The smile on Empress Zhao's face suddenly bloomed. What he wanted was Xiao Wenxian's words. Your Majesty, even if this cast of fame is not of much use, as long as your Majesty stamps the seal of the Jade Seal, this is also the Emperor's mandate. The battle for the throne can also be stopped. Isn't this not only keeping the Crown Prince's position, but also allowing the country to stabilize? Xiao Wenxian nodded. You are right. Tomorrow I will let all the princes enter the palace, and I will bring Yang Zhen to test them one by one. Empress Zhao smiled and said, this Yang Zhen is a master at observing words and colors. I can't say that I can see some clues. The Emperor, it's getting late, so don't think about it anymore. The dragon seed in the concubine's belly is making trouble again. Really? Go, let me take a look. Xiao Wenxian helped Empress Zhao out of the imperial study room and walked towards the harem. Xiao Wenxian, an old son, was also very happy, especially when Empress Zhao was pregnant. He felt that this was a kind of God's favor for him. The next day, an emperor's order was passed to every prince in Qing'an, and Xiao Wenxian wanted to summon the princes in the imperial study room. After the assassination, every prince felt a little nervous in the heart of this summoning, but the emperor's order cannot be violated. They still went to the palace. Outside the imperial study room, Xiao Ming saw the princes, the prince, the second prince, the third prince, the fourth prince, the king of Shu, the sixth prince, and so on, a total of 7 adult princes. The princes gathered together and did not speak. All of them were confused. The third prince leaned to Xiao Ming's side and said, the 7th brother is also here. It seems that the father did not summon us for assassination. This is not necessarily because it is for the 7th brother to identify the murderer, but I don't know who is so courageous to assassinate the 7th brother. The 7th brother. Did you offend someone? Xiao Ming looked at the 4th prince. This guy had a precedent. He said, I have offended many people. Anyone is possible. 4th brother, are you right? The 4 princes changed their expressions when they heard the words and snorted and stopped talking. This is true, but you don't have to toss us. King Shu sneered. He had been entrusting the land well, but because of the reward of Xiao Ming, he was called to Qian. At this moment, Feng Deshui walked out of the imperial study room and said to the prince, His Royal Highness, the Emperor will let you in. Okay. The prince seemed to be confident and entered the imperial study room triumphantly. He had already known this in advance. In the royal study room, Xiao Wenxian picked up the jade seal and covered it on the certificate. He had already written down the content in the morning. When he saw the prince coming in, he said, Prince, come here. Hearing the words, the prince quickly walked a few steps to Xiao Wenxian. At this time, Xiao Wenxian said, Prince, I hope what you said is true, otherwise, even if you have a nomination certificate, I can invalidate you. Emperor Father, my son will remember that in the future, he will be diligent in government affairs and share his worries and problems for his father. Okay, sign your name. Xiao Wenxian said. In fact, it doesn't matter to him whether the prince's words are true or not. The assassination of Xiao Ming this time has completely sounded the alarm for him, and if these princes are allowed to remain lawless, something will happen sooner or later. After signing, the prince slowly withdrew from the royal study room. Feng Deshui walked out at this time and let the second prince in. Outside the door, everyone looked at the prince with excitement. All of them looked surprised. But what made everyone more surprised was that the prince actually bowed their hands to them one by one. The third brother, the fourth brother ... the seventh brother, let's take a step forward for my brother, the prince said. Especially when he walked in front of Xiao Ming, the prince smiled and said, Seventh brother, how offended you were in the East Palace yesterday. I hope the seventh brother will not care about it. I thought it was the seventh brother who wanted me to harm me. It's okay, as long as the prince brother doesn't get it wrong. Xiaoming was weird in his heart, not knowing what medicine the prince took. After saying hello, the prince left alone, and soon the second prince walked out with a cold face. Next came the three princes and the fourth princes. Each prince went in with anxiety and finally came out with a black face. "Your Royal Highness, it's your turn." Now it was Xiaoming's turn. Entering the imperial study room, Xiaoming reached Xiao Wenxuan's side. Xiao Wenxuan just asked Xiaoming to look at the vote certificate first. Xiaoming was a little surprised. He looked carefully, and when he saw the bottom, he saw the names of the prince and others. "Minga, you must have heard of this cast of fame," Xiao Wenxuan said earnestly. Xiaoming was a little helpless. He didn't expect Xiao Wenxuan to summon the princes for this matter. No wonder the prince would be so happy. It turned out that this was a contract that made other princes give up competing for the throne. "Father, the ancestor also made a certificate of voting." "This is a good story among the folks," Xiaoming said. "Yes, the purpose of this cast is to prevent brothers from competing. You are a smart person and you should understand what your father meant." Xiao Wenxuan's eyes were burning. To be continued. Chapter 395 Royal Business Treatment. There was silence around Xiaoming, and a layer of cold sweat suddenly broke out behind Xiaoming. 8-1 Chinese Network. At this time, his formidable light swept towards the door inside the imperial study room, which was connected to the outside. If he doesn't sign at this time, he seriously suspects that soldiers will immediately rush out and kill him on the spot. After all, this stage of the scene has been staged more than once in history. The emperor vowed not to rebel in order to ensure that the eldest son's throne forced the powerful prince not to rebel, but Xiaoming didn't expect that he would encounter this kind of thing, and he had to sign this nomination certificate. However, it can be seen how much Xiao Wenxuan is fond of the prince. Urgent signed, Xiaoming said almost without hesitation. Xiao Wenxuan looked at Xiaoming with satisfaction and said, "Minga, you are the one who answered the most readily so far." Father did not make a mistake this time. "It seems that there is nothing wrong with letting you be the executor. You can rest assured, as long as you sign the name certificate." After the crown prince ascends the throne, he will inevitably hesitate to vote for the vow of fame. "I also hope that you can do your duty. In this way, this great Yu country will be stable." Xiaoming actually wanted to say that the contract was torn when it was created. If there is no strong enforcer, the contract is equivalent to waste paper. This contract will be very useful when Xiao Wenxuan is reborn, because once he violates his oath, he will face the situation of violating his oath and being killed. It is hard to say that this effect is still there after Xiao Wenxuan's death. Now Xiao Wenxuan chooses him as the executor of the nomination certificate. One is that he does not have any background, and the other is that he holds Shanhai Aiguin and has enough chips to threaten other princes. "Father, the children have always been in duty. I only hope that Great Yu can unite and resist the barbarians together. I hope that this vote will allow the brothers to abandon their previous suspicions and deal with the barbarians. After all, the power of the children can only hold Shanhai Aiguin, but it is not so easy to destroy the barbarians." Xiao Wenxuan nodded and said, "The father is for this purpose." After a pause, he continued, "You made such a contribution. You were assassinated when you first arrived in Cheyenne. Now I have asked you to make a nomination. You are really ashamed of you. Let's say you want a what reward. I will definitely promise you if I can achieve it." Xiaoming didn't care whether he signed the name certificate or not, and even signing the name certificate was beneficial to him. What he really wanted was a stable environment for exhibition, and he also wanted to be able to unite the power of the Great Yu Kingdom against the barbarians. He doesn't want to be an ambulance team to fight fires everywhere. Now Shanhai Aiguin has given him a layer of security. If the princes can settle down, it will be even better. After pondering for a while, Xiaoming said, "Father, my son really has a ruthless invitation to Chang'an this time. Let's talk about it." Xiao Wenxuan showed an expression of interest. Xiaoming said, "I hope that the King's Chamber of Commerce's goods can flow unimpeded in the imperial fief without any taxes. I don't know if my father can agree." "Isn't this the treatment of the royal merchants?" Xiao Wenxuan said. "Yes, What the sons and ministers want is the treatment of the imperial merchants. Xiaoming nodded. Only the imperial merchants on the royal land were not subject to any taxes, and no official dared to offend. How difficult is this? I promised you, but is this really the only one? Xiao Wenxuan couldn't believe it. He didn't care about the merchant. Thank you, father. Xiaoming's heart almost jumped out. He didn't expect Xiao Wenxuan to answer so freely. Xiao Wenxuan nodded, and then he said to Xiaoming, "This is just a trivial matter, but I feel that this reward is too small for your merits." Urchin is content. Xiaoming declined and said that he didn't dare to ask for other things. In his opinion, this was just Xiao Wenxuan's temptation. If he wanted too much, Xiao Wenxuan would definitely feel uneasy because it meant that he was too ambitious. And this royal merchant's treatment may not be very important in Xiao Wenxuan's opinion. After all, Xiao Wenxuan has always promoted the emphasis on agriculture and suppressing business. It is precisely because of this that the status of the merchants in Great Yu is so low. Xiaoming's answer made Xiao Wenxuan look admired again, and then he said to Xiaoming, "Right. This time it is said that you used a new firearm and something called a hot air balloon in Jizu. That's the case. The name of this firearm is a musket. This time I brought a batch of them, and the hot air balloon I also brought them. The father can show it to the father at any time." The more excited Xiao Wenxuan was, he said, "Well, in that case, tomorrow morning, the emperor father will announce the award to you, and then go and watch it." "Yes, father." Xiaoming nodded. He didn't care about the others, because he had achieved his goal. After speaking a few words with Xiaoming, Xiao Wenxuan let Xiaoming leave and called the 8th prince to enter. Leaving the imperial study room, Xiaoming walked out of the palace with a wry smile. When he came to Chang'an this time, he encountered all the absurd things, but whether it was an assassination or a nomination, this could not interrupt his plan. As long as the trade route is opened up, when he returns to the fief, that is when his fief takes off. After he took advantage of the vast land of Yaozu and King Zhu, he didn't care about his name. Leaving the palace, Xiaoming thought it was time to find King Yong. It is estimated that King Y's fief did not run away, and King Yong is even less likely to run away. Now the scope of the royal family is no problem, and the rest is the fief of different surnames. But this question is very difficult, but for him, no matter how difficult it is, he always has to try it. After all, the rich land in the south is very important. As for what the bargaining chip is, he already has an idea. Yush Hufang, after the 8th prince was unwilling to sign the name and left, Xiao Wenxuan looked at the man beside him and said, "How? Do you see anything?" "This person is Yang Zhen, the leader of Li Jingmen," he said. "Except for King Qi being so refreshed, the other princes are a little unwilling, especially the second prince." Unwillingness seems to be filled with resentment. Second prince. Xiao Wenxuan narrowed his eyes, and he felt the same way. "Do you think this assassination was done by the second prince?" Yang Zhen said. "The lower officials have sent people to investigate the source of these barbarians. Now these barbarians are all provided by a Shanxi merchant, but the strange thing is that this Shanxi merchant who was very close to the prince in the past has disappeared." "Shanxi merchants?" Xiao Wenxuan asked in surprise. Yang Zhen nodded. "The merchants in the Liang King's fief are called Jin merchants. These merchants have the closest contacts with the barbarians, and outsiders cannot sell these mixed-blood barbarians. However, this does not mean that the second prince did it. After all, many of these Shanxi merchants are barbarians." To be continued. Chapter 396. Sign an agreement. Only Yang Zhen and Xiao Wenxuan were left in the room. August 1st. Chinese equals. A scar on Yang Zhen's face crossed from the left cheek to the right cheek. If ordinary people saw it, they would be frightened. It's just that Xiao Wenxuan didn't show any disgust, but his expression softened when his eyes rested on the scar. It was Yang Zhen who blocked a knife for him on the battlefield to leave this scar. Because of this, he trusted Yang Zhen so much. It's just the emperor. If the second prince really did it, I'm afraid it is the emperor who is embarrassed, Yang Zhen said suddenly. Xiao Wenxuan nodded slightly. Yang Zhen said that the point of this question, even if it is the second prince, The best result is that this matter is the same as before. For so many years, he has handled the disputes between the princes in this way. After all, it is his flesh and blood, and the palms and backs of the hands are all flesh. This matter has not been finalized. You should investigate it clearly, Xiao Wenxian said lightly. Yang Zhen bowed in response and left the imperial study room. After sighing, Xiao Wenxian shook his head at this time and murmured, Erlang, don't force me to do it. Leaving the palace, Xiaoming went to the residence of King Yong on his own. Just as he thought, King Yong readily agreed to Xiaoming's terms. The only reward was that Xiaoming helped conceal the truth of the Jizu battle and added 5-10 artillery. Compared with the trade agreement and 50 artillery pieces, this is nothing but a drizzle to Xiaoming, and the contract he and Yongwang entered into is somewhat different, and that is about minerals. Speaking of it, King Yong's fief extended to today's Shanxi. This place is rich in coal resources. The agreement he entered into has coal mining rights in 12 areas, and these 12 coal mines are well-known high-quality open-pit mines in later generations. Although there is coal near King's, the coal mines are not deep and the quality is not high. It is not worth the waste of manpower and material resources. So he has been fighting King Yong's idea, and the Battle of Jizu gave him this opportunity. Otherwise it would be really difficult to deal with King Yong's character. But now it's different. In his opinion, King Yong is not only begging himself for war, but since he has seen the power of artillery and muskets, King Yong has loved it. He wants to get these weapons. King Yong is willing to sell his pants, not to mention some coal mines that nobody cares about. After all, the amount of coal used in the country is not large now, and many coal mines do not need to be mined. These things are worthless to King Yong. It is better to exchange for some practical things. My nephew, I sign this agreement. From now on, you can take whatever you like. In the uncle's fief, King Yong laughed. In the eyes of King Yong, Xiaoming was just a fool, but he wanted to thank this fool, because Xiaoming not only collected 4 to 5 million victims from his fief to help him solve the famine problem, but also gave him a bunch of artillery. What a coal mine! As for the free circulation of commodities, he doesn't care at all. The merchant is just a pariah to him, and the treatment is equivalent to an additional chamber of commerce similar to the imperial merchant. The Four Emperors' uncle is so refreshing that really moved my nephew's heart. If nothing else, let's give this to the Four Emperors as a gift. Xiaoming put a box on the table. The box opened, and there was a short-barreled musket inside, which was a short-barreled arquebus. Nephew, this is the musket? Why is it different? King Yong had probably seen flintlock, but he didn't know the specific structure, but he also knew that the gun was long, and this gun was too short. Four Emperors, can the nephew give you ordinary things? Those are only for soldiers. This kind of musket symbolizes rights and status, Xiaoming said. King Yong grabbed his ears and scratched his cheeks with joy. He gave Xiaoming a thumbs up. It's better for the nephew to treat the emperor uncle. While talking, King Yong picked up his musket and started playing. At this time, Xiaoming introduced the usage of the musket to King Yong. After all, he helped him fire the first shot and saw the power of the musket. King Yong loved it more. After confirming the contents of the agreement with King Yong, Xiaoming returned to the palace. When King Yong was settled, Xiaoming was thinking about who to look for next. Then King Y came again and agreed to the content of the agreement, but the prerequisite was to supply guns. Xiaoming naturally agreed to this question. He didn't know how to practice the musket array, and the musket was nothing but a fire stick in the hands of these people. What's more, now that the King of Chu is secretly equipped with muskets, armed with King Y at this time, it is possible to restrain these southern vassals. In order to make the agreement more specific, I might as well write this article into the agreement. Wai Wang was always worried about the gun, and after hesitating for a long time, he still asked to include the gun as a clause of the agreement. Since it's the Emperor's request, let my nephew write it in, Xiaoming said with a smile, like a little fox. As long as this agreement is in effect, He will rule the trade. What a few guns are. The agreement was redrawn and Xiaoming and Wei Wang formally signed it. This trade agreement is basically finalized. After dealing with the matter, Wei Wang said, "Nephew, in addition to the musket, it is said that the nephew also has a hot air balloon. When will the emperor open his eyes?" "You don't need to wait too much, you can see it tomorrow morning," Xiaoming said with a smile. The next day, he went to the early court with the officials. As agreed, Xiao Wenxian bestowed him the title of Prince of Three Pearls and ordered the King's Chamber of Commerce to enjoy the treatment of imperial merchants. It seemed that because Xiaoming had done so much here, the courtroom was surprisingly quiet this time, and no courtier opposed Xiao Wenxian's decision. But after thinking about it, he understood that these courtiers were probably secretly happily thinking that Xiao Wenxian deliberately suppressed Xiaoming and only gave Huang Shang treatment. They didn't even know that Xiaoming and Xiao Wenxian had agreed in advance. "King Qi, it is said that you also used two very powerful weapons in the Battle of Jizut. Can you show us this?" After announcing the award, Xiao Wenxian said with a smile, this is what he looks forward to most today. "Of course, things are outside the palace, please allow them to come in." "That's it," Xiao Wenxian said. At this time, Feng Deshui immediately shouted, "Pass the goods brought by King Qi into the palace." As he shouted, each voice sounded and continued to the gate of the palace. At this time, the carriage behind Liu Oxin, who was waiting outside, said, "Enter the palace." Liang Yubin and He Cheng nodded, and followed the little yellow gate leading the way to the palace. At this time, Xiao Wenxian and his ministers were waiting for them on the square inches front of Chengqing Hall. "Liu Oxin, let's start," Xiaoming said to Liu Oxin and others. Liu Oxin nodded, and immediately took the musket out of a box. Liang Yubin and He Cheng also began to prepare the hot air balloon. To be continued. Chapter 397 Evaluation. On the square inches front of the Chengqing Hall, ministers surrounded Liu Oxin and his party in a crescent shape. Chinese. On August 1st, Xiao Wenxian and Xiaoming stood in the middle of the crescent shape. Watching Liu Oxin take out long stick-like weapons from the wooden box, Xiao Wenxian looked surprised. He said to Xiaoming, "Minga, is this a musket?" "Yes, father, this is the musket used in the Battle of Jizut." "It is actually very simple to say, but it is only to reduce the artillery." The 10 muskets Xiaoming brought this time were all matchlocks, and there was a matchlock at the position of the gun. In combat, you need to light the matchlock to shoot, and this is the disadvantage of the matchlock gun. Because shooting requires a matchlock, gunners often have to carry a matchstick that is several meters long. When the weather is wet, the matchlock is still extremely difficult to ignite. In general, the musketeers will ignite both ends of the match string so that they can fire a second shot at any time. But in this way, a matchlock will not burn for long, and it is easy to burn. During the siege, it could not be used because there was no match rope. Another drawback is that the lit fire rope is easily spotted at night, which makes it difficult to conduct sneak attacks at night. In general, it is the so many disadvantages of the matchlock that led to the rapid elimination of the matchlock after the appearance of the flintlock. Now Xiaoming is ready to sell the matchlock gun because he is confident of the advantage of the matchlock gun over the flintlock gun. "Well, it is indeed like the artillery has shrunk." "Minga, you are so smart. Doesn't this mean that every soldier now has artillery in his hand?" Xiao Wenxian laughed and was extremely happy. Because of the lack of horses, it was difficult for the country of Dau to defeat the barbarians in the wild. Now the emergence of this new weapon immediately gave Xiao Wenxian hope. These days, he attaches great importance to the firearms camp. Now that a new type of weapon is installed, he is naturally excited. Xiaoming agreed with a smile. Although it is a reduced artillery, its power will be reduced a lot. At this time, Liu Oxin had already handed all the 10 matchlock guns to the soldiers. When they were in King's, these soldiers had already practiced the firing process of the matchlock gun. Therefore, after getting the matchlock gun, he loaded the ammunition very skillfully and just waited to shoot. Prepared, Xiaoming winked at Liu Oxin. "Shoot!" Liu Oxin shouted at this time. Upon receiving the order, The soldiers immediately lit the match rope and used the match rope to ignite the gunpowder in the gunpowder pool. With a bang shot, a burst of white smoke gasped. Even though Xiao Wenxian was prepared, he was surprised by the movement of the arquebus. The ministers were the same, and some people even shook their bodies. "Oh, the sound of this gun is so loud." "Yes, but how come none of these targets have been hit?" After the matchlock shot, the ministers began to whisper. In today's court, no one of them jumped out to accuse Xiaoming. One was because Xiaoming had done too much this time. Finding fault at this time is no different than finding it. Secondly, Xiaoming holds Shanhai Aiguan in his hand, which is equivalent to Xiaoming holding the safety of the north. At this time, he is a high-powered person. He is afraid that he will be defeated by General Xiaoming. After all, Xiaoming now has this ability. The most important thing is this new weapon musket. They represent the interests of the different clans and clans of the Great Yu Kingdom, but no one wants to offend Xiaoming, because they also desire this weapon. The comments of the ministers reached Xiao Wenxian's ears, and Xiao Wenxian was also a little embarrassed. He said to Xiaoming, "Minga, why didn't this target hit any?" "Father, this musket relies on intensive shooting, which is naturally very different from bows and arrows. In fact, the accuracy of muskets is not comparable to that of bows and arrows," Xiaoming said lightly. The musket was criticized by the army at the time for its unstable performance during the exchange of hot and cold weapons. The general of the Ming Dynasty Qi Jiguang once described in detail the comical situation of the musket in the army. Either the soldier had the lead bullet and forgot to refill it, or the soldier was careless. The lead bullet was swallowed, or the soldier raised the gun incorrectly, which caused the ammunition to slip out of the barrel, even if the shooting accuracy was poor. So many problems eventually led to a small team of Qi's army but equipped with 2 blunderbuss, and the rest were cold weapons. Therefore, even if he brought the matchlock this time, it is still a question whether the generals of the Forbidden Army will be able to see it after a demonstration. Bows and arrows are inferior, so what's the use of this matchlock? After Xiaoming said what he said, a general suddenly said aloud. The other ministers had the same meaning. If it weren't for the fact that Xiaoming relied on muskets to defeat the barbarians, they would be even more disdainful. Liu Oquin said loudly at this time, "Your Majesty, a single musket is indeed not as practical as bow and arrow on the battlefield. But I will see His Royal Highness King Qi's musket team." Thousands of people form a column to ride and shoot, and the musket will have great power. And a qualified archer needs many years of training. But even if an ordinary person can kill a barbarian cavalry with a musket, what the barbarian does not lack is horses, and what Dayu nation does not lack is soldiers. Xiao Wenxian looked at the blank bullseye and swept the musket again. Liu Oquin said exactly what he was thinking. The advantage of the barbarians is the war horse and the skilled archer. This is the disadvantage of the Great Yu Kingdom, but the musket can make up for this disadvantage. He asked again, "Minga, what is the power and range of this musket?" "The range does not belong to the bow and arrow, and the power is much greater than that of the bow and arrow. It can penetrate the armor of the barbarian within 90 steps. Xiaoming said. For him, the purpose of bringing a matchlock this time is to promote this weapon and achieve arms sales. This time the North is stable, and now he has signed the certificate of voting. Regardless of whether the certificate of voting is useful or not, the princes should be honest for the time being. After marrying Fuobak, he basically won't come to Chang'an again. After that, he will fully manage his fief and completely bridge the technological gap with the West. Therefore, when he came to Chang'an this time, he came to look for money. One was a business agreement and the other was arms sales. As long as these two things are achieved, he will be able to continue to make profits and use the money to upgrade the fiefdom industry. It's more powerful than a bow and arrow? Xiao Wenxian was a little tempted by Xiaoming's words. He pondered for a moment, and he said, "In this case, it is better to equip a batch of guns like artillery. This time, it is better to equip the firearms camp with 5,000 guns. The purchase of artillery last time has already spent millions of taels of silver, and now it is bound to be expensive to continue purchasing artillery. So Xiao Wenxuan didn't want to buy too much at once, lest the ministers make irresponsible remarks. After all, the firearms camp that has been built with huge amounts of money is just a display, and there is no real record on the battlefield. Moreover, the accuracy of the musket really made him doubt the combat effectiveness of the musket. To be continued. Chapter 398 Profiteering Hot Air Balloon 5,000 Musketeers. Xiao Ming was a little disappointed with this number, but he understood the expressions of Xiao Wenxuan and the ministers. Opening parenthesis closing parenthesis opening parenthesis closing parenthesis opening parenthesis closing parenthesis opening parenthesis closing parenthesis. After all, they still have doubts about the effectiveness of the muskets and troops, or it is more that they feel sorry for the silver. While in King's Zoo, he heard more than once that courtiers complained about the price of the artillery. Some ministers even asked the court to allocate funds for the workshops of their clan to imitate King's Zoo artillery. These ministers in the court are not loyal and patriotic, but these ministers in the artillery trade have not shared any benefits, and they naturally can't stand the flow of white money. Therefore, in Xiao Ming's view, this great Yu country has become completely corrupt like the end of every dynasty. Partisan disputes, extreme, a large number of traitorous profiteers, the people only know that the clan does not know what the country is, and so on. The characteristics that the last dynasty should have are now in Dau. What made Xiao Ming feel the deepest was Jin Yuai. The Forbidden Army, known as the most elite of the Great Yu Kingdom, was also owed payment several times, and the equipment of the army had not been updated for many years. Liu Oquin said these things to him personally. Because of this, it is not only a problem of horses that Dau country cannot defeat the barbarians, but also the oppression of military officers by civilian officials. However, Xiao Wenxuan has always been wary of the army because it was a mutiny to seize the throne. He said that he emphasized civility over military affairs, and the army was overused for internal rule rather than defense against foreign enemies. Everything about Lin Lin can only sneer, secretly thinking of these Xiao Ming. The reason why he wants to sell arms to the court is to make money on the one hand, but also for the future of the royal family. Because if he really surrendered the gun and artillery technology, he could be sure that the artillery and gun silver he made would encounter layers of deception, and in the end it would only cause the Forbidden Army to hold a batch of garbage firearms that were either blasted or misfired. In the end, it is cheaper than other vassals. After all, they sharpen their swords at any time. Having figured this out, Xiao Ming no longer cares about the issue of this quantity. This trade agreement is the key point. How much arms sales can be sold? Anyway, after the big wedding, he will return to King's Zoo. Let him ching in ups and downs, he will not move. He only needs to operate his fief to maintain his own safety. No longer talking about the musket issue, Xiao Ming said to Xiao Wenxuan, "Father, let's take a look at the hot air balloon. This will definitely surprise the father." Yes, this is good." Xiao Wenxuan looked excited. He was really interested in this hot air balloon that was said to be able to go to the sky. At this time, Liang Yubin and He Cheng commanded the soldiers to unload the hot air balloon from the car, and then they spread out the hot air balloon and started to inflate the hot air balloon inside. This was a long process, and the hot air balloon stood up only after half an hour. At this time, the two began to heat the air under the hot air balloon. As the air in the hot air balloon gets hotter, the hot air balloon on the ground gradually rises. Fly up, the ministers said excitedly one by one. Fiji has always been calm, but it was surprised to see such a big thing flying into the sky. Xiao Wenxuan tried his best to maintain his majesty, but everyone could see how shocked he was at this time. Then something shocked them even more. Liang Yubin and He Cheng boarded the hot air balloon. After the soldiers loosened the rope, the hot air balloon began to take off. "Minga, this hot air balloon is really magical. Can I also take a hot air balloon?" Xiao Wenxuan said excitedly. "This is not good, father. This hot air balloon may fall. Without safety preparations, the sons and ministers dare not let father take this risk. Xiaoming explained hurriedly. The reason why Liang Yubin and He Cheng contributed so much is because the two dared to take the risk to take a hot air balloon. Others did not know the risk of this hot air balloon, but he and the students of the Bow and Blood students were very clear. Fall off. Before Xiao Wenxuan could speak, Liu Oquan suddenly exclaimed. He had boarded a hot air balloon, and he couldn't help sweating. Xiao Wenxuan's expression is very wonderful. The two things Xiao Ming showed today are quite choking. One is that the standards are not enough, and the other will explode. Although the degree of surprise is sufficient, it is unknown in actual use. Glancing at Liu Oquan, who was shocked, Xiao Ming smiled and said to Xiao Wenxuan, "Father, do you want to buy a hot air balloon to play with? In fact, as long as you operate it properly, the hot air balloon will not blow up, and it is good to observe the enemy before the battle." Yes, Your Majesty, there was a lot of grass under the hot air balloon at that time. It should be fine when it falls down. After all, it only needs 30 steps to rise. Although Liu Oquan was frightened, he thought of the heat. The role of balloon observation in the battlefield is still fascinating. After hesitating for a while, Xiao Wenxuan looked at Xiao Ming, who looked like a profiteer, and asked, "How much money do you plan to sell this hot air balloon to me?" "Father, this is not expensive. 100,000 taels of silver is enough, and the son can also help the father train the hot air balloon operators." "How about?" "The structure of the hot air balloon is very simple, and the cost is less than 3,000 taels of silver." Xiao Ming is also the lion's big mouth. He has now figured out that instead of being pocketed by these corrupt officials, the court's money should be pocketed by himself. 100,000 taels? Xiao Wenxuan hesitated. Upon seeing this, Xiao Ming continued and said, "Emperor Father, wait until your ministers ask the soldiers to prepare safety measures, then let the Emperor Father wait in the hot air balloon to feel the value of this 100,000 taels." After all, Xiao Ming said to Liu Oxin, "Prepare the spring pad." "Yes, Your Highness," Liu Oxin replied, and directly took out several small spring pads from the carriage and put them together. Now King Zhu is able to produce spring steel. It is naturally not a problem to produce springs. So for safety, he asked the workshop to produce spring pads similar to sand. The wood blocks pressed the springs and the cotton pads were installed on the spring pads. When Liu Oxin asked to assemble it, Xiao Ming stood on the spring cushion and jumped up. When he fell, he was bounced by the spring cushion and flew again. What kind of spell is this?" The ministers immediately blasted the pot. In their eyes, Xiao Ming just jumped and then magically flew by himself, like a ghost. Xiao Wenxuan's expression changed drastically when he saw this. Xiao Ming saw that everyone was so surprised, so he said, "Don't be surprised. This is just a spring." While talking, Xiao Ming came down and opened the contents to show the ministers. At this time, Liang Yubin and He Cheng were also controlling the hot air balloon. Xiao Ming stopped explaining the spring, but let Xiao Wenxuan board the hot air balloon. This time, he boarded the hot air balloon with Xiao Wenxuan, and the two of them continued to rise, and the scenery of Chang'an City gradually poured into the eyes. Xiao Wenxuan was a little scared, but also a little excited, but when he glanced at Chang'an City, he gradually calmed down. Xiao Ming asked, "How about father? This hot air balloon is worth buying." "It's worth buying." Xiao Wenxuan laughed. To be continued. Chapter 399 Tentative. A huge hot air balloon rose slowly over the palace. August 1st Chinese, opening parenthesis closing parenthesis 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 opening parenthesis closing parenthesis. Standing on the hot air balloon, Xiao Wenxuan looked at Chang'an City easily with a telescope, like a tiger also patrolling his fief. "Father, You will definitely not regret buying this hot air balloon. This hot air balloon can not only conduct surveillance of the entire Chang'an city at high altitude, but also take a hot air balloon to escape when it is in danger. 100,000 is really cheap. Now, Xiaoming continued to bewitched. Xiao Wenxian was moved just now. Now Xiaoming persuaded him again, and he immediately strengthened his determination. He said, after the wedding, you will return to Chang'an. At that time, I will send you the money, but this man controls the hot air balloon. You have to train for your father. Father, please feel at ease about this. Xiaoming was delighted. Father, do the military still need hot air balloons? Of course, at least one for my left and right military guards. This is my personal guard. And how much money is your gun? Xiao Wenxian simply discussed all the questions together. This musket is cheap. 100 of silver per musket. About the musket, Xiaoming didn't dare to ask for too high a price. After all, the demand for muskets was more than that of artillery, and after cost calculation, the price of producing a matchlock gun is only about 6 of silver. After all, matchlock guns do not have the complicated mechanism of flintlock guns. All they need is a barrel. 100 is already a black-hearted businessman. The price is up. So $5,000 is 500,000 Xiao Wenxian frowned. He measured the materials of artillery and muskets. In his opinion, one artillery can produce hundreds of muskets. Calculated in this way, the price of the musket should be around 30 or 40 and Xiaoming must have sold it up. Although his heart is clear, Xiao Wenxian is not ready to bargain with Xiaoming, but is ready to accept the price. He said, 100 is 100 first buy 5,000. If the effect is good, continue to add. Xiaoming was overjoyed when he heard this. He explained, Father, this is just the price of the gun, not including ammunition. I understand. Isn't it the same with your artillery? Xiao Wenxian's eyes were burning and he suddenly said, although your price is high, I am willing to accept it. Do you know why? Xiaoming's heart was stunned. He was also surprised that Xiao Wenxian did not bargain this time. This 100 was his offer. He thought Xiao Wenxian would cut it to about 40 Father is wise, he knows everything well, and the children are ashamed. Xiaoming said honestly. Looking at the prosperity of Chang'an, Xiao Wenxian said, because of your contributions, from today onwards, I don't need to pay tribute to the barbarians. It is not as good as giving you the sacrifice of millions of of silver to the barbarians every year. Xiaoming suddenly realized that Xiao Wenxian did not expect Xiao Wenxian to have this thought, so that Xiao Wenxian made a profit. Father's opinion. Xiaoming smiled. As long as the father can support the children promised that they will not let the barbarians cross the Shanhai Aiguan Pass. And if the barbarians dare to attack from Zodi again, the children will dare to lead the cavalry to intercept them. The food road. Well, this is exactly what I thought. Now you are the only one who can fight the barbarians in the Great Yu Kingdom. At this time, the heavy soldiers are placed in Shanhai Aiguan. The barbarians naturally dare not move. Minga, the safety of the royal family rests on you alone. I can give you what you want as long as it is not excessive. But I hope you don't let the further down. Xiao Wenxian said bitterly. This is his real thoughts at this time. He is getting older, and he has been exhausted all these years, and he doesn't want to go through major changes anymore. Now he only wants the rest of his life to be stable. Father, please rest assured, the sons and ministers will surely guarantee the comprehensiveness of the Great Yu country. Xiaoming was delighted. Xiao Wenxian's words were acknowledgement of his current status. As long as he was not excessive, he could give it, which meant that he was now a well-deserved celebrity in the palace. Xiao Wenxian nodded with satisfaction and continued, Li Jingmen has found out that the person who assassinated you this time has something to do with the Shaanxi merchants of Liang Kingdom. There are only two answers now, one is your brother's work, and the other is a barbarian collusion. What the Shaanxi merchants have done is currently being investigated by the emperor. It is estimated that it will be revealed in a short time. Second brother. Xiaoming thought for a while, and suddenly, everything became reasonable. Now, if the assassination is successful, indeed the second prince will gain the most. For one thing, Whether the assassination is successful or not, this will expose the prince's absurd incompetence, and once the prince is deposed, he will be the heir in the right place. At the same time, if the assassination is successful, he will be able to get rid of his own formidable enemy, which is simply killing two birds with one stone. This abacus is too shrewd. Unfortunately, no matter how careful the plan is, there are loopholes, otherwise Xiao Wenxuan would not list the second prince as a suspect. It's probably him, but it's still unclear. This is the thoroughness of this assassination plan. Xiao Wenxuan also had a headache. He said, if this is really the work of the second prince, you want your father. How to deal with it? Xiao Ming wanted to say that he should be cut according to the law, but he suddenly heard an example in the history books. Sheng Xing swallowed back what he was about to blurt out. He respectfully said, just by the father's disposal. After all, he is my second brother, he is not benevolent. I can't be unjust. Xiao Wenxuan's pupils shrank, and he fixedly looked at Xiao Ming for a long time. Then he suddenly smiled and said, Minga, you are fine, so I feel relieved. A cold sweat broke out behind Xiao Ming, and Xiao Wenxuan was really testing him. If he is determined to kill the second prince, then Xiao Wenxuan will definitely conclude that he has a vicious mind and will not take into account brotherhood. If he can kill the second prince now, he will certainly not be merciful in the future. In this way, he has to weigh how to treat him. Now that he assumes a benevolent and righteous appearance, Xiao Wenxuan is naturally relieved. In this way, he has a strong performer for the name cast. After subtly avoiding Xiao Wenxuan's temptation, Xiao Ming felt distressed for a while and didn't know what to say. Xiao Wenxuan didn't seem to want to explain either, so he said, let's go down. You have brought me a lot of surprises this time. There are still 10 days left before your wedding day. Please push all these other things and concentrate. Preparing for the marriage. Flair is a famous beauty in Qing'an. He is also proficient in chess, calligraphy and calligraphy. In the future, she will be a good helper. You should treat her well. Moreover, F's family members are all over the world. Talents are coming out in large numbers, and your fief lacks talents. Now that you marry with a family, you can recruit some talents from the family. Xiao Ming let out a sigh of relief. This matter was hiding. He said, I will go back and prepare now. To be continued. Chapter 400. Gorgeous. When the days are free, time seems to pass quickly. 1 Chinese network equals. After the ceremony was awarded, people from the Ministry of Rites came to prepare for Xiao Ming's wedding, and Xiao Ming took advantage of this time to visit relatives and friends to strengthen the relationship with courtiers. Of course, the most important relationship is Liu Oquan, Du Boyuan, Qin Rui, Zhu Yashu and others. After all, this is his team in Qing'an, and these days, they have protected themselves from the wind and rain in Qing'an. Especially when searching the East Palace this time, Du Heng deliberately offered to search the East Palace because he understood that it was inconvenient for Xiao Ming to make this request. The words he put forward seemed to be justified. Of course, Xiao Minayu, Du Boyuan and others knew this when they came out to play. In addition to these old friends, there is one difference in that now his palace is always busy. Some merchants who wanted to go to Qingzhou to do business specially came to visit Xiao Ming, hoping to successfully enter the Chamber of Commerce, and more of them came from Qing'an dignitaries and officials. These officials, from princes and nobles to ordinary officials, all prepared generous gifts and wanted to be familiar with Xiao Ming. In the past, only a few other princes could enjoy this kind of treatment, but now he finally experienced it, which is enough to see the changes in his current status. As the days passed, Xiao Ming was also busy with the marriage while he was entertaining all kinds of people. This time, his wedding with Fu Ye was scheduled on the 16th of the month, which is said to be a good day. According to the rules of the country of Dau, before getting married, the emperor still needs to give gifts to the princess's house, and at the same time hold an engagement banquet at the princess's house. As usual, the Ministry of Etiquette prepares 50 tables for a banquet, and celebrates with a banquet at the princess's house and a band. All the off-duty marquis, ministers, guards, and second-grade or higher officials and wives gathered at the princess's house to attend the banquet that day. And after the engagement banquet, the next day was the day of Xiaoming's wedding, which was the wedding of Dayu. Early that morning, Fiji sent someone to send the makeup to the palace, and Xiaoming went to the palace in the prince's python gown for marriage. At this time Xiao Wenxian, Empress Zhao and concubine Zhen were already waiting for him in Bishui Pavilion. Xiaoming, see the father, the empress, and the mother. After that, Xiaoming knelt down on his knees for 3 knees and 9 knocks. This etiquette is equivalent to kneeling and worshipping Gaotang in the folk. Empress Zhao is very happy these days. She has worked a lot with Xiaoming's marriage, and she also gave a lot of gold and silver jewelry, silk at the time of the wedding. Seeing these rewards, Xiaoming naturally knew what Empress Zhao thought. Now all the princes have made the nomination, and the position of prince is stable. Now they have an easing relationship with Xiaoming. In the future, the prince will be enthroned, and Xiaoming will be able to defend the frontier for the prince. Qi Wang Mianli, today is your wedding day, and now the whole palace is celebrating. This palace hasn't been so lively for many years, but this palace is full of your joy. Empress Zhao pursed her mouth and smiled. Xiao Wenxian was also cheerful. He had never been so relaxed today in more than 10 years. Since Xiaoming repulsed the barbarians and guarded Shanhai Aiguan, he clearly felt that the ministers in the court had become more honest. Although there are still party disputes, there are not many people who pay tribute and marriage, and treat him too much. A layer of fear. He knew very well that there was no barbarian threat in the north, and Xiaoming would be able to free up his hand to clean up them and the master behind them, because each one was also cautious. And more so, Xiaoming has now become the sacred needle of the Great Yu Kingdom, and no one wants to touch this brow anymore. Therefore, the voices of Liu Oquan and others in Fiji rose up. The queen is right. Today is a day for you to be overjoyed. Not only the queen, but I also feel your joy. Let's be flat. You have a lot of things today. Xiaoming responded and slowly stood up. He has never liked cumbersome, but this ancient wedding is the most cumbersome thing. Xiao Wenxian and Empress Zhao were beaming, but concubine Zhen was wiping tears from time to time. Upon seeing this, Xiaoming persuaded, Mother concubine, today is the day when the child is overjoyed. Why are you always crying? Mother, I am happy. From today, you are truly married and established. In the future, you have to manage carefully, and come to Chang'an when you have time. Zenf said. Xiaoming nodded when he heard the words. If you say who in this great Yu country has the most affection for him, it is the concubine Zen. Therefore, seeing the concubine Zen's sadness crying, his heart is also panicked. After the ceremony of kneeling and worship, the next inmate will go to marry Fua. At this time, Luan Yiwei had prepared the 8-carriage sedan chair surrounded by red satin, ready to marry the new couple. When the auspicious hour arrived, Luan Yiwei carried the sedan chair out of the palace and went straight to the mansion. However, Xiaoming went straight back to the palace, waiting for Luan Yiwei to send Fua over. His Royal Highness, congratulations. On the day of the wedding, all the dignitaries and high-ranking officials in Chang'an arrived at the palace. They prepared wedding gifts and came to congratulate. Thank you very much, Xiaoming said to Liu Oquan, followed by Liu Hong, Du Heng, Yu Ming, Zhao Jun and other officials. My nephew, today Uncle Wang prepared a big gift for you. The value of gold and silver jewelry is 200,000 pls. King Yong and King Wai came together, and their gifts were all pulled by a carriage. Wai Wang also said, congratulations to your nephew on the wedding, and a special gift of 300,000 pls. At this moment, Xiaoming grinned. He realized what wedding wealth is this time. If there were more weddings, he wouldn't have to worry about running out of money. Thank you, Uncle Emperor. Thank you, Uncle Emperor. Please inside. Please inside. King Wai and King Yong arched their hands and entered together. Then several carriages stopped outside the door, and the servant who came shouted, the King of Runnan congratulates His Royal Highness Qi on the wedding, and offers a pair of jade ruai, a pair of pearls, and a pair of gold. The King of Chu congratulates King Chi on the wedding. The King of Huainan congratulates King Chi on the wedding. After reading the congratulatory gifts, Xiao Minayu was happy this trip to Qing'an seemed to be worthwhile. At this time, the internal supervisor had already placed the Kjiao in the middle of Yu Fai's mansion, and Fu Ye walked out of the Xiang in a red dress. With the help of the maid, he slowly went up and down the curtain. Fiji stood outside the door, also constantly welcoming officials who came to congratulate him. His face was a thick smile. There were more officials coming this time than when his eldest daughter married the prince, which made him look good. The auspicious hour has arrived, and the bearer gets up, carrying Fue towards Xiao Ming's palace. Fue was already crying in tears in the sedan chair. This time, I don't know when and how long will I be able to reunite with her family, and she is naturally uncomfortable in her heart because she is married to King Zhu and has no relatives by her side. And even though Wang Qi is well known, she still doesn't know exactly how she is, and she can't help but feel terrified.